Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
Oh, my goodness!
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend is jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the British University Esports Championship powered by Intel. Day one was already incredibly eventful, and if you've missed it and you're looking for a rundown, don't you worry, we got you. We started off with UCL Instant Reflex sweeping Warwick Ducks in a clean 3-0 in Dota, after one of their players actually had their car break down. That was a Giga Chad entrance and a Giga Chad win, as they capitalized off of Warwick's weaknesses and focused on that split pushing. Game number 2 was Sportsmith, and they went on to beat Warwick Angels in an incredibly close Overwatch series, going 3-2, with the difference maker being a matter of just seconds. And the live crowd was going wild. We then moved on to League of Legends, and despite their best efforts, Warwick University once again being the bridesmaid and not the bride, as they were not able to take this win either. DMU had some incredibly aggressive, very early on jungle presence and played so well as a team that they won the series 3-1. Warwick, however, have another chance today to try and secure a title, but the question is, are they going to be able to do so? They'll be facing another team in Siege later today, but first, let's talk about what we have going on. I hope you guys had a good night's sleep, because as eventful as yesterday was, it's going to be just as jam-packed today. So once again, everybody, welcome to the British University Esports Championship, day number 2, powered by Intel. And it's the final day, so we're going to have a lot of things going on specifically. And the schedule, in regards to the schedule and in regards to the games that we're going to be seeing today, yesterday we saw Dota, we saw some Overwatch, we saw some League of Legends, but today is more focused on some of that FPS action. We're going to be starting it off with Rocket League at 10 a.m. and that is the first game we'll be playing, followed by Siege. This is planned to be going on for 12 p.m, but we'll see if that is going to be the case. And once again, that is that game where Warwick might have a chance to finally secure a championship title. We're then going to be heading into Valorant. Who doesn't like some Valorant? It's going to be another best of 5, so looking forward to see what the teams are going to be pulling off for that one. And to finish off this weekend, to finish off these incredible finals, we're going to be heading into CSGO as the last game of today. Now, we have a lot of different things going on, both on and off screen. And as we mentioned on screen, we already have that schedule set out. But off screen specifically, here at Insomnia, we have so much. We have that BYOC where every single player can bring their own setup, but Intel has been kind enough to provide us with 20 computers of their own that students have been using to play some games. And from the feedback, they have been pretty incredible. We also have 3 fully stocked monster fridges. The NSC staff members were actually filling it up this morning. So if you came by later yesterday and you realized that your favorite flavor wasn't actually available, don't you worry, because we got it all stocked up this morning. We even have the LAN area once again where all these players are going to be competing for that title. And also it gives us the opportunity to have a little sneak peek at their live reactions. And last but not least, we have the seating area actually for every single person who wants to come and just relax, unwind a little, and watch some of these incredible games. It was incredibly packed yesterday for Overwatch. I think that was the most packed we've seen it so far. Let's have a look if any of the games today are going to be beating the amount of individuals that were present. And honestly, the atmosphere was insane. But if you feel like you're missing out, you weren't able to make it here today, don't you worry, you can still get in some action of yourself. We have a giveaway going on of NSC XPC Specialist X Intel. They're giving away a gaming laptop. So all you have to do is type !giveaway in the chat. You can find out how to enter, and you can also figure out whether or not you'll be able to win that. Now, Monster Drop is also going to be happening, so Monster Drop in the chat if you want to secure any of that Monster Energy. But let's talk about some good old Rocket League. We're going to be looking at the Keighley Krakens against Portsmouth Paladins. Both of these teams incredibly successful as they have secured their spot at the CRL Worlds. Keighley securing that yesterday as one of their players came back from their family holiday just to be able to make it here today. And let's be completely honest, that is an insane thing to be coming through. Now, when we're looking at the Portsmouth Paladins specifically, they've actually won this season already versus Keighley Kraken. So they're the favorites coming into the game today. They came through that upper bracket. They have that one game secured, but this is like history is repeating itself, because that's exactly what happened in winter 2021. And they ended up losing it to Keighley Krakens. They were second place. Keighley secured that first. They walked away with that championship title. So this is that rivalry coming through. Both of these teams incredibly strong and incredibly dedicated to making this work. However, I do want to point out that due to the Psionics ruling, the players are not going to be here on LAN today. They're going to be having to play from their own homes. But production is here. Students are here, we're here, and we're going to be cheering on for these teams as much as we can. In terms of casters today, well, you guys have lucked out, if we're being completely honest here. We have some incredible casters coming through. We're going to be starting it off with Dane and the End Dragon. Guys, do your thing.
And 4 weeks of league play and a further 2 weeks of playoff is what has decided the teams today. Portsmouth and Kiel will be taking us away to start Championship Sunday. My name's Alistair, RW Dragon Valance. I'm joined by Dane. Dane, Baird. Wow, that is something to say over and over again, Dane. But these two teams, not only top teams in the UK, but top of Europe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had the EURC first half of the championship bracket yesterday, in which both Kiel Krakens and Portsmouth Paladins managed to make it to CRL World Championships in Dallas in a couple of months' time, which is absolutely huge. Top 4 teams in Europe, both of them, and they're going to carry on that bracket later today. But yeah, those teams doing massively well, not only here in NSC, but also on the European stage, doing the UK proud as well. So really great to see that. And yeah, this is a matchup that we've seen many, many times in the past. We might see it twice today. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup.
And the last time these two teams met was in the upper bracket final, a 4-2 win for Portsmouth, as they booked themselves a spot to this stage early. Kiel had to make a short lower bracket run where they beat Warwick in the lower bracket finals to once again make it a Kiel-Portsmouth final. And I think this is the first time that we have had these two teams play each other twice in grand finals in the year. So I think we're ready to go. We're ready to get this best of 9 started. A 1-game advantage for Portsmouth as we start off this first game. As Bread, try and find Mercy on the right-hand side. A shot towards the center. K3 will block it off the backboard. Send it away. Psycho to the center. Bread going high. The early attacks going the Portsmouth way. But nothing falling through early on as both teams are so ready for this grand final.
Yep, no warm-up required for them. Like we said earlier, they've been playing all of yesterday in some big matches on the European stage. They're ready for today. There's absolutely no question about that. They've played each other many times. They're very familiar with each other. Of course, again, from that winter finals. A very similar story coming into this, but Portsmouth with the one-game advantage. How much is that going to help them? As we're already almost a minute into this game and no massive threats as of yet, but this might become the start of one of them as Portsmouth try to mount an attack. And it's Mercy now, trying to get past one, gets past two of them, but K3 is going to pick up that ball in the corner, puts the ball into the middle, but no one there for Portsmouth.
Does need to be said, Portsmouth with the early pressure and early possession. Kiel are stuck on their back foot a little bit as the midfield is being locked down by this Portsmouth side. Mercy towards the ceiling, trying to drop it down to a teammate. Does find Psycho as that comes off the post and rattles away. Kiel and Dews making a break out of their own half. Nothing really coming through on the first bite of the cherry. Nothing will come from the second as that massive pinch takes it to the opposite side of the pitch. Dews has to parry that into the corner. Potty can't take it any further forward, but a demo opens things up for teammates. This Potty off the backboard. Dews is there. We'll try and drop it down for a second touch. Can't find it. Even though the early pressure falling to the Portsmouth side, it is Kiel with the almost decisive first goal that would have divided the two teams. 3 minutes to go, and it seems to have all leveled out a little bit more as Mercy comes forward. Can't find the second touch in towards the center, but again, Kiel struggling a little bit to escape their first half. Well, escape their own half in this first half of the game. But no one finding that important first goal to kick off this grand final.
Couple good opportunities so far. Kiel's defense has looked rock solid. Here comes Psycho trying to get the double touch, but can't quite get that one off the backboard. K3 is going to go for a long clear. Doesn't have the boost to stay up for the aerial. It's actually almost going to be on target. Bounce off the backboard, and Mercy's going to get the clear. Followed up by Psycho. He's going to try and put the ball into the middle. Mercy now. Oh, it gets blocked by one of the Kiel players, and K3 coming off the backboard to get that touch to stop that ball from making its way slowly into the net. But Kiel definitely with the biggest opening play, and the ball's on their goal line. Dews opens up the scoring here in game number 2. What happened there on the goal line? I think Poddy's just faked Psycho on the goal line. A bit of a mess on the goal line for Portsmouth, but Kiel are 1-0 up.
And this is such an important start for Kiel. They have to repeat the feats they did in the winter, going from the lower brackets to the uppers, having to make up that one game deficit. Portsmouth are the ones having to chase a 1 goal deficit. But one thing that does need to be said, of the 3 best of 7 grand finals best of 9 grand finals that we've had so far in NSC Rocket League history, it has been the lower bracket to take it. So this is a great start for Kiel with 1 minute 40 to go. Bread escaping their own half. But Poddy taking control on the back lines towards Dews. That stays high. Psycho will get rid of it. Only as far as halfway line. Mercy will join in to make sure that moves straight into the Kiel half. Shot on target. Dews making the clearance. And K3 will stay up. Can he find the angle? Does find a pass to Dews. And a massive 50-50 gives Kiel a 2-goal advantage.
Lovely 50-50 there, but K3 with a brilliant touch just to pop it into the middle. Psycho can only do so much on 0 boost as well. Couldn't quite get there in time to pop the ball out of the goal mouth. And Kiel are up 2-0. Before the game, I probably did think that Kiel had a bit of an advantage because yesterday in that EURC playoff bracket, they both played the same team right at the very end. Kiel managed to do it in 4 games. They 4-0'd them in the best of 7. Portsmouth took it all the way to game 7 and looked like they were on the back foot for most of it. So, that was a massive opportunity there. Are they going to be able to make the shot? No. Psycho manages to get the save off the backboard, somehow popping it out. And now Bread's going to go on the counter-attack. It's up to Mercy. Mercy with the fake. Dews just about gets there in time for the save.
These two sides going at it. but it's been odd. The first part of the game, it was definitely Portsmouth possession, Portsmouth pressure. They were taking control of this game, taking control of this series. But as soon as the switch flipped, as soon as everything changed to Kiel, they've had the clinical opportunities and they've made the most of them. As Mercy will try and come forward to try and find one back with 20 seconds remaining, bred towards the center. And Poddy having to clear the lines. I think that'll be enough. We find ourselves with 10 seconds to go. What I believe is a tied series. The one game advantage gone, disappeared. That means nothing now. Portsmouth will find themselves losing game one, and we are at one game apiece.
Well, that wasn't the exact start I was expecting, but it was very, very close still. We had those 2 goals from Kiel, a couple of mistakes coming out from Portsmouth. It's shaping up to be a very close series, I think. Portsmouth, of course, had that game advantage, so it is still tied up 1-1. But it is going to be something very special here. We've got a best of 9. That is the longest series that I've ever casted on personally. Best of 7 is usually the longest that you see in Rocket League. But best of 9, mammoth task for the players. They've got to keep this up for a while. We've got an opportunity for multiple switches in possession here.
Yeah, I mean, usually we have in Rocket League, a good 80% of the time, we have a best of 7 final with a bracket reset. Here, it's just a straight best of 9. You have to perform for all, well, in this case, 8 games to make sure that you can take the series. Last time we went to the 9th game. Last time out, these teams went all the way to the finish. It is such a tricky series. It's such a tricky thing to go through. I don't know what it is. It's just 2 more games than a best of 7, but somehow a best of 9 feels like such a marathon to be able to take it in the end. And Kiel will be feeling that. They need to take 5 games. Portsmouth needs to take 4. So like you said, there is so much time for switches in pressure, switches in games advantage. But Kiel, they're up against it. But I tell you what, after that game 1, they are handling that pressure and handling that sort of need to repeat history so well. They've done it once. They seem very confident they can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely should be coming into this with the most pressure. Despite Portsmouth having the game advantage and they coming from the top, the upper bracket, they probably should have a bit more pressure on them. Coming from the lower bracket means you've got to win that extra game. You don't have that lovely 1-game buffer that Portsmouth have just unfortunately used up in their first game on the pitch. But yeah, this is a really long series. They have plenty of time to get into the swing of things. And like I said, we're going to see a couple of switch ups here. But we might see Kiel. They would look pretty solid in that first game that we've seen. Next game, it might be Portsmouth completely dominating the show. And then the game after that, it might be Kiel again. It's just Rocket League is one of the most volatile esports, I think. It just switches every single game that's played. It can be completely separate to the one before it. The ability for the players to reset their mental game between each series, they get a minute break, and then they're straight back in. And somehow you can have 2 completely different affairs.
And I think we have so much potential in this series to actually have those switch-ups. I mean, at the start of this game, great example, we had Portsmouth pretty much taking control of every part of the series, every component. They had the shots, I would say, they had the chances, they had the pressure, they were holding the midfield line perfectly. Kiel broke out twice, and then twice in that sort of period. It was hit straight back to them. The third time they managed to escape, and somehow, someway, I don't know how Poddy did it. I don't know what sort of magic he is using to be able to fake out this Portsmouth defense and get through them, but somehow it found its way through. And Dews was there in the center going, all right, thank you very much. I'll take that. That goes in the net. And Kiel found themselves 1-0 up. They made the most of a second opportunity as well. Dews once again. This switch not only flips in terms of games, it's flipping inside the games. Yeah. So Portsmouth have so much potential to be able to just, as long as they finish the chances that they have, this series is going to be just as volatile as you say. I hope, fingers crossed that we don't get just a sweep for Kiel here. As much as a sweep can be exciting and sort of out of nowhere, it blindsides you, especially with the 2 quality teams that we have. This game is going to go for a while. This is going to be the marathon that we talked about.
Yeah, and yeah, it would be quite something. I will say, for Kiel to sweep Portsmouth 5-0, well, technically 5-1, but on the day 5-0, that would be something. Considering the most recent results that have not quite gone their way, yeah, that would be quite something. But just going back to that first goal that Kiel scored, I think what's happened there is the defenders coming around, sort of facing their own net. Poddy's coming the opposite way from Kiel. And now you're thinking as a defender, I need to get out of the way, otherwise I'm going to get own goal here. I'm going to get the ball rebounded straight off me and straight into my net. So it gets out of the way. Poddy's nowhere. Poddy gets out the way as well. And then Deuce has a pretty much open net to kick things off with. This is the start of game number 2 on the day, game number 3 in total. It's 1-1 in the series. And once again, Portsmouth managing to get the ball right into the backboard of Kiel at the beginning of the game. We'll see how different this one will be to what we've just seen.
Starting off on the other foot, Kiel getting the first shots and the first opportunities as Poddy rescues his teammate K3 from a little bit of a tricky situation. Psycho trying to pinch it forward. K3 will be there. Once again, Kiel putting on pressure, not quite as close to the net as they would have wanted. Mercy can't get past Dews. Greg will try and drop that down to a teammate. Straight onto the backboard, off the diagonal into the center. The second touch from K3. That is a phenomenal read and a phenomenal second touch. The highlight plays are here. 4:18 to go, but K3 really putting on the pressure on Portsmouth.
That is one of the most perfectly placed shots you could ask for. Right off the crossbar, bounces on the goal line a couple times, and it creeps its way in. And Kiel, oh, they're loving life at the moment as they try and mount another attack here. Poddy onto the backboard. K3's in the corner, going to try and pop the ball into the middle. Gets past Psycho, gets a bump on Fred as well. The news now up into the corner. A couple of Portsmouth players out of position. The ball's going to drop in front of their net, and Poddy's going to make it 2-0 to Kiel.
Kiel are turning on the Jets. They've already got one game. They're using this momentum to the most of their ability. Poddy in a great position. The two Portsmouth defenders. This is such a rare thing to see. Of Portsmouth making 2 mistakes in the defense in a series. As K3 will come forward, hunting for a third. What a moment that would be to open up game 2 and open up a lead on this Portsmouth side with a 3-goal advantage within a minute and a half. Red looking to even up things a little bit. Can't get through as Poddy makes the clearance. Mercy down the line. Dews will take control of that. Soft touch, not really coming through. Psycho looking for the backboard. K3 will make the clearance. And Poddy, a little bit of interplay with K3 and Poddy, is nothing coming through until that. Portsmouth making almost a third one as they leave a shot for Kiel. As Treat comes through for the Kiel Krakens. And they parry away the Portsmouth offense. But Dane, at the moment, this Portsmouth team have really been sucker punched. They have been absolutely sucker punched to start this game. And Dews comes through with the 3rd goal.
Who goes for that? Off the corner, with the angle, with 2 defenders in the net and still makes it pay off. How on earth has Dews managed to sneak that one in there? 2 minutes played with 3-0 up to Kiel. Portsmouth need a goal. That's what they need. They need a goal to get some confidence back because they've gone 2 down now.
Dane, mate, I tell you who goes for those. Dews goes for those ones. He doesn't care if there's 2 players in net. That goal is mine. As that drops again in front of net for Kiel. Psycho and Red linking up to make the clearance. But I tell you what, this has been sort of a mirror opposite of game 1, except Kiel have made the most of the opportunities on the offense that Portsmouth didn't in that game 1. And let me tell you, there's been highlight reel stuff. It has been a real show of dominance by this Kiel side. As Dews looking for a 4th, can't find a way through. Breg will clear that out to the side. But Portsmouth, they're surprised. I don't think they can really believe what has really happened at the start of this series, as they're just reeling from the effects of a 3-goal lead from Kiel, who have shown so much skill, so many mechanics to get to where they are now. Psycho, mistouch, that's falling in front of net as Bread has to make the clear up. It does so, out to the side, into the center again. Bread makes a clearance, that'll fly upfield, just about missing the post. K3 also missing, so Portsmouth have an opportunity to lock in a little bit of pressure. They're not quite falling for the team, positioning just a little bit off, and there'll be a little bit of a reset.
just when they're on the attack, Kiel just seems to be able to dismantle the Portsmouth defense with just a few touches of the ball, and Portsmouth not having the same luck up against Kiel. They seem to just always have a defender back in place. With 1 minute 20 left, and that is a tough ask for Portsmouth to be able to make any sort of comeback. Only 80 seconds to score 3 goals and take us to overtime. And they're still getting stuck on the defense as well. Potty now with the flip reset gets it over one, and it's going to almost go all the way through. It's off the post. How has that not gone in? How has not a single Portsmouth player touched it?
This is such a surprising outcome for the start of this series. We expected the game, the pressure to be switching and flipping all over the place, but this has really been Kiel's game so far. Kiel's series. Psycho can't get the measure of this ball and get the measure of this game. This is so surprising to watch. Usually, and I say usually, Portsmouth are a team that is so calm. They are the team with ice in their veins. They'll get the job done however way they can, but this is such a surprising start. They will find a way through. This is great work from Portsmouth. They needed to find at least one to know that they can get past. Mercy, a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a dirty play, but you know what? This is Rocket League, so you know, get out of the net. 3-1 to Kiel, 22 seconds to go. I think, and I'm going to say I think, because let's be honest, again, it's Rocket League. Anything can happen. But with 10 seconds to go, I think Kiel will take this game too. But it's positive that Portsmouth are able to get onto the board with a little bit of creativity and get themselves started in the series.
They're going to try and get a second goal there as well now, but they got a goal. They finally got themselves on the board. That's what's really important. They've got a goal. They know they can do it. Mercy with a pretty astonishing play, to be fair. Getting past 2 of the defenders, demoing one and bumping one in the goal mouth as well, leaving a pretty much completely open net for the teammates to come through. They finally have a goal. Going to give them the slightest bit of confidence. It means that their mental is not going to completely drop off, because losing 2 consecutive games, being perfect swept in those games, that's got to have a massive effect on you. So getting that final goal at the end there really is going to really help their chances, because I think otherwise Kiel might have just been able to start pulling off that 5-0.
Yeah, it is worrying, as I think we've said this before a few times. Kiel is a bit of a momentum-based team. They are a powerful team when they get rolling. It is important that Portsmouth try and nip it in the bud now. I think that this game has to be Portsmouth. It has to be Portsmouth so they can prevent any further movement from Kiel. But from what we've seen, Kiel are rampant. They are so hyped, so excited to be in the grand final. And I think that the buzz from yesterday of qualifying for CRL Worlds is still powering them. It's still fueling them to this stage of the competition. And can't believe that we're here. It is 2-1 to Kiel. They've notched back the advantage that Portsmouth had with that game advantage. And now they're pushing onwards. They need to keep pushing, keep the pressure going as we enter game 3. Into the wasteland we go as K3 getting the measure of that kickoff onto the diagonal from Potty into the center. The 50-50 don't come through. So Kiel, as much as they start off in the ascendancy in the first few seconds of this game, they will be sent back to their own half as they come forward again.
Well, Mercy getting a pinch. One thing that I have noticed is that on the defense, Portsmouth keep going for pinches, and for whatever reason, they're not quite working out for them as the shot's going to come in from Mercy. Loses there to get the save, and that would have been a dream start to this game for Portsmouth. As Bread now picks it up in midfield, gets demoed by Deuce. K3 is going to hit that ball at the halfway line. Just keep control of it for now. Gets past one into the corner, going to try and pop this into the middle. Good clear there from Mercy though, and Psycho's going to play it on into the midfield. Mercy's there again. Here comes Potty now for Kiel. Blocked very early pre-jump from Bread though.
4 minutes to go. Big clear from K3. Mercy almost caught out by that. Clearing it out to the side, taking control again. K3 having to send it straight back up into the Portsmouth half. Dudes can't drop that down as Psycho sends it out wide. Mercy to Psycho in the center. Dudes will cut out that passing play very, very quickly. Dudes down to Poddy. Diagonals. Mercy will try and clear that upfield again. The redirect not going through from Bread. 3:30 to go. Neither team really having the best opportunity so far. Credit to the defense and the midfield lines of both teams. We've been getting rid of the pressure very, very quickly from not only their own half, but even preventing even getting there in the first place. As dudes come forward and dribble play, this could be the first goal of the game. As Mercy does make the challenge and prevents any flicks, any dribble plays from getting into the Portsmouth 6-yard box area. Mercy blocked out by Dudes. The halfway line again seems to be the battleground for this series as K3 sends one towards net. A little bit of control from Mercy. Does have enough time to take that away. A pinch upfield. Portsmouth clear their lines. Enough time to get themselves some boost. But can they turn it into an aggressive opportunity?
Well, Psycho's going to try. It's going to bounce off the backboard. Awkward bounce for Psycho. The ball's going to pop in. Bread gets the first goal of the game. It's for Portsmouth.
And I think this is the first time Portsmouth are leading in this entire series. K3 not quite getting that big pinch clearance that you want in that situation to send that very, very clear of the keel half. Portsmouth Paladins, it hasn't been the cleanest of series so far, but that will get them going. They do lead for the first time, as I said. 2:25 to go off the sidewall. Second touch from Psycho. Keeps control and pressure. This Red trying to put that towards the center, but Portsmouth have all committed upfield. They do have enough time to get back though, and they do so. Psycho off the back line. K3 trying to find a teammate. Slight double commit there coming through from Portsmouth. A little bit of desperation maybe. This isn't quite the chill Portsmouth I really expected coming into this series. It's K3. Can't drop it down towards net, towards a teammate. As Mercy makes the clearance. The back line's from Poddy. Looked out at the sidewall. Portsmouth taking control. It makes its way out to the halfway line. Psycho, the shot on target, blocked out by K3. Again, another chance for Keel, blocked out by Bread. I think slowly but surely Portsmouth's defense is starting to get a little bit more into this series, starting to work a little bit harder to make sure Keel don't get through. I think that last game has really woken them up to what Keel can do and how quickly they really need to shut these plays down and shut down these Keel players. As K3 has an opportunity on net, cleared by Psycho, and I think this is an open one for Portsmouth's side. They don't manage to find a way through, but they do keep pressure.
Yep. Bread, one of those players you definitely would expect to be able to hit those shots. But couldn't quite manage to get it on target on that occasion. Psycho with a demo on the goal line. K3 out of this play. And Bread, trying to get the ball back into the middle to get a shot away, but the defense of Kiel so quick to get out to these players when they get possession in their half.
Yeah, it really is the midfield line that is defining this series. It's both teams. If you let that midfield line go, as they have done now, an opportunity comes through. And as long as Portsmouth has someone in the centre, as long as you have players upfield, you can make the most of the opportunities that you develop as soon as you pass the midfield line. As Mercy does, gets past the midfield line, drops into the centre. Dues managing to find a save this time. 22 seconds to go. Portsmouth need to hold on in this game for the sake of the series. We need to bring it back to
there it is!
And Bread with a big 50. 13 seconds to go. And I think they'll seal this game. Portsmouth bring it back to 2-2.
Well, if we were surprised about Kiel going and winning 2 games on the trot at the beginning of this series in the fashion that they did, I would be even more surprised to see them score 2 goals in the next 13 seconds. But it's Rocket League. We have seen that happen many, many times before. Mercy now faking the musty just to waste a little bit of time. Bread going to put the ball down. 0 seconds on the clock. Portsmouth have taken this 4th game of the series, and we're all tied up at 2-2 again.
It's Portsmouth is a weirdly constructed team of several very mechanical players. So even with these massively mechanical players, they're very much a team that will just sort of settle with, all right, we'll get the job done. And I think that game is exemplary of it. The goals, not flashy, they're not crazy, they're not insane, But I tell you what, they put Kiel under pressure. They made the most of the opportunities. They found the net a few times, and here we are. They've come back. They've won a game in this series, and now Kiel are sort of going, right, oh, now we do have a fight on. So we're in a good situation here for the series. We've got both teams in it. We've got both of the teams locked and loaded and ready to go. So for the rest of this best of 9, it is going to be an all-out brawl to see who takes away the NSC Championship for spring 2022.
We've essentially got a best of 5 now. We're all tied up, 2 games apiece. So yeah, 5 games remaining to see who's going to take this championship. And I couldn't call it. I think if Kiel had won this game, then I don't think anyone could blame anyone for then predicting Kiel to win. But right now, I couldn't predict either of the 2 teams. They're both playing pretty well, especially in that last game. Very evenly matched, it seemed. Portsmouth getting a couple of goals, possibly luck involved in a couple of moments there in that game as well. Just a few really interesting scenarios forming up here at the moment. But like you were saying during that game, the midfield, it wasn't dominated by either side, but both sides playing it really, really well.
Both blocking out the midfield, both sort of almost building from the midfield. Any team that tried to build an attack, build an offense from their own back line were the team that was really struggling to find a footing in this game. But the midfield line is where almost everything sort of came from. I think we'd sort of, you could say that there was a little bit of a moment where Portsmouth, that big redirect opportunity that Brett had and sort of unfortunately sent it too high, that was almost the only opportunity built from the back line that could have ended up into a goal in the back of the net. But any solid pressure comes from the midfield. Any solid attack and offense from both these teams came from the midfield line, and it came from just quick challenges at each other. Not giving each other time, not giving them a moment, but making sure that they had control in the series over the boost at the midfield and just control over the pitch. This has been a fantastic, and it's been a fantastically played series so far, really. Both teams are adapting to each other's style, and both teams have, like I said at the start of this sort of in-between game segment, both teams are in this series now, and this is going to be a fantastic final from here.
It definitely is. I cannot wait to get us back going again. But the players, I wonder how these breaks are affecting the players, because obviously we're all tied up now. Portsmouth have finally won a game in this series. They got the game advantage, and now they've got their first on-pitch game under their belts. Who has the momentum here? Because we talked about Kiel being very much a momentum-based team. They obviously don't have the momentum at the moment, but to Portsmouth, I'm not so sure.
I would say surprisingly, they don't, even after this one-game victory. However, I can see them pushing on from here and starting to get that momentum. Like I said during the game, they are very much a team that is just like, all right, we go out, we play, we get the job done. So that momentum doesn't really affect them. I would probably say these sort of these pauses are really helping out Portsmouth at the moment, sort of shake their head and sort of go, all right, let's shake ourselves off. We had a rough first 2 games of the series, but we're here to play. We're here to get the job done as we have the next game started. Can Kiel open this game by scoring? This would be a great moment for Kiel if they can just refine that momentum, refine what made them so great in the first 2 games, so much confidence behind every single play that they made. And just going for every single double tap, every single mechanical skill that they could bring out in the grand final. Psycho looked at the midfield line by Poddy. Let's watch this battle as it unfolds. That's a great pass from Mercy. Drops it down in towards the net. Blocked out from Dooz as he falls down and puts that clear. K3 with the drill play. Can't get past Red. And Psycho making sure that doesn't fall through for another Kiel teammate as Mercy trying to get that one clear. But again, struggling to get themselves clear as Psycho managing to take it away from the net. Need a moment to reset for Portsmouth to try and regain control, but again, Kiel are blocking off that midfield line and blocking off any transition upfield that Portsmouth can make.
Oh, the shot attempt there, it's off the backboard, and Poddy is going to get the first goal of the game. Kiel back on top again. A minute and 10 seconds play. K3 with the initial attempt off the backboard, and that pretty much took out the defense for Portsmouth. I mean, it's gone straight past Mercy. Mercy tried to make the touch off the backboard from K3 and maybe slightly misreading it and not in a position to make a shot. But we're going to be all tied up after 3 seconds. What a play from Portsmouth.
What a kickoff from Mercy. That comes off the sidewall. K3 can't get up. Dude's going a little bit too far to loop around at the back post, and that is flown into the top shelf. Portsmouth Paladins tie things up. We have completely reset this game.
That was an insane shot from Fred. So much power on it. Absolutely perfection from that attempt. And a minute 30 played. We're back level again. We're completely level in the series again. 1-1 in the game, 2-2 in the series. We'll see what the teams can do now. They've both got a goal in the game. As Portsmouth are going to mount another attack. The bump is made. It's not going to go in, though. It's off the backboard. And Doos is there to get the clear. Wow, that was a close opportunity for Portsmouth.
3 minutes to go, and they are really starting to bring out a few plays from up their sleeve. Mercy off the ceiling. Can't find the touches. Doos will come through and make the early challenge. Poddy taking 100. Pushing it into the center as K3 will take the possession of him. Mercy off the sidewall. K3 down to the center. Doos is there, trying to fake out one. Does roll away for Poddy. Out of boost, however, now will end up in the midfield line. The K3 blocks that once again. Down to Poddy, the shot on target, pushed away from Psycho. But once again, Kiel are making the most of this bit of pressure they have. The saves, not quite enough from Portsmouth, as Dudes finds the second touch off the backboard and makes it 2-1.
Dudes going for the mechanical plays all series long, and this is no exception. I don't think anybody else on the pitch goes for that. After that first touch, you go out, you leave that for a teammate, you call it for a teammate. No. Dudes gets that shot away, beats the defender, puts Kiel back in front. Mercy now is going to try and get a pass to Bread. Bread backs out of it. Sees the defense from Kiel is already there. And now the ball back into the Portsmouth goal mouth, and Psycho does well to get the clear, but can't quite get the second touch off the wall. And now it's Poddy trying to get a shot away, and it takes a triple commit from Portsmouth to get the ball out.
Psycho. Clearance again. Poddy going for the early challenge of the midfield line. Psycho can't get through. What is happening on the defenses? Kiel let Bread have a shot. 1:55 to go. And Portsmouth, they find a way through a few fakes, a few challenges going awry, and Kiel have been taken back to a tied game.
There was a whole lot of bumping going on the goal line. That's what happened on the goal line. As Poddy immediately goes to the demo on Psycho. Now Dudes has got a pretty much open net. The bump in the air, and it's off the post. Dudes misses. One player on the pitch to miss a shot like that, and I don't think anyone's going to pick Dudes for that one. Psycho now in the goal area of Kiel and can't quite get the good 50 needed. K3 past one. It's off the crossbar, and Portsmouth are being saved by the edges of that goal more times than any other team. What is going on here?
You're just going a little bit too far wide, too far high to make it into the back of the net. Poddy can't find the touch into the center, and that might roll through. No, Dudes will rotate back, making the block. K3 on the line, making the clearance upfield. Poddy making the challenge. That bounces in towards the center. Brett has to make the clearance out to Mercy. That's not a great touch coming through as Poddy makes the most and makes the challenge. Mercy taking it past an oncoming Poddy. Oncoming Dudes, I think, actually. Kiel looking at the boost right now. Both teams struggling a little bit for boost. It will be Portsmouth who make the great escape as that drops down. Drops away. No one else from Portsmouth upfield for the aforementioned boost issues that I talked about. K3 taking it off the sidewall, blocked out by Psycho. This will fall for Poddy. Going high, Mercy will make the clearance and control of the sidewall and towards the center. Taken away from Doos. K3, this is looking like the first overtime of the series, but really, the way the Kiel have played, it really shouldn't have ended up this way as Psycho off the backboard, sending it out to the right. Last few seconds to tick down. Cadu's take it away from Portsmouth. It's still up in the air. 0 seconds. Portsmouth looking to play spoilers now instead, but no, it hits the ground. We have the first overtime of the series, and it could be an absolutely vital one.
It absolutely could. Overtime losses always feel worse than regulation losses. You can prepare yourself for a regulation loss. Overtime, it all happens so quickly. And Kiel had a good couple of attempts there at a 0 second or a late time goal. That's going to go all the way in, is it? It is! And Portsmouth win game 5 in overtime.
That's the one that they needed. Mercy, breakaway, and just find the second touch before the challenge in the midfield line could be brought through. Portsmouth, they take the second game in a row, and that is absolutely vital for them to be able to take that one. My word, Dane, I said that this was going to turn into a brawl, and I think it really is starting to turn into one. There's the flurry of goals that we had Kiel scoring, then straight after the kickoff, Portsmouth come back and find the goals just directly off the kickoff. Big kickoff from Mercy coming through, and I think it was Bread just flying on in. Big top shelf shot to equalize the game. We get to overtime, and Portsmouth play spoilers to Kiel. As Kiel, there were just a few chances that they let go during that game. Dudes hitting the post. K3 off the flick, hitting the crossbar. Portsmouth were saved a little bit by the woodwork, but Kiel just didn't have the follow-ups to make the most of the opportunities they built.
Yep, they did have the better of the opportunities. I mean, Dude's hitting the post, going past almost every single person with the air dribble. A couple of bumps being made on the goal line as well, and then just dribbling that straight into the post, coming out. K3 hitting the crossbar a couple of times as well. Kiel really could have won that game and completely avoided the overtime to begin with. But I asked you before that last game started, who has the momentum? We pretty much both decided no one does. I think Portsmouth do now. They're only 2 games away from winning the championship.
Yeah, I did say personally that it was one of the conditions. If Portsmouth win that next game, as they did, but Kiel have decided, no, what is momentum? It's ours. Give it back. Portsmouth had the momentum for all of 11 seconds before Kiel stole it back from them, and we're now probably back at 0. Back at the midpoint. No one has momentum again. All 11 seconds of that casting analysis. That's the word. Great job, Alistair. But
you got that in the end.
all 11 seconds of that have mean nothing now once again. Stu's making the clearance out. Poddy upfield again. Psycho making the defensive touch, but then just leaving it as Kiel can push forward. But actually, that is big brain. That was almost big brain from Psycho. I just realized what he was doing. He knew one of his teammates would be able to save that. Straight off the back line. Went upfield, demoed the last person back on Kiel, so it opened up the pitch entirely. That was almost a massive brain move from Psycho to get that goal back to the Portsmouth side. Just about doesn't come through as Kiel need to parry away a few more offensive opportunities from Portsmouth. But again, the midfield line coming into play. Bread in clearance. K3 upfield. Psycho looking for the pass. Blocked away, but it does get through the Kiel defense. And Portsmouth can make the most. Bread, the shot on target. We are back to a tied game. 3:40 to go, and it is 1-1.
Psycho just into the middle. One of the easiest ways to score a goal in a 3v3 Rocket League is just that infield pass. If you can get that infield pass to the player you're trying to get it to, then it's a fairly simple shot that they have to make. That one wasn't quite so simple. The angle wasn't there. Red had to hit that behind themselves. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. Does it very well. Gets that second goal of the game. And we're all tied up in the game once again. But like I said earlier at the beginning, whoa, what is that touch from Poddy? Hello.
That is massive from K3. Flick to find Poddy. Poddy drops it down, and K3, I think he realized that Psycho's flying through. He knows the defense from Portsmouth is very strong, so he needed that 50-50 to come through, and a strong one at that, to make sure it ends up in the back of the net. Kiel once again finding their way through and finding themselves in the lead as K3 trying to find Poddy to return the favor. Not quite coming through, not quite close enough to Poddy. So it's a great play from Psycho. Mercy can drop that down. That is an almost fantastic angle. Bread coming through, way too slow from Kiel. And Bread finds the top corner to tie up the game once again.
It took an attempt from each of the Portsmouth players, but so many attempts in just a couple of seconds. Kiel's backline was no match for it, and Bread manages to get a very well-placed shot up into the upper 90, top left. Beautiful shot in the end from Bread. A lovely play from Portsmouth as well. Mercy doing quite a bit on the back wall as well. Oh, we're going to see an immediate reply from Kiel. No, we're not. Poddy just smashes it off the crossbar.
Reset again. Kiel will be looking for the lead again. We've had almost the same game. It's been Kiel leading, Portsmouth hitting back, Kiel leading again, Portsmouth hit back. And I'm sure we have enough time to get this finished in regulation instead of going to overtime. Red for back lines, taking it upfield to the halfway line, but again blocked out by Kiel as they look to get a passing play. Psycho on the line! Fantastic save! Dodges the demo, but K3 sends it low. Then finds the net. Kiel get into the lead after almost heroic defense from Portsmouth Paladins and Psycho.
Poddy has done just enough there. Doesn't get the demo, but gets the slightest of bumps just to pop Psycho up slightly. And that was enough to let the ball to just sneak under, gets the pinch off the ground, but can't quite get the definitive touch that was required. But Psycho, what a save to make that first one, and then very nearly getting the second as well. The recovery was fantastic. If it wasn't for Poddy, there's no way that ball's going all the way in. So Psycho, well, I can't feel bad about that one. Did everything possible.
Ooh, another demo almost coming through from Kiel. As they almost make it 4-2, finally just pull away a little bit from Portsmouth Paladins. K3 upfield, it's an opportunity for Kiel to move forward. Deuce taking control. Slow play to K3. Goes low again. Mercy wise to it. No one trying to demo him that time. So he can make the clearance. Outfield from Psycho. Parried away from Deuce in midfield. So once again, Kiel have control in the Portsmouth half. Bump in the center as Poddy is up. And towards the center. K3 second to it as Red clearing upfield. Deuce taking control. Has enough boost for a second touch, but can't find it still. Poddy taking control in the center, dropping it down. No one there from Kiel can make the most of that, and Portsmouth, they need to find one goal in a minute to make up for this. Otherwise, Kiel get this done in regulation and tie up the series once again. Poddy out to the left-hand side. Mercy trying to get into the way. Get control for his team. Bread, shot towards the net. That drops down for Kiel. K3 out of the play. Poddy gets back. And Portsmouth, they won't get through it. The defense this time. So that drops down. Red can't take in control. And it's a tricky situation for this Portsmouth side with 30 seconds to go. They do have possession though. The only question is, can they get through?
They need to get more physical. Kiel has been going for demos left, right and center, and it's worked for them on numerous occasions. Portsmouth not quite known for that really. Although we did see it from Mercy early on as the ball's going to drop down in front of the net. Deuce is going to get the clear. 5 seconds left. It's one more chance for Bread to try and make the shot. Poddy takes it to the corner. It's going to pop that down to the ground. And Kiel tie up the series once again. 3 games apiece in this best of 9.
A 3-2 game back-to-back, and the results switching. We said at the start of the series, not only the games, but the series is going to go back and forth between the two teams. And guess what? For some reason, I think the analysts know what's going on. So we've predicted this series and the style of games that we're getting correctly. These two teams are putting on an absolute show for everyone watching Insomnia just in Twitch chat. So hello everyone. You're enjoying one of the best series of Rocket League that you'll see all split from two of the best teams in not only the UK but Europe. But where do we go from here, Dane? Kiel have got themselves back into it. They've taken a third game after being a one game deficit down. Portsmouth, they've shown, well, just as much potential as their opponents to be able to take games and take the series from here. But the all-important question that we really love asking, who's got the momentum?
Honestly, I can't tell you. At this point in the series, I don't think momentum is even a thing anymore. I mean, Portsmouth have played fantastically. Kiel have played fantastically. They're just back and forth every single second. Yes, Kiel won that last game, but it could have very easily been a Portsmouth game. Both sides, neither of them are going to be particularly confident heading into the games because they know just how close it's been. They've been on the pitch to see that happen. But I think if Portsmouth want to take the series, they need to get a little bit more physical because Kiel are getting physical. Loads of bumps, loads of demos, and it's just opening up so many opportunities for them that Portsmouth just aren't getting on the other end.
Ooh, Potty was fighting a way through. K3 has a shot, but that's sort of thrown away possession a little bit for the Kiel side. So, Kiel trying to do... They are 2 games away from doing something that no team has done before, and that's take both NSC splits in a row in 1 year. It's something very tricky that even the great dynasties of the past were unable to do. Kiel, they are 2 games away from joining 2 other teams with 2 NSC championships to their name. Portsmouth, Psycho hunting for his second NSC championship, and Bread and Mercy will be looking for their first. It has to be said, at the start of the year when we talked about top teams, who was going to do well, I think a lot of teams and a lot of people almost wrote off Kiel as sort of, oh, they're good, but they might not reach their full potential, sort of, as usual in the year. They have ended all criticism of that, and they have won an NSC championship, and they're a grand final of the second. Portsmouth, for me personally, this Portsmouth side was always going to be one of the best in the country. It was just a matter of, can they win the big one? Can they win the NSC championship? And here they are again. These 2 teams have proven to be the best 2 teams in the country. 2 of the best teams in Europe. They're fully living up to potential at the moment. As Psycho sends one towards net. That's blocked out. Dude's making the save. Second touch doesn't come through from Portsmouth. There is so much on the line for both of these teams to sort of show what they can do in front of everyone. And they are putting on a fantastic show to do that.
Well, I mean, if you go back to the start of the season, a lot of people were looking at Salford Lions. Salford Lions
that's true.
didn't even make playoffs in any of the 3 divisions that we have in the NSC playoff bracket. They didn't even make any of the playoffs. So, yeah, that's absolutely crazy to see that sort of thing happening. And we just end up back where we left off in those winter finals, Portsmouth versus Kiel, and we're all tied up in game number 7. Now, usually, this would be played at Champions Field, and this would be the deciding game. We might just have 2 more games after this still, and that is absolutely insane to think about. These players, they've still got a long ride ahead of them.
Body clears out to the side. Talking of Salford Lions, I think this brings up a great point about both of these teams. Having ice in your veins during a playoff series, having ice in your veins in the championship game is what sort of the Salford Lions, the team that we sort of thought would be competing with Portsmouth definitely this season for championships, they didn't quite have during the winter. And now it really has turned out that both Portsmouth and Kiel have had that characteristic, that ability to just calm down, take the game under your wing and be able to take control of a series, of a game. 35 seconds to go. We've talked. This game has been the storyline game. We've been talking about how both these teams sort of made it. What means you should care about these 2 teams and pick one to support if you are neither from the University of Portsmouth or Kiel University. Pick one, because it's not a wrong answer. Neither of these teams are a wrong answer to pick. It's Mercy looking for the goal, the top shelf. The storylines continue as Portsmouth, they are hunting for that second NFC Championship, and Mercy was always hunting for that top left corner. 13 seconds to go, and Portsmouth could be taking the lead.
Well, that could just be crucial. I was really surprised to see not a single kill player go out for that. Maybe a lack of boost. I didn't quite see the boost meters at the time. 5 seconds left for kill to try and make something. Otherwise, Portsmouth, they're going to be on championship point. 1 second left. Portsmouth put the ball into the ground. They have championship point. They win the next game. They win the championship.
So this is what the last few weeks have been all about. The 2 placement weeks, the 4 league play weeks, the 2 playoff weeks. It could be coming down to this one last game if Portsmouth can take it. And that is a massive if.
Yeah.
Kiel, like I said during that game, these 2 teams both have that ice flowing through those veins. So I'm not expecting either team to run away with this. No matter what the outcome of this next game, this is going to be an absolutely fantastic last possibly 3 games. Last 2 games, possibly. This could very easily go the distance even from here. What Kiel needs to do now is access that part of their mind, access that calmness, access the ice flowing through their veins to get themselves back from the brink of losing this championship. And they can definitely do that easily. But Portsmouth, just as well, they just have that characteristic as well. So it's going to be very tough for Kiel to bring this back.
Kiel need to think about something carefully here. They're 4-3 down in the series, yes. But on the day, they're only 3-3. They're not behind on the day. They're still playing fantastically. They definitely do still have a shot at this. As we're going to get the first goal of the game. It's going to be from Portsmouth. They go ahead. They are now in championship winning position. And it's Psycho, the infield pass. I'm not entirely sure how it manages to get the angle that they do, but dudes just can't get across the goal in time. Kiel are now they really are on the back foot. Ignore what I just said for the last 10 seconds. We really are on the back foot now. I think we might be having a couple of tech issues at the beginning of this kickoff. We'll see.
Well, I'm sure the admins,
issues, yes.
the admins will have a ruling on this, but well,
so
the admins seem to have said that the admins seem to have said we can't stop. Credit to Portsmouth. They are not scoring. They are just waiting some time. This is great sportsmanship from the 2 teams, from this Portsmouth side. They're on the brink of winning the NFC Championship, but all about the sportsmanship here. So teams are asking
players
for
from both sides seem to be asking for a restart. Yeah, so Portsmouth, despite having the goal advantage, they want to win this in the right way. They don't want a little asterisk next to their championship. They want to restart the series. And they're going to get that. They're going to, not the series, so the game. They're going to get that. They're going to restart the game. We're going to have a clean start. So Portsmouth not going to be leading 1-0, I believe. Some internet issues from a player on the Kiel side. I'm not entirely sure which player it was. I know it wasn't K3 because K3 was the person leading most of the discussion in the in-game chat. But we're going to start off afresh in game number 8.
I think it was Dues having the internet issues. I think at the start, Poddy was sort of jumping and hopping around off the kickoff. K3, of course, leading the discussion there to try and get a restart going. So I think one of 2 things is going to happen. Either we have a complete restart, or I think what was suggested in chat, I think by both teams, is that a goal will be scored and they'll have a kickoff at 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So plenty of time for Kiel if they do go for that choice to get back into the game and equalize. But this is a little bit of an odd moment for these 2 teams, as what was looking like a very positive start for Portsmouth. They need to refine that. They need to refine that sort of, all right, we've got a great start, we've got the momentum, let's go again. They need to find that sort of, that momentum yet again. But then again, we've also said that momentum doesn't exist in the series. It's not a factor. So I'm not sure what they're going to find other than trying to find another goal, another good kickoff to start off these two teams. But let's quickly talk about EURC. Both these teams making CRL Worlds, and both these teams in a fantastic position. Going to Dallas, a lovely holiday over the summer, although actually it's not really a holiday. They're there to do work and beat North American teams, of course. But
yes,
they've had to battle through not only NSC, but that EURC bracket, the EURC league play. Do you think that the extra time in game at a set of teams has really improved the level of play for both these sides?
I think yes. I think having the opportunity to be able to go to CRL Worlds in the first place from the EURC has made every single game just matter that little bit more, because everyone wants to go there. Obviously, you all want to be able to make it there, and just to say that you made top 4 in EURC and you're guaranteed to go there straight away today is incredible. Seeing on Twitter a lot of activity from the players from both Portsmouth and Kiel, all in a little bit of disbelief as to actually the reality of the situation. They're going to Dallas to those finals. And then you've got K3, who had to cancel a family holiday halfway through just to make one of the playoff matches in EURC a couple of weeks ago. And now to make it to this point, just for the chance of making it to CRL Worlds, and it's paid off.
I think that was one of the reasons why one of the German sides made it that far, was because they had a slightly easier match with Time Constant stepping in for K3. But this is what this Rock League, this is what esports means to these guys. K3 giving up part of his holiday to manage to get back in time for one of the most important playoffs matches that they had through the entire competition. And now he's not only possibly battling later on today for the chance at that upper bracket final and that EURC championship, he's back and fighting for an NSC championship, the second possibly of his career, second for the Kiel Krakens and Kiel University. As we start off once again, we have gone for that 4 minutes 40 restart with a 1-goal advantage to Portsmouth. They did manage to find that goal. Of course, if you're not fluent in the rules of the Rocket League esports, as long as 1 goal has scored, you can't technically restart, but I think Portsmouth wanting to be a good sportsmanship has guided the opportunity for us to completely restart this game and make sure that this championship is not decided through almost a technicality of having one of the Kiel players have internet issues. K3 starting off the attack for this Kiel side. They have had great pressure since the restart. This Bread will try and escape, but K3 on the midfield line, clearing out field. Dude's looking for a doink. That goes high. Where is Poddy? There is Poddy. The shot just off target. And Dude's coming in. I mean, not K3. He was rotating back, but it doesn't matter. Kiel equalized with 3:40 to go.
Did I see a team bump? Oh, one of the players spawning right in front of Bread as he tries to rotate back. Possibly, I don't think he would have been able to get back just in time, but definitely did not help the cause. We're all tied up once again in this game number 8. Urban Central playing host and K3 off the line. Very smooth, very cool to catch that ball and make the play happen here. It's back into the purple half of the pitch, and well, the shot's going to come off. Is that going to go all the way in? It's going to just go wide. Body's there to make the clear. We said that momentum isn't a thing in the series anymore, but what is the immense pressure on Kiel to win this game. They know that they have to win. They cannot afford to lose this game. They'll lose the championship, and they know that. Body going to try and dunk every single player on Portsmouth. Gets to the last player, gets to Psycho, who's able to get that touch away.
Great pressure and great transition upfield from the Kiel side. That dribbling is sometimes not even about getting to access to the net. It's just about getting upfield to get set up. Just as I was talking about dribbles, just as I was talking about how important they are to keep it close and get possession upfield, Mercy decides, hey, But guess what? They can be used to dribble upfield. They can be used to take the shots. They can be used to score goals. Portsmouth Paladins, they won't park the bus. We know Portsmouth enough. They won't park the bus. They will not settle for just 2 goals. They'll go for a more comfortable margin. It's not how they work. They don't just park the bus and think, all right, that's it, 2-1 up, got a lead, job done. No, they'll want more. They'll want to keep the plays going and keep them flowing. Psycho, almost a slight mistouch, but does manage to find a way to clear it out. Bread, making sure that doesn't fall towards the net. Deuce, getting the catch, looking out, blocked out by Psycho. Deuce, trying to take back control. Mercy will clear the lines upfield. Poddy taking control. Down to Bread. Blocked out again. Here comes Psycho in towards the centre. Bread out to Psycho again. This is a weird little passing play that Portsmouth are bringing out. It doesn't quite bring them the opportunity towards the net. But with 150 to go, they won't mind. As long as the time is ticking down, it is ticking down towards their coronation for their championship win. In towards the centre. Psycho sending it wide again, but a Demo trying to clear out the Kiel players and open up the attacking end of the pitch for Portsmouth, and it almost has done. Poddy clearing the lines on the rotation, but the big dunk coming through. K3 can't clear. Deuce does so. 1:22 to go, and we are still at 2-1 lead for Portsmouth Paladins.
Psycho kind of go off the backboard there, and pressure on Kiel right now is massive, and a huge save coming out from Poddy to keep them in this one. Deuce now going to pop the ball up. Bread is there, but can't get a touch towards the net, towards the usable part of the backboard. Although maybe if the name above that car was Deuce, we might have had a little bit of a different story there. Going for insane shots with angles, and Deuce making a save, another crucial save. They need to get out of their own half. They need to get onto the purple side of the pitch, and they're going to. Poddy trying to get a block on the clear, but can't quite make it work. And Portsmouth just trying to waste time. They can't afford to sit back and defend, because the second they do that, this Kiel side is way too talented. Poddy making the move up through the pitch now. K3's going to try and get a touch, but can't. They're keeping the ball on the purple half, but they need to do more than this. They've only got 20 seconds left. The ball's going to pop all the way up and over. Psycho's going to miss touch. Ray has to make the touch there. K3 trying to get a shot on net, but can't quite do it. 10 seconds left.
Last few seconds to tick down this 1-goal advantage. As long as it stays intact, we have new Rocket League champions. Mercy can't drop it down, but we are at 0 seconds. Portsmouth, they just need to hold it. They just need to let it drop. Portsmouth Paladins are your spring 2022 Rocket League champions.
Absolutely incredible play by both sides today. And we'll get some replays of how this series has unfolded. Kiel, at the beginning of this series, they were unstoppable in the first couple of games. You can see here from game number 1, or game number 2 in the series, I should say.
Oh, this one from Deuce.
Yes, that is unstoppable.
This one from
K3,
I mean.
K3 off the crossbar. How are you supposed to defend against that one?
But even after all that, even after
here it is.
A fantastic start from Kiel,
that?
where they scored goals like that, Portsmouth, they managed to find a way back. They managed to get themselves through and managed to take back control and win the NSC Championship for this spring. Kiel won't repeat their feat, and in fact, it is third time time's the charm for the upper bracket team to take the win in the grand finals. This hasn't happened before, surprisingly. It always has been the lower bracket teams. But Portsmouth, they undo that curse. They make the win. My goodness, Dane. What a grand final. And I feel like, for some reason, I just feel like there was just a little bit more in that for Kiel, but they just couldn't quite find it in that last game.
Yeah, they definitely could have, and they had so many opportunities to have won some of the closer games, like this one. Portsmouth getting a late goal to tie the series up, tied the game up, and then finding the goal in overtime with an open net. Kiel could have easily won that game. We would have a very different story on our hands right now if that were the case. Some of these players absolutely incredible. This one, Mercy, it comes off the crossbar, Polly tries to get up to make the block, but no. Fred is there to put it in, and this is honestly, one of my plays of the game by Psycho. How on earth Psycho has made that save and then got back to make the second one as well without the bump on that play? Psycho's making one of the best double saves I've ever seen.
Then Mercy coming out of the fold to make sure that that goal ends up in the back of the net. Then we get to the all-important game. It started off a little bit weird. You had Psycho finding the net. And then just Mercy finding that decisive dribble. 2:43 to go. But not quite finding the win.
What a series.
There was the entire series.
Just highlight plays all the way through.
How did they condense that entire series into that short of a time? I don't know, but fantastic goals, fantastic games, and a fantastic champion in Portsmouth Paladins. Psycho getting his second NSC championship, and Mercy and Bread getting their first. But that is all from Rocket League. A fantastic final. Thank you very much for joining us for that. Dane, any final words before we throw back to Jin?
Well, I can't wait to see what the other games have got for us, because they've got a heck of a series to follow after that one. They've got to pull something out of the bag to try and beat this one here on Championship Sunday. And yeah, I cannot wait to see what the rest of the games come up with. It's been a fantastic start to the day. I can't wait.
It's been an honor and a pleasure to take control of the series. Rocket League is done for today, but it's not over yet. More NSC finals to continue. Gennaro, back to you.
Thank you, Dragon and Dane, for that coverage. Welcome back, everybody. And that is Keighley Krakens versus Portsmouth Paladins in the Rocket League closed out. Portsmouth walking away with that win. Both of these teams actually top 4 in Europe right now, qualifying for that World Championship as well, which is no feat, no small feat in itself. But unfortunately, Keighley here wasn't able to do what they did in winter 2021, where they took the win from Portsmouth. Portsmouth getting that revenge, securing that championship title. And before we do go ahead, I do want to highlight that there is not going to be an interview due to Psionic's ruling, which doesn't allow the players to be here today. But still, congratulations, guys. If you're watching, you did amazing. And looking forward to seeing more from you guys soon. We do, however, have the Siege players already setting up, as we have Siege coming up next. We got some Valorant later today, as well as CSGO. And all of this wouldn't have been possible without our incredible sponsors. We have Special Effect, Barclays, Intel, Monster Energy, as well as PC Specialists, making sure that we're all here today gathered together at one of the most eventful LANs I've been to. And don't forget, guys, there's always going to be the giveaway, exclamation mark giveaway, if you want to have a chance at winning that gaming laptop, Intel X NSE X PC Specialist giveaway coming through. And there's also a Monster Energy giveaway with the Monster Drop. I've seen this you type it in the chat. You guys can try it a little more. We still have 3 more chances of securing that drop. We're going to be back up with some Siege, so don't go anywhere.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this. This is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epicland a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being, sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At Warwick Esports, we're very keen on, breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
We're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Welcome back, everyone, to segment number 2 of the day. We're going to be looking at some Rainbow Six Siege, where Warwick once again is going to have that final chance of this weekend to potentially secure a championship title. We're going to be seeing the Blue Charm Collectors take on Swansea, a very well-established team indeed. And they're going to be heading out to see whether or not Warwick is going to be able to make their dreams come true. So far, as we mentioned, always a bridesmaid, never the bride. Yesterday, no luck. Maybe today is a little different. Looking at these teams specifically, they have both performed quite a dominant way over the last couple of weeks. Starting off with Swansea, who have won already against Warwick 7-5. So they've already established themselves against their competitor during stage 1. They even have a 2-1 map record against Warwick specifically, so they're definitely the favorites coming into the matchup today. The favorite map does happen to be Chalet, and although they weren't placed second or first in winter 2021, their third spot is now looking rather good as they're trying to secure that first spot coming in spring 2022 here on LAN. Blue Charm Collectors, on the other hand, they actually did lose a game during stage 1, and that was specifically against Swansea. They also lost during the Division 1. That was one of their games against Office Shares. Didn't work out the way they would want it to be, and therefore they are more of the underdogs coming into it. The favorite map does happen to be Villa, and in winter 2021, they were quite closely behind Swansea specifically as they placed 4th in that segment as well. Now, our casters for today, they're going to be Grace and Goler Moller. And guys, do your incredible jobs. Let's use it.
Hello. Thank you, Janira, for that wonderful throwover. It is I, Golumolu, and I'm joined once again by Grace on this wonderfully sunny Easter morning for the greatest game that is being played this weekend, in my humble opinion. It's the Rainbow Six Siege Finals, and it's Swansea versus Warwick. A matchup which I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams, with that history, take each other around.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, again, you talk about the history here. Swansea, so much history over the last 5 years within the Rainbow Six University circuit. Then you've got, Warwick as well, who've decided that they're going to come out of nowhere over the last 2 years. I will say they've kind of, really been pushing these esports teams. Warwick traditionally as well, it's not just the fact that they will just be like, okay, let's have a little bit of siege action. They'll do it across multiple titles, similar to Swansea as well, Golu, may I add. They get these teams, and it's not just one team. They'll put in multiple teams into these tournaments to really, try and get to the point where they can be like, okay, multiple finals under our belt. And I do believe actually this weekend we have seen Warwick at a significant amount of finals, haven't we?
Yeah, I believe they're in all 3 of our finals yesterday. So again, like Janira was saying, this is their last chance to get that first place at this event. I don't think they're taking part in our 3 events following us this afternoon. But yeah, Swansea, their only chance. So both these teams really want to take the victory here today over each other. And again, this Swansea team, pretty good at coming second place. And I want to break that curse today.
I mean, second place indeed. We did even see them in another tournament this week recently, where unfortunately they did have they lost a best of five, I believe it was, way best of five to staffs. It was 2-7-2s. At the same time, I just want to point out that when we look at the data behind that match, we look at the way that Swansea played. They were doing everything perfect, in my opinion. They were just kind of outgunned a little bit in some situations. So again, if that Swansea comes through today, again, I do believe we have Jake Southst actually playing in it today. I believe they're replacing Dai. So Jake actually playing, I'm assuming off the top of my head that Jake's going to be doing the IGLing. He's going to be on that support role. He's going to be really the backbone for his team, sending them forward to do what they do best. And again, as I say, they have their checklist in front of them constantly. They know what they have to do. It's just then executing it against Warwick today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Matt, Vito might be ready to get to see where these two teams will be taking each other on. We jump over for this wonderful game. Are we? Oh, there we go. The map picks are in. The Clubhouse.
Of course.
Start.
Of course.
It's a classic. We all love a good Clubhouse. You know, both these teams, again, you talked about Swansea's checklist. They'll know exactly what they want to do here. And for Warwick, it's another map that they will feel comfortable just feeling out. And it's a nice place to start a best of three, especially if it's on stage for the first time. And Villa. Now, I love Villa. Villa's a wonderful map. A bit more open. Teams have to know what they're doing a little bit better, and you're vulnerable to those flanks at times, which you will have to keep your eye on. There's plenty of things to deal with that. The last map, should it be needed, the decider for this wonderful series this morning is going to be Oregon, another bread and butter map for these two teams. A bit of a classic. Okay, you got the Clubhouse Oregon, but Villa's in the middle there. That's at least something we can take from there.
It's interesting in the sense that obviously, you know, they've weighted these map picks in the direction of being a little bit safer, a little bit by the book, a little bit, as you say, bread and butter. The Villa pick in the middle, Swansea clearly have something up their sleeve for that. Yeah. When it comes to Clubhouse and Oregon, you know, we always say it's that very basic by the by book, you know what you're going to get. So when it comes to those maps, there's very limited you know, area for creativity. When it comes to Villa, on the other hand, again, it really does come down to, you say it's a very, like, you know, roam heavy map, absolutely 100%, but it's also how you're playing that roam on the defense. Because if you're doing like a hard solo roam and you go the other side of the map, as an example, maybe you get one kill, but then you're immediately picked off. It's like, okay, great, they've just balanced that out and no one's there for the refrag, and it's just a bit like pointless. Whereas if you've got like a bit of a duo extension, that can sometimes work a bit better. Again, that's what I'm going to be mostly focusing on when it comes to that Villa map, especially given who starts in defense, etc., etc. Lately, one thing I have noticed is when it comes to the attacking side with these Villa map picks as well, across all kind of tiers and all tournaments, is that the attacks are getting a lot more aggressive. Obviously, we're in this nade meta at the moment. So again, I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit of that action today as well, which I hopefully we will, fingers crossed, the meta comes through. But yeah, starting on Clubhouse, that's going to be a nice one.
Yeah, well, and we're straight into the ban phase with Warwick taking the standard ban. That's the Thatcher off the board. No EMPs to open up these walls, but potentially Maverick still in play. I don't feel like Swansea will go for removing that here. It just hinders them a little bit too much for my own liking.
Yeah, and again, we're going to... Thatcher Maverick, I think there we go, isn't it? We love to see it. Swansea bang out nice and safe. I'm going to assume we might see the Kaid come through then as a result of those. Again, if you ban out the Kaid, you then have to go below 9 times out of 10 unless you're taking the Kali. There we go. The cheeky Kaid taken immediately off the board. Presumably then this gives flexibility to Warwick now, where they can probably focus more on those intel operators, getting some of that out the way. And again, they have the power really which one they want to take themselves, as they are the ones starting on the fence here. So let's see what they ban. And it's a cheeky Valkyrie, of course.
Yeah, I think the Valkyrie ban makes a lot of sense. I believe the pick rate is climbing a lot. You know, you're looking at the high rank numbers, it's something like 70-ish%. It's in the 70s. An operator who obviously that asymmetric information you get as the defenders is just so invaluable, and as the attackers having to look out for them. The only real counter to the Valkyrie is that IQ, and the amount of utility you get for bringing that IQ pick just isn't really up to scratch with what you need from your lineup on the attack. So it makes more sense just to get rid of it completely.
Absolutely. And again, I spoke of the nade meta, and we are already seeing the cheeky Thinker, the cheeky Ayana, the Sledge. It's nade time, and I'm here for it. Interesting to see Warwick start on Doom Bedroom, actually. It tends to be that kind of territory, so that a lot of people don't really like to start on because it can be one of the more annoying ones to defend, to be honest. Again, as soon as that spire wall is open, yes, you might have that mirror set up, but all it takes is for someone to go underneath. Again, nade meta, they're just going to send that nade to your feet, and you're going to be taken clean off the map very, very quickly. So again, I think that's a curious thing to me, is that this is very, we're on the bread and butter map and we're going for these bread and butter setups, but at the same time, Swansea, especially when you look at the experience within that lineup and you assume that, Jake will be probably IGLing them, they're going to know exactly how to deal with this. But again, assumptions can be everything. Let's see how they actually get on, Golu.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's an interesting site option, especially against, we talked about this checklist that Swansea are going to have at the ready, and, changing things up. CCTV is a site that a lot of attacks are starting to get very comfortable with. Force them to clear out this row first, and that's what they're going to do. Jake using that exothermic charge on the wall, repelling up so it skips that mute jammer radius, now it's been changed into the sphere rather than the cylinder, and just slowly start to whittle away at this defense. You can see Burst 10 on that one, just waiting at the top of red stairs, has that shield, keep him a little bit safe, and the magnets will be deploying as he gets those off cooldown just to continue to slow down Swansea's approach.
The thing I really want to see too is some additional pressure near kind of spar logistics, just to get those like hatches, get a bit of the wall open nice and early as well. But it does look like they're just doing Swansea things, which is, getting their checklist out and going, okay, let's clear this A, B, C, and have a great time with it. No kills going out so far, which is very interesting. You normally see, especially in this first round, people being a little bit more aggro, going for some of those earlier engagements. So again, this kind of proves to me that both these teams are going to be a bit more patient with it and really try and mind their P's and Q's. A little bit of nade action going out, but it does seem like Bros is actually able to safely retreat back into this cache area. Sugar, well, there we go, getting the pick there onto JMXC. Opening pick going in the favor of Swansea. Mate also taking down Bros. And oh my god, it's a flurry of kills, Golu. Blizzard trying to trade it back, but as you can see, it is now a 4 versus 2, and well, shotgun to the face back is indeed going to fall, and it's left down to Blizzard and Nom the Nom to fend off the 3 remaining players of Swansea.
Jake finally shuts down Blizzard. Nom the Nom taking a little bit of damage there from Sugar Honey Iced Teas. He's aggressing onto this LMG. The Thinker will go down. Has an additional surge, has to finish that off before it can be brought up. But Jaff with the cover, waiting for his teammate to pick themselves back up while he finishes off that kill with Diana. I mean, a wonderful round from Swans there. It started to look like they were getting slowed out a little bit by Blue Charm Collectors there, but Sugar Honey Iced Tea just coming up that stairs. They had the pinch, and it just completely fell into place for them in the round.
The thing I find interesting there is the fact that obviously they were getting these kills, and it's the length of time that Swansea were willing to hold on to cash, given that they've done such a good and patient job so far. And then as they started to push and get those kills through, it's like, okay, they tried to contest them, but it's like, okay, why not just fall back to site at that point? Give yourself a little bit of breathing room, because they still have to drone out, construction, a little bit of logi and stuff. This gives you a little bit of time and breathing room to kind of get your angles set up as a team and just wait for that approach. See, I think, again, I said I wanted to see a bit more aggression, but not that kind of aggression, to be honest. Could have been a little bit of a mishap there on the side of Warwick, but
yeah, you saw Blizzard getting quite deep into server.
Yeah,
running in with the shotgun.
This is it. It's like, okay, well, maybe you save that for, the actual execute itself, especially when those shotguns do tend to work out a bit better close range like that. But again, I do appreciate being a bit more bolshy with it, especially in that first round. So I think it'd be hypocritical of me to ask for bolshiness and then when I get it, kind of complain about it. So I think, yeah, excellent first round from both sides, to be honest. And as I say, both teams being very, very patient for a majority of the round, which I think is a really good thing. Playing it very by the book as well, which is very pleasant to see. Going to see a lot of these more standard and metas kind of come through, which is always a really nice thing on this beautiful Sunday morning. Well, afternoon now, actually.
Yeah, has in fact passed 12 o'clock, which makes it the afternoon. But yeah, I mean, it's always interesting. I think the university scene, especially over the last year, has really grown into following these sort of picking up these stronger playstyles, this meta playstyle of playing with utility. And I mean, even a year ago, it was a lot more sort of frag fiestas. So it's quite cool to see that these two teams are playing these much more reserved and patient way. Swansea, a minute in, taking that garage control, and again, just want to try and put the pressure on into server, sending the flashbangs in to try and clear out any magnets over by red stairs. Sugar Honey Iced Tea not quite as close to the bottom of red stairs as he was in the last round, which was helpful in clearing Bros 10 out of that red position, but it looks like Warwick are going to start to peel away. No, Bros 10 goes aggressive, gets the pick onto Matty. Blizzard takes quite a lot of damage. Bros 10 also quite low, and the two of them, you have to be very careful in this position now, as if they start to fall, that does give that space up to Swansea. Could retreat downstairs, instead lingering around, maybe seeing if they can get any hidden picks away, just to continue to halt Swansea down. They've still got that mirror to fall back to, though, if they want to.
Absolutely, and again, it's kind of come to a little bit of a standstill, as you say, as they are trying to find these players. Ooh, Spack in a little bit of an awkward situation there. There we go, Bros popping up again, letting him know that he does indeed exist, but he's going to go for a long rotate through land. Maybe go for a little bit of bar, try and go up main stairs again, which I do think is the right call here. Sugar Honey getting a pick there. Weiwei also falling. Blizzard and Weiwei having a little bit of a decent time actually holding off the players of Swansea. It's just all good things have to come to an end. And now we've got a 3 versus 4. And this is what I was talking about. This is where you do pull back. So it's really good to see that Warwick have actually chosen to do this. But Sugar Honey setting up around this window to give an extra bit of pressure, extra angle of pressure. A lot of control here on both sides, to be honest, Golu.
Yeah, and now that they've cleared out this cache, they can play these windows aggressively. Seeing Jake rotating over, possibly back to that breacher, and deny any rotation through the corridor, nom the nom, on that gym doorway. Just try and pinch these players down, try and find those picks. 27 seconds to get into sight and get this plant down, though. As the first smoke is going to go off, that's going to be to block off the position of the Jaeger. Rose 10 trying to lend some support fire, but JMXC will find the pick onto Jaff in the meantime. Jake somehow made his way into bathroom, though. Not quite sure how he's passed by the Jaeger. They're using the smoke as cover. Nom the Nom will find one onto Jake. Sugar finds another. Nom the Nom a double to try and get things down. The diffuser is dropped, and it's only one remaining player for Swansea. The 1 versus 2. The time is too low. They're not quite to find these remaining 2 players. They can find Nom the Nom able to hold on tight and pick up a triple kill for himself in the round.
Nom the Nom on an absolute tear that last round, really winning his ones against players of Swansea. Again, the utility was coming down in such a perfect way. But at the end of the day, if someone's there to take you down gun skill wise, they're going to do it. And that was really good to see. And again, both sides playing it really by the book. I can't really fault anything both sides are doing at the moment. I think they're playing it really, really well. It is just going to come down to positioning and how you're getting caught out in these gunfights.
Yeah. I mean, you try and take that position inside the bathroom, try and clear the Jaeger out. If they'd been able to find that pick earlier on when Jake was pushing in, I think it's just hidden in the smoke. You can't quite see players as you walk past them. It's a little bit unfortunate. Had you found that, that would have been the opening to move onto that mattress inside of the master bedroom, or the one that's like stood up. It's got like a metal sheet next to it. I don't know what it's called, but you get to that spot, you get that plant down, you try and then put the pressure on the defense. Instead, though, now that Warwick have that round, they're going to be forced onto a different site, and it's the basement they're going to go to, with still rocking that Jaeger Wamai, but they've got the castle to play. Weiwei bringing those barricades just to try and slow down this attack once again. And I think it's interesting. You see these sort of heavy Rome-style plays on the basement sites, influenced and propped up by SSG in the early, well, a couple of years ago now at this point. That's scary to say, but it'd be interesting to see how they choose to use this just to slowly halt out Swansea.
Yeah, defo. And again, I really love the fact that they are kind of every time going for these similar kind of setups where they are extending it as much as possible, using their utility as much as possible, but the issue sometimes with doing an extended hold is if they kind of count like the amount of players on site, if there's not really a lot of you, sometimes they will go for a little bit of a cheeky rush action, but I don't think we're going to see that quite just yet. I do think Swansea are going to play it very by the book themselves. I think we're going to see this kitchen hatch get opened very, very quickly by Spack. Those beautiful ex-Kairos, but again, you do have JXMC underneath who could go for a little bit of an impact trick as well. So we'll see what happens with that regard. It doesn't really look like anyone's going upstairs to contest it either, does it?
No, and with the holes they've made for them, they will be able to shoot those X-Kairos off from above. 2 players now, both waiting around, again, just to slow things down. You need to go up to this hatch, Swansea. I believe that's Jake repelling. No, he's not even repelling up. He's going over to construction. For the time being, they've been kind of left alone, although he has now made his way into dirt, joining Matty. That's Diffuser in their pocket as well. If they can try and get this pick off here, trying to deny this entrance, the defense are, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. JMXC holding tight with that Alder. That's a pretty strong crossfire to have. You don't want to walk into that 80-bullet LMG. So Swansea will just take that as the opportunity to back up just a little bit. But still, Grace, this Rome has gone unchecked.
Rome has gone unchecked, yeah, but at the moment I'm kind of thinking like there's a clear pathway where you could just bum rush down main stairs and no one's gone for it, which again just shows the patience of Swansea. Jake actually falling there. Someone gets the opening pick into his pocket, but again, it's maybe the drone work is a little bit to be desired here, but it does actually look like they're going for a little bit of a dirt rush here, which is what I did hope would happen. As soon as you do see that there is this extended hold, sometimes the best thing to do is to just go a bit more for the joker, go a bit more direct. And here we go. I think things are going to get underway as Matego's charging in, and there we go. Oh, actually, the side of Warwick are able to deal with that approach very, very well. It's all left down to Spack now, a little bit of an unfortunate one. Again, ideally having that drone utility and getting a little bit of intel to see what the actual setup is, what crossfires are being held as well. Maybe a little bit of util could have been used there as well. We did have the flashes on Spack, and maybe a few flashes going out before they attempted to go for that rush could have been the play there. But for now, it looks like Spax is going to kind of wait outside dirt, and he's going to use this opportunity to use that time as a little bit of a tactical timeout for his team, have a little bit of natter. What did we do wrong there? And how do we not do it again? JMXC, however, Alder in hand, getting a little bit aggressive here, really wanting to find Spack and win his ones here. He's like, no, I was promised a dub and I want my dub. And that's what happens when you chase him down like that, especially when you've got something as chunky as an Alder, where it's literally, it's like a hot knife through butter, but it makes some noise. It really does.
Yeah, Warwick going for that last second kill. Not going to find it, but they'll take the defensive round win. I think the thing for Swansea there was, for me, just not dealing with that upstairs roam. If you're not going to go hard into a rush like you were wanting to see from them, like that dirt push they went for, if you're not going for that early on, you need to be clearing out that roam. Non the nom, get the free pick onto the ace. You want something like that kitchen hatch open, but without contesting upstairs, it's not going to get done. You need to make sure that you're clearing that space for yourself to be able to do what you want to do. We're finally, though, going to see Warwick bring out that CCTV room. It's clearly fallen out of their favor a little bit.
I mean, yeah, they haven't. This is the first time we are going to see it from them. And at the same time, I think this could be quite interesting because we did see how quickly Swansea would approach you know, the CCTV breach, and considering the fact that if every time they're able to contest against those reinforcements and the mute jammer, then it should be relatively straightforward. Yes, you might have someone lurking downstairs, and the roam downstairs might be a little bit stronger this time on this site, but Swansea know how to use that util to get that wall open. They know how to get that pressure applied to garage. It's going to be an interesting one, really, to see how Warwick actually, you know, will they pull something more creative out of the bag? I mean, already we're seeing the alibi kind of come through, which could be quite interesting because, you know, players typically, if they're feeling a bit fraggy and you shove an alibi in front of them, they do get distracted by it. They'll try and headshot it thinking it's an actual player. And then you get that constant live ping from them of their location, which is quite nice if you are defending like that.
It also reveals some information on what operators they're playing, which is another big thing. Now the sixth pick isn't around, now that we have that repick instead. Getting that information as the defense can really help you early on into a round. You're going to see what their approach to deal with these bandits are. It doesn't look like they're going for an active trick. So a well-timed frag grenade thrown in from, say, the CC window. None that I'm taking a lot of damage there. I'm not sure if that just peeking a window over aggressively, maybe trying to prep himself a run out, just not quite working for him. But Jaff quickly relaying the information to his team that, yep, logistics is clear. You can go into master bedroom as well. They're going to start for a construction push instead. You've still got the thermite hanging around on the other side. Looks like they're finally going to drop onto that construction balcony to open up that wall as well. Just give themselves another option to walk on in. On the other side of the doorway, Sugar Honey lining up for a frag grenade over the top just to remove these mute gemmers, remove these bandits, and open up that wall.
There we go. There's a little bit of nade action coming through. Try and get rid of some util, but I do believe as well we might be able to deal with that. Oh, actually, no, they can't deal with that. The Selmas are indeed coming through. Now, Golo, that wall is getting nice and plunked open. Way in a little bit of a predicament there, but actually manages to get one pick onto Jaff there.
Oh, and somehow able to escape with his life as well. Takes a hefty chunk of damage from Sugar Honey Iced Tea, who will eventually find his teammate Blizzard. The mute getting a little bit overzealous on that window, trying to get something done. But now, the nade coming through, that gives Spack the opportunity to open up the main breach, give themselves that CC angle. With that diffuser inside of constructions, they might try and push into cash. The grenade from Matty will sing out true. Bros 10 goes down. Weiwei taking up that position on red, but the plant is going down. Jake sticking onto it. The cover from Spack on that main breach is going to be good. The nitro cell from Weiwei will shut down Jake, though. The ace going down, and now suddenly, as the picks fall in, Weiwei finds another on Sugar Honey Iced Tea after a team kill from the Finker as well, and it's all down to Spack. His two opponents are very low on HP. One bullet from his gun will heal, but it's not going to be enough. Weiwei playing tight around the green box, lands the shots, and Warwick starts to take the lead a little bit further away. the first half of the clubhouse.
And, that's promising to see as well, taking the lead, of course, when you're on the defensive half. The interesting thing is, though, if Swansea can bring it to even Stevens or even to a 2-4, I reckon they'll be okay. If you're Warwick, though, you're feeling pretty good right now because you're dealing with most of the stuff that Swansea are throwing at you. And again, it's even these things where, yeah, you're in a 1v2, but your opponents have this tiny bit of health and they're still able to accurately get those headshots through. Warwick really feeling themselves today, to be honest, Golu.
Yeah, Way, Nom the Nom, both of them had big rounds where they've just taken frags off of Swansea that without doing so, it looks like Swansea have a commanding position in the round, and just seeing their confidence to take these gunfights is it's encouraging to see from a team that you would have proposed as the last time these two teams played, they lost out. They lost to them in the third, fourth place game in winter. So to see them coming in so aggressively, so fast early on in this series is a nice change of pace, and it indicates that potentially we could see a different outcome. Maybe Warwick will bounce back and take Swansea out this time around. But going back to Jim, resetting up this roam game, but changing it slightly, no longer having that extension onto red. It looks like they fully reinforced it off and using the bandit just to lock it down a little bit more, but potentially leaving the server-sided wall. Oh no, it's been reinforced from the other side, I believe. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's just my poor eyesight doing me no justice. But still, you're holding on with Jaeger, you're holding on with my just less space now. And it also gives Swansea, denies them that option to come up red stairs and get that rotation hole into cash. So potentially they bunker down harder, but do it for longer.
I kind of feel like it's still interesting that we're seeing Swansea kind of go for these full clears every single time. They're not really trying to do anything too razzle-dazzly. They're not trying to do anything a bit too, I'm not going to say unsafe, but they're not really trying to do things that could maybe be a little bit easier for them, but at great kind of risk at times. They are playing this super patiently. They are playing this super safely. And I think that's quite an interesting thing to see. It's back getting the pick down to Bros, but Weiwei's going to trade that pretty quickly back onto him for Golu.
Yeah.
Blizzard waiting patiently. If they got the intel for that, a nade coming through could be really beautiful right now. That would deal with him very quickly, but I'm not sure if they're fully aware of his positioning. There's a nade coming through from Sugar Honey. Actually, it wasn't a nade. I think that was just something else, to be honest. Jake taking down Blizzard Bow finally, and now they have all of this cash control, and they can start making their way. Jaff going for a little bit of a snaky action, proning himself through that hole, and now they have to try and take construction again, deal with this mirror window that is set up in that logistics cubby as well. I would like to see a bit of extra pressure coming through from that spar wall, though, as well. Again, go for that kind of pinch action. They do have the util to be able to do that, so it's an interesting one that they haven't decided to go for that two-dimensional approach yet.
It's interesting that with 4 frag grenades still in pocket, okay, I think we're finally starting to see this vertical nade come in. This is just the easiest way to get around this mirror window. Sugar Honey Iced Tea, a well-placed nade will net him that free kill onto the mirror. Oh, not quite well placed enough. It's going to do about 75 damage to JMXC, but not enough to fill up that kill. It will force them off of that mirror window, which is going to be that opportunity towards forwards. He's going to find it again. Sugar Honey Iced Tea nading himself downstairs. That's not how you want to start things off. And the 2 versus 3 now, sorry, JMXC. Low HP, but holding onto that mirror window and just being able to play these one-way angles. You know when they're swinging into you. It's such a massive advantage that you can't underestimate. Just toying around this Yana now, trying to peek in, see what's going on. The frag grenade thrown a little bit too deep to force JMXC off of this position. It's just stalling out. 17 seconds for Swansea to make a move. Using that Gemini, Nom the Nom finds Matty. Jaff all by his lonesome. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you're going to find 3 players in 9 seconds. You never know.
I think this is it. Like, I don't... Okay, there we go. There's that pick. But at the same time, it's like, okay, the execute hasn't come through. You get that dub at least. Pad out the KD a little bit more. But again, this is what I'm talking about, where we need that second dimension to these attacks. I think it's absolutely brilliant that they're going for that map control. They're going for that full map clear. But then when it gets to the setup around the site, especially when you have got mirror windows in play, yes, the nade meta underneath can help. But by opening that spar wall, you're giving an extra line of sight for the defenders to worry about. They're not going to be rotating as much. They know that that mirror is then trapped in logistics technically as well. So then the mirror starts getting a little bit flustered and is kind of thinking like, okay, I really need to win my ones here. And then you send out a bunch of flash utility. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't really see any kind of like Magnets ADS situation defending behind that mirror, which is why that nade was able to go past. It's just such a shame that it went so deep. Otherwise, that could have been quite a nice little clear there. But again, just a little bit more additional pressure needed in that late round, to be honest, from Swansea. I think it would be really, really beautiful to see that come through.
Yeah, and you also have the thing of you can use the hatch and logistics as well. Try and play from above that mirror, just force them off, make some uncomfortable shots. If you go onto you can do that little trick where you can jump on top of the vent and you can shoot through the little railing. You can actually get down to the feet of that mirror standing on that position and just try and pepper in some shots, make them just a little bit more uncomfortable as you go for that push. There are ways of coming around it, but Warwick 4-1 up now. Even if they lose this round, they'll feel very comfortable with the half. But last time they went to basement, they did a good job on this top floor roam of just not giving up space. Swansea felt forced to go for that push down dirt, and they had two players waiting for the crossfire, which turned into a bit of a meat grinder, if anything. Swansea need to try and go for this clear this time around instead. You've got to clear out logistics for my money.
No, absolutely, I agree. But it does look like that is what they're planning to do, and I think Nom now very aware of the fact that there may be some players coming through about logistics hatch to deal with him. But again, even by opening that hatch and having a player present, you don't even need to contest these angles, to be honest. You are pushing them back enough that they're too scared to really peek these holes. I mean, Nom obviously getting a bit bolshy with it here. Could die very quickly if someone was to contest that. But this is, allowing the ex-Kairos to actually do their job without Nom causing too much chaos to it. And I think, again, it's all about sometimes playing a bit of a mental game, isn't it, Golo? It's not just about, okay, I'll peek this angle and deal with them. It's like, yeah, if you open that hatch, they at least know that someone's going to try and contest them if they try and go for a play like that. And I think that's a beautiful thing about Siege. And speaking of beautiful, beautiful shot there by Spack, taking down the AMXC. So that's a Maestro off the table. Of course, his Evil Eyes will still be able to give intel. It's just that we've got that Elder firmly plonked away now, and that's going to be really, really nice when it comes to that final execute, because you don't have to deal with that disgusting gun in your face.
Yeah, it also frees them up a little bit of space to start to move into Armory. So that was where that Maestro was holding on tight. Will give you, when you go for that kitchen drop, you can get down, and also those Evil Eye bubbles aren't going to be shooting those tasers into you anymore. Still got Weiwei hiding around inside a bar, has that hatch open, so when he wants to, he can drop. Matty might be the first one to meet him, but no, he is going to drop away, fall back down to the basement. They still have 4 members alive. They can still hold on tight. There's not too many openings on this bottom floor, but Spack will create another one, or at least stop someone from watching it. Nom will go down. Another vertical angle from this Habana, just starting to whittle away, just pick down these defenders. It's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable where you can actually play now as Warwick in this basement, especially with Sledge continuing to rip open this floor. And with some breaching charges, Weiwei's going to take some damage from one going off above him.
Absolutely, and again, it's, as you say, difficult positioning, and it really will come down to positioning with these two teams as well. They do have a lot of utils still in their pocket as well. We've got 2 nades, 3 flashes, and a breaching pad. Looks like Jake's going to use that breaching pad to open up an additional line of sight through that verticality of the kitchen. Spack searching for the heads of the Warwick defenders. Just got to find one at least, and that could give them enough of an opening to go for this execute. Beautiful shot there by Matty. As the plan is going down, Jake has indeed found his way down the hatch to Sugar Honey. And there we go, a flawless round coming through by Swansea. Really good job there. That's how you do a basement attack.
Yeah, they did everything right. They cleared out the roamers. They opened up the kitchen hatch. They had pressure from the bottom main stairs, and they just dropped the kitchen hatch, had pressure from the dirt, covering all the angles. It worked flawlessly. That is what you want. That's what Swansea would have been wanting to do from the start. Maybe it took them a little bit of time to get their footing. Maybe it's the first time they felt that they were able to, I don't know, properly deal with that roam from Warwick in ample enough time to set themselves up. Either way, they found what it worked, but now they have to swap sides, which means they can't carry over that same attacking rhythm into more rounds, but they will get to defend, which a lot for most teams is the more comfortable side, and it's going to be straight down to the basement. Don't want to deal with Jim or CCTV just yet.
And this is it, as I said as well, like Swansea, if they get 2 rounds in on this defense, again, we talk a lot about how maps will be attack or defender sided, and with Clubhouse, it traditionally has always been defender sided, even though things have been a little bit more changed up with this nade meta. The thing I'm curious to see, of course, we are seeing Bros there on the Thinker. We are going to see Weiwei on the Sledge as well. The interesting thing here is GMXC on the Ying. Again, that could be quite interesting. We've got 2 breaching tin cans potentially. There we are. Yes, they have indeed bought those breaching tin cans, as I like to call them, on that Ying as well. So that's additional hard breach should anything happen to Blizzard there on the Habana. At the same time, you've got those 3 Candelas, soon to be 4 actually, Golu. Which is
Yeah,
an
that's a
interesting
scary
point to
change.
probably, yeah, that's going to be really interesting because again, Ying is so situational. If you're bringing her, it's because you are going to presumably go for a little bit of a rush, or you're bringing the glass as well for that old school glass kind of Ying meta. But the fact that that's going to have changes will be really sweaty. But for now, Swansea only have to deal with 3 of them, and they do have the Wamai and they do have that Jaeger as well. So that's lots of util to deal with those Candelas if they start to come through as well.
Yeah. Also hiding away on this top floor roam still, waiting around. Sugar and ST. We saw the shots being peppered in by JMXC on that Ying, just up that staircase, just in case anyone happened to be crossing over. Speaking of crossing over, it looks like they're going to start to take some damage. The Vigil, he's falling away into Master Bedroom, just wants to continue to play the time. That's the most important thing on the roam. You've got to whittle away that clock. You've got to stall out the attack for as long as possible, so that when they go for that execute downstairs, you leave your anchors, you leave your site players in as advantageous a position as possible. He's going to continue to do that, just hiding away. Still, though, waiting for this kitchen hatch to be opened up. They have the Habana waiting by the window. He's going to vault in, not going for the upside down rappel. Instead, just wants to be inside there, use 2 at a time. Want to get around that impact tricking as much as you can. The first one will be stopped. Looks like Matty will invest them just to slow down Warwick once again. Again, just playing this clock as Bros 10 pushes very aggressively through the smoke canister. JMXC finds 2 in the tunnel. Weiwei finds a third of the Sugar Honey Iced Tea upstairs, and it's all starting to fall apart here for Swansea. That dirt tunnel control comfortably in the hands of Warwick. Got to be careful of takedown main stairs. The kitchen hatch has also been opened up now. Gives the opportunity for them to drop with that diffuser. Still all 5 members of Warwick alive. Oh, Nom the Nom finds another, leaving Jaff all by himself in the 1 versus 5. Try and get a kill, try and deny the flawless maybe, but have to see the drones. They know exactly where he is. They're going to drop. The diffuser starts to go down, starts to tick away. You got to try and contest the players in dirt, but they're peeking him from all the angles available. It's just a little bit too much to deal with, and a flawless round for Warwick on their first attacking round, making it a back-to-back flawless round on attack as well.
I mean, the thing is that was really impressive actually coming through from Swansea, but Warwick rather. But I'm kind of curious about whether Swansea, that was again just mispositioning, because we did see, about a minute or so left, still loads of time. Why were people being caught out really at that point, to the point where you're giving the attackers an entire minute or so to set up if they needed it, which they didn't. But you're giving them that entire minute and you're in like a 5 versus 2. A little bit of a yikes there, to be honest. I think Swansea need to mind their P's and Q's. And they've chosen to go back downstairs as well, which is an interesting thing. We are seeing SPAC actually go onto the Warden, which might be a little bit of a retaliation to the fact that they brought back Ying. Maybe they feel that's where they had a bit of a rough time, because like those Candelas were coming through fast and furious. But again, realistically, the ADSs should have saved it somewhat, you would have thought, depending on where those ADSs were positioned. But perhaps it's less to do with the actual operators you're taking and more to do with the fact that you need to bring in utility to deal with that kind of flash utility.
That could be the linchpin here, because that was the take that they made. They pushed down dirt and they were able to find 3 quick picks off of it. Nom the Nom not actually in dirt, but JMXC finding 2 for himself, and I believe it was support from the bottom of main stairs that was finding that 3rd kill. So just being able to ignore those Candelas as they go ticking off all around you and just continue to contest tight with that shotgun. You've got the same shotgun that Smoke does. You still bring that shield, and you do have that machine pistol, the SMG-12, a little bit more unwieldy than its SMG-11 counterpart, but it's still a good tool in close ranges to try and take these 1 versus 1 gunfights. Might just be what they need to hold on tight. Looks like Ying still in play, waiting to open up dirt once again. The little tin can opener will start to tick away, although, yep, there is ticking away.
And there we go. This is why, do you know what? I think those secondary hard breach was one of the best things that they put in the game, because there's, of course, on other operators as well. You've also got, on Capitao as an example. Capitao traditionally used a lot on Clubhouse, so it would be quite nice of them to probably bring him. But I do appreciate why they're bringing that Ying, because of those Candelas. And it's almost terrifying to think that if it's this powerful at the moment, when we do get those 4 Candelas, it's going to be disgusting. So that's going to be probably interesting going forward. But for now, again, Warwick just using this so well. They're dealing with this utility. No one's contesting this hatch either being opened. And there we go. The X-Kairos doing their job. One more plonked upon that hatch, and it's going to be nice and opened up. And potentially the execute once again could come through very quickly, Golu.
Yeah, it's all on SPAC here. Can he get those goggles activated to avoid those Candelas? just toying around with this shield, waiting for them to make a move. Looks like he might even fall. No, he's just going for that drone and then falling back into that position, trying to deny as much information as possible. 2 ADSs set up for him, so maybe they just have to burn their candelas. Maybe they'll go with something else. That's why sometimes you'll see Yings lean into those smokes. But the cover, his fullback, has been cut off by the Hibana. They're ready and waiting. The candelas will start to go out. Still holding tight in the tunnel with those goggles activated. And he's going to be able to find the first pick. That's the Ying going down. Nom the Nom in close proximity for that refrag, though. And that will be dirt control given over to Warwick. Diffuser in that tunnel, interestingly, not putting it up on the hatch, which means they will have to push through that doorway. And Matty holding this very tight angle between the box and the door frame could be a problem for them. They can't find a way to dislodge him from this position.
But this is the thing as well, like, this is the issue sometimes with taking the Warden, is that utility is completely taken away from you as soon as that, that operator dies. So that's a little bit of a shame, really, because again, of course, similar thing with Ying, though, but there's still that pressure coming through from Dirt now that they have to deal with. There's flashes coming through. Bros is actually going for the plant now as Nom the Nom falls because Matei searching for these attackers and trying to prevent this execute. There we go. Blizzard taking down Matei as they do try and prevent that plant, but the diffuser is indeed planted. Shorty pick coming through, but it is going to get taken away as Sugar Honey and Jaff try and trade it back 1 apiece. That's all left down to Wei Wei now on the buck to try and fend off this diffuse of the diffuser.
You got to go upstairs. You got to go for the retake here, Swansea, because trying to fight through that hatch is just so difficult to do. They're going to take it one at a time, though. He's going to find the first onto Sugar Honey Iced Tea, find the second onto Jaff, and Warwick take away the round. Why are you peeking one by one? Try and just get it at the same time. You could even just run outside to the window. I don't know if you got quite enough time to make that work, but don't do it one at a time. He's going to line up. He knows you're coming upstairs. He's just waiting for you. There we go. Warwick, take that round, and more importantly, put themselves at match point here on map number 1. And Swansea have quite the hill to climb if they want to come back in this game. 4 rounds in a row they'll need to pick up. No mistakes from this point onwards.
Swansea seem to be stuck in this 7-2 loss streak at the moment this week. Sorry to say it, but goodness gracious me, they can't let it happen again. This is the frustrating thing, Golu. They do play so well, but then it comes to these tiny little mistakes, and you're just like, why are you doing that to me? Why are you doing that to your fans? Why are you doing that to yourselves? Like, please, Swansea. Just once, like, behave yourselves.
Yeah. I don't know. You got to feel for them at this point because everything they've tried to do, Warwick just seemed to have their number. And on top of that, I mean, you don't want to end with 6 second place medals. That's too many. That's too many to go without a win. But I mean, we'll have to see. They'll have to bounce back.
This is it, though. At the same time, like Warwick, the fact that we did mention before they've had three different games so far where they've sent a team in for these finals this weekend for NSE, and unfortunately, thus far, all 3 times they've not won. They haven't made that first place spot. So if you're Warwick right now, if you're a Warwick fan, if you're a Warwick student, if you're Warwick's team here playing right now, you know that there's that, you're the last redeeming factor for Warwick Uni right now. Yeah. If you win this, you have redeemed that entire weekend for you. You've got the Dubbington for your uni, for your friends at uni, for your society, and that's going to feel really good. And for now, like, Swansea are letting them get away with it, to be honest, Golu.
Yeah, the play coming out from Warwick, I would say they haven't been a dominant force to the point where a 6-2 scoreline should be expected. They've just been very clinical and very clutch in the dying seconds of rounds and just been able to pick up the wins away from Swansea. And this time around, attacking onto Jim, starting to whittle away at these windows, remove the castle barricade, Sugar on ST, looking to get aggressive to try and find a pick, but it's not quite going to fall into place for him. Just sitting pretty behind these 2 windows, right in between. Just trying not to get caught out from the angle on either one. Rose 10, just peppering some shots in, looking to see if they can maybe drop a frag grenade in, but the drone's being brought out, and that's going to be the opportunity for a run out as Jake will get a kill as well with the Nitro Cell in tandem with that castle. Sugar Honey ST will fall to Wei Wei after he run out, but 2 picks on the defense. It's a wonderful position to be in. Wei Wei still on this window, though, still trying to apply some pressure down into the remaining defenders, as it looks like Warwick have a very encirculating position here. They've all around Swansea, but it does also make it harder to find one specific opening, as a lot of these gunfights are going to be one-on-ones.
This is it. You've got to try and bait yourself into those 1v1s, and again, then it will come down to the mechanics, all about being stuck in these terrifying crossfires, but Swansea are being very, very patient with this. Again, they know that this is the kind of play that we're going to have to go for. And Wei taking down Spack, that's going to give an extra bit of breathing room because now we've brought it back to 3 versus 3. The nade coming through, doing a little bit of damage to Jake, but doesn't quite finish him off. But the flashes, that could, if someone chooses to push aggressively now, which they are not going to do, Jake is then going to retaliate by taking down Blizzard. Do not flash me because I'll take your head clean off. And now it's left down to Nom and Wei to try and go for this execute as a 2-stack. And the diffuser is down. Shotty to the face as Jake pulls out that secondary, and Matei finishing it off. Swansea, no more 7-2s for them because they've just got their 3rd round on the board, Dolu.
Baby steps, 7-2. You lose 7-3, maybe you win. You lose the next one only 7-4. You slowly just climb up that scoreboard until you're winning games. That's how you got to do it. Just build it over time. Unfortunately, in this series for Swansea, there aren't actually enough maps for them to do that. They're going to have to turn around pretty quickly as well. Now you're looking at defense. Moving on to the next site, CCTV. This is the one where I have a couple question marks because while this used to be such a dominant site for defenders, it's been a little bit solved at this point for attackers. It was choked up by Swansea when they were attacking onto it, and they weren't able to pick the round up. But you got to say, from the side of Warwick here, they should know what they're doing. Take this garage control, apply pressure from the main breach, and then be careful for nitro cells. That's your kind of very oversimplified rundown of getting onto this B bomb site into the server room and getting that plant down. You could go for something like the construction take, which we saw Swansea go for, but I have a feeling we'll see Warwick take a more direct approach to this site.
No, I completely agree with that.
Good drone hunting.
Kind of like hover around that operator repick, but he is sticking with that Habana as well. Which is quite interesting too, of course, getting that little bit of the garage wall open. This Karos is a classic, so we're assuming that Blizzard is going to be applying a bit of that garage pressure with one of his teammates as well, and we're probably going to get JMXC to focus on that main breach wall. So again, very standard, but by the book, very Plowman sandwich, as we like to say about this map. You know what you're going to get, basically, Golu, when you pick up a Plowman's, and you know what you're going to get when you pick up a Clubhouse. So, I don't know, it's interesting because despite the fact that it is a very by-the-book thing, I did think this would be a lot closer than it actually is. I think Warwick have just really shown up a lot more consistently when it comes to their positioning and when it comes to their gunfights.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. They've just been a little bit more clinical than Swansea in these rounds, but Matty holding on to this position on rafters. Looks like they're trying to get the grenade in to clear, open the garage walls beneath him, which I believe that X-Car is blowing up is the wall just down to his left. And well, now he has to be a little bit careful as there's options for them to get underneath him, try and throw these flashbangs up to remove those magnets, maybe pressure him away with frag grenades, maybe just try and take these gunfights onto him. The bulletproof cover is helpful at trying to hold back any attackers, but for how long you have to wonder. Eventually this position will fall. It's just about what damage can the Wamai in this position do before they do fall. No retreat option here because, well, that main breach has been opened up. The windows into garage are being used by JMXC just to try and find the opening angle, able to dart past those headlight holes and move to a little bit of a safer position for the time being. The shots from down below are going to ring into him, bring him to about half HP. The drone information is on him. The attackers know exactly where he is, and Wei will be the one to land the shots. Just over a minute left for Warwick now, and he's still got 4 defenders to deal with, but all of them upstairs by the site. Sugar Honey Iced Tea actually going to go down from the angles from the breach. That's not ideal. Will be able to be picked up by Spat. There's plenty of time and still some nitro cells for Swansea to try and contest this plant with. But I think that's what it's all going to come down to now, is can they deny this plant going down?
And that's it. In a way, we're going to open up that wall so this execute can start to come through, and it's all going to be down to Swansea, as you say, to tonight. They don't have the classic smoke on the table, nor do they have a Chanky. So again, the only thing in pocket is C4s to try and deny this plan. You've got Sugar Honey with one in there. Well, Spax actually lands onto Blizzard. Wei also getting the trade back onto Jaff, though. So Nom falling as Wei takes on Sugar Honey and Iced Tea. And there we go. The diffuser is indeed planted as well as down to Spac and Jake in this 2 versus 2. Make that, well, yeah, it's a 2 versus 2 now. It's GMXC falls. And this is the uncomfortable moment where you're like, okay, the only util we have is 1 nade in pocket. Spax on the tiniest bit of health, and we have to go for this retake. And again, the positioning from both sides is really, really nice. He got Nom outside, kind of covering this approach from, logistics over top of red. And Bros is going to be able, well, there we go. Both of these team players are going to be able to take down Jake and Spax. So that is ultimately the map going in favor of Warwick and a 7-3 victory. I mean, it's not gutting for Swansea in the sense that at least it's not a 7-2. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not a 7-2. Getting a beautiful little shot here of the players as well. Hi guys. Hope you're all having a fine and dandy time. Looks like we're getting a little bit of stressed faces right now, despite the fact that this was indeed a 7-3. But again, that just proves to you, Golu, when it comes to the actual way that the rounds play out with Siege, sometimes that round differential does not indicate the actual full story that we've seen here. Again, we've seen that they're playing it really, really, really well on both sides. It is just coming down to positioning and gunfights, in my opinion.
Yeah, there was a couple small mistakes. I say small mistakes, team kill here and there, or a self-nade on some of these rounds, which, if those plays go right, I think that really opens up some of these rounds. Looking at the clubhouse attack that Swansea had, where Sugar Honey Iced Tea took out Matty as he was moving in to pick up that diffuser after Jake got nitro celled off of it. Sugar naded himself rather than nading the mirror on that window when they were trying to push in to take that gym bedroom site. These kind of mistakes, which can open up rounds, can change things, do start to add up, do start to hurt, and just between these two teams, Warwick have been the one that has made less mistakes. And in series like these, where you play so many rounds, you just minimizing mistakes, the way you pick up these important rounds that eventually just add up to games, add up to series, and add up to grand final wins.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's just, I feel so bad for Swansea because, again, every time they are bringing their A game in terms of the strategies that they want to bring, it's just, positioning, mechanics at a push, because I do feel like at the same time, these are gunners on the side of Swansea. So it's kind of like they do have the potential there. It's just, you can't help it if you've run into some smoke to knife someone, they're not there, and then you get caught off guard by them. That's just, an intel issue more than anything. Yeah. So the next map, Swansea have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to, again, positioning crosshairs, where they're holding these angles, when they're going for those executes as well. Do we just have this one dimension of pressure, or do we add that second dimension on the polar opposite time? Because I think when they're trying to do that second dimension, it is often from the same side. And again, you're giving so much leeway for the defense to just kind of be like, okay, we've got this entire section of have to worry or bother with anything. So I kind of want to see Swansea mixy matchy a little bit there on their attacks, especially.
Yeah, I think attacking on Villa will be the big thing for Swansea if they can just keep it a little bit clean, a little bit succinct. But ultimately, the first map, yes, it was Warwick's pick, but they pick it up in a strong fashion, 7-3. So map number 2 will be Villa. But I believe we're going to go to a short break before we jump into that. So we will catch you very soon. Just grab a snack, maybe some popcorn. Love me some popcorn. Sweet and salted over salted. But yeah, we'll catch you in a minute.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Hello and welcome back to the NSC broadcast of the Rainbow Six Siege Spring Grand Final over at Insomnia on this wonderful Easter Sunday afternoon. Is I Golumolu back once again for this map number 2 between Swansea and Warwick, and joining me as ever, the ever wonderful, ever lovely, it's Grace. And we just saw a little bit of an interesting game on Clubhouse, 7-3 over to Warwick. It was their map pick, and now we're leaving over to Swansea's arena of choice. It's going to be Villa. Anything you're expecting a different outcome? Are you expecting Swansea to be bouncing back a little bit harder, or are we going to see Warwick just start to run away with the series?
I mean, this is the thing again, when we're not seeing people kind of notice openings that they have and taking those openings and trying something a bit different. I think with Villa, that's going to be a little bit awkward. Again, it's one of the largest maps in the map pool. You've got all of this playing room to deal with, especially on that defense. And if you do notice, okay, hang on a second, they're making this approach, you have so much breathing room to change your utility around before they get to that approach of the execute. Again, just because of the size of the map. If you're attacking as well, if you notice that, okay, we're applying all this pressure on this side and we're not really getting anywhere, you do have that time to go to the other side. But again, it's the time waste of the fact that the map is so large as well. So realistically, everyone has to be completely on it mentally. You have to be making those shot calls very, very quickly. You have to be making those approaches as soon as your IGL calls them. You have to be on it. And this is the thing that's slightly worrying me. And at the same time, Swansea, we are noticing as well that everything they're doing is very by the book and very standard. So again, in that regard, it's kind of like they clearly know how to approach every single map. They know how to approach every single site on every map. So I just want to see a little bit more of that. I want to see a little bit more of them playing it the way that Swansea play it, which again is so classic and traditional Siege almost. But it would be nice to see them kind of be a bit more quick when it comes to making some of these calls. That I know it's difficult. We as casters, we see it very, very easily, but it's at the same time, you do have that drone utility in pocket. You should be able to notice these gaps in the defense, and you should be able to go for the jugular, so to speak, when you see those gaps. So I think if you're Swansea, that's what I want to see a bit more of intel and how you're reacting to that intel. If you're Warwick, I think Warwick are getting some good shots in, and that's how they're winning a majority of these rounds. It is just coming down to these picks. So again, it's being mindful of the fact that you can't always rely on gunfights. You have to rely a bit more on the way that you are defending util use, things like that. That's how I'd approach it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the last game, in terms of utility from Warwick on their defenses, they were running Jaeger every round. And I feel like on a map like Villa, when you have some really powerful positions, you drop those shields down and you just kind of play around them, hold on to it for them. So I think if you just continue to play around that, you shouldn't have too much to worry about. I think that's that's going to be the big thing for me, is how Swansea clear away at this. As well as on the defense, Villa is a much bigger map than Clubhouse, so you have to be a little bit more careful of your time. Also, there are more scary flanking opportunities for defenders. You're looking at things like Astronomy Stairs. It's the infamous bane of all attacks onto Aviator when someone just sneaks up. I think using one of the 3 main flank watching operators, you're thinking of your Nomad with the air jabs, Gridlock with those tracks, and Zero can be brought in for bringing those. You use the SAM cams, you shoot them behind you, and you have this you have to have someone on them a bit more actively, but it's a more reliable source of information. But here we go. We're into Villa. We're into the ban phase. It will be Swansea starting on the attack. Their map pick. Warwick would have chosen to start on defense. And what we're going to be seeing here. Probably another Thatcher ban, I'd expect. It seems like that's something that Warwick want to deny from play, but it's actually going to be that Zero, which is, an operator that specifically SPAC on Swansea has been running quite a bit across maps like Villa, across maps like Cafe, where there are these more options for flanking upstairs as the defender. But Swansea removing that Thatcher from play. Still got Maverick, but it will be a little bit harder to clear away some of these walls.
I'm so surprised that no Flores has been banned out yet, because again, this map, especially when you consider the fact that, as you say, Warwick were bringing a lot of Wamai and Jaeger. If I'm Swansea right now, I'm thinking we're going to run that Flores like there's no tomorrow. We're going to bring those drones. Of course, those drones, they don't get impacted by the magnets or ADSs, but it's little drones that you send in, and they're kind of like mini bombs almost. You drone it in, you select where you want it to set off, and then it starts to tick, and it eventually explodes tons of utility out the way. And I think if Swansea are kind of leaving the Maverick on the table, that's really good. Yeah, we would expect them to bring it, but I really want to see them bring out that Flores here on this attack. The intel on the defense as well is quite an interesting one. We're seeing the Valkyrie and the Echo, but again, no Kaid or things like that. So again, I'm wondering if it's more the fact that they're relying on the Flores, as we see the Flores there, SPAC actually choosing to pick it as predicted. Well, it was one of those things where I was like, if they bring it, I'm going to be really happy. If they don't, I'm going to be like bashing my head against the wall. But they have indeed bought the Flores, so that's very exciting. And again, looking at the defender lineup, it's very basic by the book, but it's still very good utility. You've still got the Jaeger there with the ADSs. You've got the Kaid, of course. The Kaid has slipped through on those bans, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for the attackers to actually make their way through those reinforced walls, because you can kind of position them in kind of more obnoxious positions where you can't shoot it from below and you can't easily kind of use the Maverick to get rid of it, things like that. There's still going to be electrocution on the wall, which can add a little bit of damage even if people do Mav it open. Which again, looking at Swansea's lineup, they're not going to be bringing that Maverick at all, are they, Golu? They're just going to be relying on that Flores to deal with whatever's holding them off. So we've also got the Arunis as well, which I do really love to see, especially on Villa. It's going to really allow you to get a bit more of a defensive structure and a bit of a util burn, especially towards this kind of trophy statue area if you do want to go for an extended hold. I find it quite nice actually when people use the Aruni around the kind of like pig wolf area. You've got that like double there, and I think sometimes that can be quite nice because it means that they have to use util, and it gives whoever's kind of holding 90, if they're not playing that 90 window, a little bit of breathing room to kind of be like, okay, I can hear them where they're coming from now, and I can easily call that out to my teammates.
Yeah, and that sort of laser gate would help because there's no deployable shield to play off. If you still want something to kind of give you that information that they're coming outside of just a bulletproof camera, when that gate goes down, you've got to be a little bit more cautious. The attack from Swansea, though, we saw this last map on Clubhouse. They always go for clearing out this roam. That's because they don't want to leave any wild cards on the table. Jaff is going to be the first one probing at the master bedroom doorway. Got to be careful of the long angle coming in from the back of the trophy, though. You can see the pings coming through to indicate that there are players in those areas. Sugar Honey Iced Tea missing the early shots onto the Jaeger, but Jaff will get Bros 10. The spray from the Finker not landing on Nom the Nom. He's going to fall back away. Jaff has taken some damage, but with the Adrenal Surge on board, still 3 available to Sugar Honey Iced Tea on that Finker. You can get that health just a little bit more up, stabilize him in this round. He'll obviously continue to pepper some shots in. One-shot headshot mechanic. It helps for being on low HP. You can take out your target quickly.
This is it. Look how much control they've got already, and still half the round to go. So this is quite nice. They've got all this control, and they can go for a proper set. And I was seeing Matei. This is what I was talking about, Golu. Getting that 90 window pressure. So now again, even if they try and contest this 90 area, you don't really want to because you've got that additional pressure there. You've got someone watching the flank if they do decide to push zombie and then make that collapse going to aviate from that way. And again, we're assuming that they're going to try and get the vault open. And Jaff actually nading themselves. That's really unfortunate. But Sugar Honey has nades of their own to try and deal with the utility on the side of this wall. We're actually taking a bit of damage from that as well. So if they did hear an audio cue there, that could be quite telling. But there we go, both Selmas starting to open up that vault area very, very nicely indeed. Weiwei pulling back into Games Room with the shotty, try and save their skin a little bit, but also get into a nice tight positioning in case they make a very, very quick sudden rush into that nice corridor.
Ooh, Matty on the flank there, holding on that rappel, able to get the study pick off. And this is an important position to hold down, especially with a gun like the LMG that Zofia has with 150 bullets. You're denying that rotation through study, which is important because you want to get behind that vault door from the zombie doorway. the big metal doorway that's going to hurt, but JMXC trying to get aggressive. Sugar Honey Iced Tea will pick up Wei. There's the aggression. The Aruni able to find the pick onto Jake. Will get injured out in response. Smack also down, leaves them currently in the 2 versus 1. They could pick up, or the Adrenal Surge will do it. In fact, picks up that Flores, brings them back into battle.
Ooh.
And Matty able to find the final pick in the round from inside of the Aviator doorway. Wonderful round from Swansea, and they're off to a good start here. They did a good roam clear in good time. They took site well. They knew what they were doing.
But it's like they always know what they're doing. It just does come down to the positions, to me, again, in my opinion. But I think there they really did have the right idea, because they were like utilizing the space that they had to their advantage, especially when it came to getting rid of the roamers, or at least pushing back some of those operators as well. And again, the fact that they got a little bit of 90 pressure added just in case as well, if they wanted to play around that 90, or even go for the zombie push, which it looked like they did try and do towards the end. They know what they want to do here, and I think that's a lot nicer. And I think, again, we talk of last map where they were going for these strictly one-dimensional approaches, but this time they were actually applying that pressure on the balcony of the study balcony, with Mate actually using some of that util to get a little crossfire, and then eventually taking that study control and making their way into Aviator from that side as well. So they are trying to mix it up a little bit. Again, you could put that down to the fact that it is Villa, and they do feel like they have to mind every single part of the map because of the size of it. But I prefer it when Swansea play this way. I think it's, again, just minding your P's and Q's, crossing your T's, dotting your I's, making sure everything is absolutely perfect before you go for that execute.
Yeah, now Swansea once again going for this horizontal. We're choosing to go back to that same site again with a slightly altered lineup, though. As you're changing out that Rooney, bringing that smoke in, which will help with their denial of the plant. We'll have to see if Swansea can do the roam clear quite as succinct or quite as quickly as they were able to last time. It doesn't look like on this side of the map too much has changed from Warwick. Matty still holding on from that Astro window, just waiting to see if anyone pops up into his line of sight. I doubt anyone will just yet. Jaff back on this doorway. The Banshee going to give away his location, which will prompt Nom the Nom to send in a couple shots just to try and dissuade him from pushing in too far, too fast. You've got to try and find a way to break this as Swansea, though. You have the option to walk in through Astro. You don't really want that Flores going first. You don't want to lose out that utility. So as they're deploying the drones, they have information on these 2 roamers. Got to be careful of Rose 10, though, holding so tight on this doorway. If they're able to find him out, able to get that pick, there we go. Jeff gets the ball rolling. Nom the Nom, though, still holding on inside of Trophy, not falling back quite as early this round. The drone will spot him out. That will be his prompt to drop away back inside of Living, all the way back up to main stairs, and probably join his teammates back inside of the site.
There you go. Slow and steady wins the race a little bit more this time as well, because we are seeing Swansea kind of really take a bit more of a steady pace now that those roamers are pulling back, as you say, a little bit more in response. Of course, Bros has been taken clean off the board, but it's the fact that the rest of Warwick aren't trying to contest that, are they, Golly? So that's progress. That's what we like to see. It's be reading into, again, what Swansea are doing, and it's making Swansea kind of change their approach a little bit. And I am assuming at some point we might say Mate once again rotate towards that study balcony and apply the extra pressure from that side as well. But only time can tell. For now, they're going to focus on getting this vault wall open. Once again, the nades, and hopefully this time we don't see a self-nade.
Well, you'd have to hope so. two rounds in a row is it's not a nice way to go, but I believe the cave claw's actually been placed on the opposite side of the wall there, which that Flores drone would have just blown up. It's just a little bit more cumbersome for attackers to try and deal with. Matty once again on that position on the study balcony to cut off this rotation. They're just waiting to see. Sugar Honey Iced Tea finds the pick down to the bottom of the main stairs, takes out that library, or the bookshelf player. There's one more that you have to be careful of. You want to get re-swung by Blizzard as he's found himself inside of study. JMXC, that's the smoke, is injured, currently out for the count as the swing comes in from Matty, able to find yet another pick onto Blizzard, leaving it an effective 1 versus 5 for Wei here, and he's going to go down to the close encounter from Jaff on that Yana, and that will be a flawless round here for Swansea on their attack.
Absolutely. Again, just approaching it really well. This is also why sometimes I don't like it when defenders, they lose a site and then they go back to that site again. It's like you've just warmed up their muscle memory tenfold. So again, Warwick maybe not the best of place to go there. Thankfully, they're not choosing to go there again. They are going to switch for Slight Up now. We are going to go Trophy Statue. I think this is going to be a lot nice for them. The Pog Mat's coming through, to be honest. Golu, that's going to be quite exciting, isn't it? I'm assuming that's going to be maybe, you know, the bedroom area, maybe the one under that bathroom window, maybe one in closet. Alternatively, we could see on zombie window. That could be quite a nice addition, just in case people are pushing for that kind of direction. Again, though, given how Swansea are pushing these sites, I would assume they're going to try and go study first, clear Aviator, Vault, and Games, and then slowly make their way up through Zombie and Pig.
Yeah, I'm always torn on Frost. Right? When we started to see Frost come back in quite a bit, it was kind of when Chalet was introduced to the comp map pool, and people realized there are quite a lot of windows that you vault through on Chalet. And obviously, there's a lot of windows around this side, the master bedroom side, that you are going to go through. But I feel like Frost's kind of emphasis is when you're not expecting it, or when it was unusual or peculiar to see. I think the way that Swansea are playing, they have good information going forwards on this roam clear. I'd be very surprised if we saw them actually hit their target. Maybe you'd find more value out of something that has a more reliable gadget that you get control of. But we'll have to see. It's definitely going to hinder Swansea if they go solo on these sides, because at the very least, it's a forced crossfire, right? You either shoot the frost mat or you shoot at the target, swinging you as you jump in. So there's definitely some value to it still.
Yeah. I mean, I think as well for me it is mostly down to the fact that you get that util and the shield. I think when they took the shield away for such a long time, it was like you just didn't see people bring her at all. Years 1 to 3 of comp were pretty much filled with constant frostmat pit kills as well, which is quite funny. And we are seeing that more again nowadays, which is excellent. And yeah, as predicted, look already, Sugar Honey Ice Tea made their way into Aviator. So Spat can safely drone through. Well, actually, what was that? That was a nade from below. The defense actually clearing away that Flores drone before it can leave Aviator, push through Zombie, and get into that kind of statue area as well. So that's quite funny to see. The defense actually using Verti there, and I assume that they maybe thought they'd get a kill out of it, and they probably don't actually know how beneficial that was to kind of clear some of that attack utility themselves. They won't know that till they watch his VOD back, but Jaff is actually going to take down Wei Wei. Remember, of course, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Wei Wei is dead, but those mats can still come through, and they can still get kills via those mats, so we'll see what happens there. The shields will still be there too for the side of Warwick to use to defend themselves as this approach starts to again become two-dimensional. We're getting that push from kind of bench area, pig area eventually, and we're also going to see this kind of Astro bedroom push as well. GMXC, beautiful pick there onto Jaff.
It's going to hurt a little bit. You lose that presence on landing, you lose out on some grenades, potentially gone 6 available, and that Gemini as well. The time's starting to tick away a little bit, so you have less opportunities to gather information now as the attack is. Every second you spend on your drone is something you're not doing, gaining an advantage yourself, pushing forwards, finding picks, and removing utility. And this Cade Claw still on the wall, causing problems. Back to go down and make that 2 as Jake is found by Blizzard on the long angle. Matty able to find one back. Nom the Nom takes down Sugar as the kills are going both ways, but ultimately Warwick are sitting comfortably at the end of this. Matty in a 1 versus 3. Try and salvage this round for his team. 19 seconds. He's going to get hit pretty quickly on that swing as soon as he puts his LMG away. Can't quite land the shots into Bros 10. He's so little HP. He's 1 HP. But with JMXC right in tandem to support him on the swing, it doesn't look like he'll be able to find this pick, as neither team really wants to try and commit to this frag, as Matty going for it, but gets caught out by the crossfire. The Aruni lying in wait, just waiting patiently, baiting Bros 10, but it works perfectly, and he'll be able to pick himself a nice little kill there. Matty will be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to land just one more bullet onto Bros 10 earlier on.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there. Quite amusing, though, for us, really, to witness that. Quite amusing. But again, Warwick finally getting a defensive round under their belt, and that's going to kind of put the wind in their sails a little bit, so to speak. Choosing to go kitchen dining. So again, Swansea now, assuming that they will be by the book with it, they're going to try and get that top floor control, work that verticality, and then eventually go for that collapse. Maybe through laundry, to be honest. Again, if you get that top floor control and you get the laundry wall open, and you can get those hatches open, it can be quite pleasant to go for that kind of push. Again, though, let's see what Warwick are setting up on this defense, Golu.
Yeah, I mean, going downstairs, you want to hold above. I think that's the purpose of bringing that frost once again. You got these windows that looks like that's one into bikes. Maybe drop some upstairs as well, because while Swansea last round attacking Trophy Statue did go all the way in from Study, with how much map you want to acquire for this take, I don't know if that's going to be enough time to do that effectively. So you chuck these frost mats under the window and walk in, maybe in bathroom, try and get some pressure up there. But it looks like they're being directed more towards living in case Swansea go for that horizontal approach and ignore that top floor. They got the buck on the board as well as the sledge, which to me is just a clear indication that they're going to just rip open as much of this floor above as possible and just try and force every defender outside of sight, or at least outside of all the comfortable positions inside of sight. So eventually they'll be able to move in, either plant in that doorway from the laundry room, or maybe try and get a plant down on the boxes on that Tetris spot. I'll have to wait and see those. Again, you've got to clear up this first. Swansea shouldn't have too much worry doing that, as both times they've tried to clear this out when attacking over towards Aviator, they've done it in a minute, just over a minute, which would leave them plenty to attack down into kitchen.
Yeah, precisely. And again, this verticality coming through, it looks at the moment like they're just using it to apply pressure. They're not actually going for any of these peaks just yet. So a very quick sledge to the floor and an immediate push into closet, so some more drone work can come through from Sugar Honey. Looks like Jake is also getting Astro cleared as well, and that information is going to be fed back to the team. So they can probably start jumping in through to a few windows, but again, remember, way on that frost. I'll be really mindful as to where these frost mats might be yet again. A beautiful pan. We can see not really much of a utility investment upstairs actually from this defense. Again, choosing to mostly stick their utility more on the site for that eventual collapse. And again, as you say, the laser gates probably will come through depending on how much time Swansea want to waste upstairs, because if they waste too much time when it comes to that eventual execute, if they're then stuck with all this utility, that's going to then waste further time and chaos will ensue.
Yeah, and Buck and Sledge doing their job, just opening as much of this floor as possible. Got to be careful. There's someone just below you who's going to take a little bit of damage there, Matty. Not quite properly checking your angle before you walk over it. It's one thing you always got to be careful of, especially with an operator like Sledge. We saw the Nitro Cell fly out, did luckily miss, but Sugar Honey Iced Tea, if you linger too long, it does leave you vulnerable. Buck somewhat escapes that danger because of the range that you have on that skeleton key, but you still got to be very careful, as demonstrated very kindly. Matty now starting to make his way towards red stairs, maybe set himself up a flank cam, maybe start to push their way down, because you want to try and clear Blizzard out of this position in Memorial because of the angles you can draw. Spack able to find the pick onto JMXC. That will start to open things up a little bit. You have this long open angle, a lovely shot from Jake onto Nom the Nom. That's the player inside of Memorial taken care of. Be careful. Where's Blizzard hanging around? Is he's still holding the tight angle? Gotta be very careful. Jake will fall to the MP5 as Bros 10 using that upstairs angle gets the pick onto Sledge as well. Spack though doing a great job keeping his team competitive in this round. Able to find yet another pick onto Blizzard. He moves in. Bros 10 a wonderful swing, gets the injures. Way able to get another kill. These are all down to the buck of Matty. 15 seconds on the clock. Two opponents very spread out. The Fuser dropped on the floor. You've got to try and find these picks. He's taking the prone angle. Doesn't quite see the head of the Aruni, but the Aruni will see the head of the buck and take Matty out. Warwick picking up yet another round, and it's just, again, not taking that Memorial control. Left that angle open, left them vulnerable in the side. And boy, did Warwick take that opportunity.
I mean, I like as well the fact that even though there was not really a lot of util again, like positioned upstairs, the way that they were kind of playing as soon as the verticality started coming through as well, they weren't peaking those angles as much as they could have. They were being quite safe and by the book with it, which I do think helped a lot. Again, if you're not going to invest utility upstairs, then you really need to be minding yourself how you're playing downstairs when that verti does come through. And I think Warwick played that really well as a result.
Yeah.
Ooh, this could be interesting then, Golo. Again, going back to games kind of aviator area, and again, this is the site that Swansea have won twice. Both of their attacking wins have been on this site. So hoping there's been enough time in between now for Warwick to actually understand what actually was going wrong. And where some of this util may end up getting set up. At the same time, maybe Swansea will go for a completely different approach this time, because you've done it twice. Maybe they would have caught on to it. So we'll see what actually happens. This could be quite interesting and exciting, Golu.
I'm really intrigued by this swap by Jaff, taking off that Yana, which they've been using to get these opening frags in the rounds they've been clearing out this horizontal roam that Warwick have been bringing to the table. Instead, taking that Carly, and you get the Lance charge, but that sniper is a much more unwieldy weapon. The change, meaning you can have any one-time scope on that SPSMG9, does favor like a little bit more favorable. You can kind of get your preferred optic, but I still think it's interesting to take off such a heavy fragging operator and bring instead someone who's more around getting rid of these mute jammers, getting rid of these claws. When you can just throw frag grenades over the top, maybe just a little bit more reliable, and that's what Swansea want, though.
Super though, Sugar Honey, I see sign to apply pressure to this Astro area. Actually, oh, beautiful shot there. Taking down Mate. A little bit of a flick of the wrist there. Again, immediately dropping down into that main corridor area from the top. That was a little bit spooky for them. They still managed to win their one, so really good job. That's probably going in their reel at some point. Sugar Honey side to make their way into Trophy though as Nom on the approach. Gonna go for probably a little bit of a flank, or potentially we'll see them go up main stairs at some point, and that could be massive, Golu. If Swansea get all this map control and then we get that main stairs, that red stairs flank rather, that could be really, really gorgeous for the side of Warwick.
You got to be very careful these positions. Make sure you have your drones watching and covering you. Matty is dead now, which means he's the player who's been rotating to that study balcony. Someone else will have to take up that job. But it means that he is going to be available still to look through these cameras. You can see if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, the little drone sign under him means that is what he's doing. He's cycling through cameras, trying to give as much information as possible to the remaining teammates that he has alive. As they've taken this 90 control, Bros 10 has taken some damage, as has Nom the Nom. Means they're a little bit more vulnerable to some of these gunfights if you can get the advantageous angles. They're all waiting on this landing balcony, though, waiting to push down to 90, waiting to see if they can open vault, maybe go for a plant behind this door, the vault door inside of Aviator. But again, I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone rotate over, because I really want to see a landing, a study player. I need someone to be aggressively stopping Bros 10 from taking this angle on the doorway. Maybe you just use the sniper and hold the long angle. I just don't feel like it's reliable enough.
I think this is the interesting thing too, the Carly kind of being used here. I maybe they assumed it would be a different pick here because, again, I'm really curious as to why you'd have the Carly approaching the way that it is right now. Again, especially around that zombie area as well. It was a secondary as well, a bit of a recoil with that as well. Sugar Honey actually getting the pick onto Bros 10 though, so again. That control completely given up. But as you just heard, 15 seconds remaining. They have to go for this execute, and it's a flurry of kills going through. The shotty, double shotty to the face, actually. Jaff and Jake both falling. Diffuser has actually been landed by Bolt. And well, before I can even finish my sentence, Warwick are going to clean up shot Golu. And unfortunate for Swansea to dilly-dally that long.
Yeah, they kind of just got caught up, really. I'm not quite sure what went wrong. Sugar Honey Iced Tea being on that window got the kill, but he didn't have the presence to just make sure that he could get into study if he needed to support his team pushing into sight. And Weiwei just playing very tight with that shotgun. That SAS shotgun is a lethal weapon. It is very scary. It feels like it has much longer range than it actually does at times. But even in that close quarters, you're peeking around a doorway, it's going to get you every time. And picking up a double kill for himself there in that position, that helps win defensive rounds. And Swansea, 2-3 down. Villa is a map which traditionally was quite defender-sided. So being in this position, 2-3 down, it's not the end of the world. If they can try and pick up this round, finish the half at 3-3, I think you can be happy with that approach. But if Warwick can start to pick this round up and then have a good attacking half, it could be the end of the series. It could be a 2-0 for them, and they just take this one quite swiftly. We get to move on to the next game, I guess it would be, but I don't know. I still think it's interesting. Matty now taking up this Zofia, though. Not Zofia, sorry. Jaff moving on to that Zofia. Matty picking up the Carly. I didn't see enough from it in the last round, Chris. I don't know if you feel differently, but I just feel like there's something more valuable.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think, if you're going to take something like that, why not take the Maverick instead? Or something with secondary hard breaches. I think it's a little bit, fair enough, you've got the sniper there. And it is a large map, but it's like, again, when you get inside the building, it becomes very situational as to how effective that gun is going to be. And the secondary, as I say, it's not the easiest at times to try and control. So again, maybe it is just preference. Maybe it's a comfort thing. Like, okay, the pressure's on. I want to go with something a bit more comfortable, something that I play quite frequently, but I can't. Obviously, I don't have that information as to what Matty likes to play on his day-to-day basis when he's just, faffing about in ranked and unranked. But it's, I feel the same as you. I think that's a little bit questionable of a pick. Again, could just be an easier way of getting rid of utility on the walls, but gun wise, especially when I said, all day I've been saying it's really coming down to these gunfights and the mechanics here, not about utility with these two. I think that's a little bit of an upsie in my opinion.
Yeah, you are definitely hamstringing yourself in what you can take into these gunfights. You've reduced to the sniper and that SPSMG9. Both Nom the Nom and Bros 10 currently sitting very patiently inside of this vault area around Aviator Games. They're just waiting to see what Swansea are going to make them do. The injure through onto Bros 10 is important. The revive will come through though, and still means he's on very little HP as the double swing from Swansea starts to come through. You can hear the tunes going, but Nom the Nom able to shut down Sugar Honey Iced Tea. That's the approach from Aviator that cuts off the cross. Jaff still able to find the first pick. Nom the Nom, though, worked his way back into study. He's actually gotten behind
Love that
of Swansea, and he's just gone.
Oh, no.
He's running away. That is a perfect maneuver from Nom the Nom. That is exactly what you want to do.
Yes.
You just completely caught Swansea off guard. You've got behind them. You've gotten away. You're scot-free now, and they're still worried about someone behind them with a minute. That's right, a minute left in the round when they have to attack the other side of the map.
Exactly, and this is it. Look at the timer there. 45 seconds now to go, and they've faffed around being like, where are these players around this vault area? Where have they gone? The Flores drone's coming through though, and Jaff is actually going to take down Blizzard as well. So that's a C4 off the table as well, and opens up a little bit of breathing room on the statue area. But again, think about the positioning of all these players. Nom downstairs, you've got the players on statue, you've got players in bedroom. The collapse is really, really uncomfortable right now for the side of Swansea. And shotty to the face as Weiwei takes down Matty as well. Toxic Babes also coming out to defend that pig and wolf area and the bedroom area as well as Spack. Well, there we go. Jeff actually falling to the Toxic Babes. It's all left down to Spack, as I say. And 2 versus 1 when you don't have the diffuser. Super uncomfortable. Nom the Nom can finish you. Warwick, another round on the board. And might we say, a beautiful round at that from Warwick.
Yeah, it was a very lovely, well-played round. And I think so much credit there does have to go directly to Nom the Nom on that roam. Just somehow able to just do everything right. Obviously, there's a little bit of fortune there, but winning that gunfight against Sugar Iced Tea gives that opening and just taking it. No hesitation. No waiting around for anything else to happen, just instantly jumps for that play. And they picked up the round because of it. The amount of time that was stalled just forced Swansea to walk straight through doorways, through these gas canisters, just made them vulnerable. Now, though, Swansea on their defensive half, they got to try something. They got to try and just bring something new to the table. And it's the first time we're seeing Mira be bought by Swansea. We saw Warwick bring it to the table on Clubhouse. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what Jake's able to do with it, positioning it over inside of a statue, I should say, sorry. I'm sure that'll be looking in towards Master Bedroom to try and slow down the sort of roam clear horizontal push that we saw Swansea take every single time around. Just try and deny it to their opponent, make it just more difficult.
And this is it.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think as well, it's really interesting that we're seeing Jake choose to play the mirror again. I think he did a really good job of being on this operator last time, but again, it's certainly situational when it comes to this map. And I'm again curious as to the fact that we're seeing a majority of the hold, unless people are going to come back to site. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was a little bit confused there. I was like, there's not really anybody on site going. But no, indeed, they are just going for an extension, and people have made their way safely back to site. So again, going to be interesting to see if Warwick can read into this and the way that they're going to choose to approach it. It looks very by the book and standard for now, but again, we want to see that second dimension come through at some point. We want to see 90 pressure applied. We want to see study pressure applied potentially as well. So flying Twitch drones coming through. We love to see it as they start to try to take this bedroom and bathroom Astro area as well. And Bros 10 going for some cheeky nade actions. They're pinging out the mirror windows to give an idea of where the mirror might be, but actually it's quite interesting because for now, the players are choosing to not really play directly behind that mirror for that reason. It's a very clever way of playing from Swansea there.
Yeah, they're being very careful about their positioning, and Matty eventually just going to drop. Yeah, it's been drawn out now, so Warwick will be able to see it's clear. We can start to take this space, but it means you're keeping your Wamai alive. And with 2 magnets in pocket, 2 impact grenades in pocket, being able to bring him back, hold on to say 90 on main stairs, just have another position where you can continue to slow down the approach is much more valuable than being dead. Even if you're not going to get a pick first. You're looking at the timer. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Bros 10 now on that study balcony, which Jeff will have to be very wary of. He does have Matty for support nearby him. But you've got to be careful. You don't want to get caught off, because that's what we saw Matty doing himself, playing on that study balcony, shutting down the defensive rotations.
Already. Ooh, I was going to say,
Ooh.
were they about to give up that pressure? And they did. Sugar Honey getting very, very aggressive around that 90 area as well, and just allowing GMXC all that ease really to pick up that nice little cheeky kill. No tight angles there, just an easy dub for them. And here we go. We're going to see some util starts coming to that aviator areas. The pressure is applied on that study side as well. So beautiful setup here coming through from Warwick. They just have to commit to this execute. Mate holding on for dear life, waiting for this push from Blizzard. And there we go, is able to pick them off. But I'm worried about the pressure from the window not really picking up on that either. And maybe a little bit of util could have been used there to help aid Blizzard's approach into that study area.
Yeah, now Bros 10 going to have to rotate to that doorway to take a more direct approach. Nom the Nom running downstairs, trying to get to main stairs maybe. There's only 15 seconds left. It'll have to be very quick. JMXC putting that plant down. The Nitro Cell is sent to the wrong spot. It's being snuck down amidst the smoke, amidst the confusion. Jake will be able to find him after it goes down, though, which means the tables have been turned against the defense here. The timer is ticking away in 35 seconds, 7 of which need to be dedicated to holding on to that diffuser, and the attackers are just peeling back. Spack gets a team kill in the midst of the confusion. Jaff will fall to Nom the Nom. Jake able to get some shots down, can't quite find their target though, and it's left him all alone. He finds one, but the attackers, Warwick, take the round. How do you let that happen? How do you get that team kill there? You have enough numbers to mount a comeback, to mount some sort of pressure. Swansea, pull it together.
Oh no. Oh no, that wasn't even like an accidental you've just run in front of me thing. That was a I've just flicked onto you and killed you. That is so unfortunate for the side of Swansea. And again, it really shows the pressure in those post-plant situations. And you know, we haven't actually seen that many post plants today yet, which is quite interesting. And I do love a cheeky post plant because I really think it can make or break a team. And as we saw there, you know, in terms of the mental game, you really saw that Swansea obviously under pressure, things get a little bit squiffy there. So that's quite interesting to note, ladies and gentlemen. But at the same time, really nice setup by Warwick there, as I did point out. The fact that Blizzard fell, I was slightly concerned about. And then the next thing I know, they're getting the plant down. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you've still got this setup and you can still go for this execute. Because you've still got that pressure on the study window. You've still got the ability to actually collapse into that aviator room too. Really, really good going by Warwick. And again, this is Swansea's map pick, by the way. I thought they'd be having a much better time right now. And they are one more round away from match point again. Again, 2 rounds in their pocket. It's the Swansea curse, isn't it? The Swansea curse. Get those 2 rounds, and then everything goes out the window. I need to like get some salt and like make a circle around them or something, and like do some kind of chanting. I feel at this point because I don't know what's going on with them, but they're feeling pretty jinxed right now.
Have someone like come in with a holy water, perform an exorcism, just get rid of their grand final
Swansea.
demons. There's something about them. They can't see it through. Maybe that's just what they need to do. Try and get the society to fund it for them or something. But foot the bill.
Society-funded exorcism.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, it's important that you pick up these wins, and as a society, you should be doing everything you can to sort of booster and bolster these players that are playing for your university. Maybe get the SU involved as well. Just make it a big sort of university-wide thing.
Yeah. A good student union will fund Vatican coming directly to your uni to exercise your siege team. Like, that's how it works, okay?
A win's a win.
A dub's a dub.
Yeah. Well, the roam clear a little bit slower than what we've seen previously. Swansea on their attacks were a little bit more efficient, but the information's coming through for them. They're moving in below downstairs. Bros 10 once again going for this grenade from below, but there's no one really there. You could be a little bit careful though. Jaff on that Mozzie is lurking around, and if Bros 10 isn't careful, they might find each other in a little bit of an engagement. Although it looks like, now that I say that, they're both completely running away for each other. They're both just dipping as fast as they possibly can. Nom the Nom taking that space, but just over a minute and a half, or just under a minute and a half, I should say, sorry, left in this round. Does make it a little bit uncomfortable for Warwick because they haven't got a ton to show for it. Now taking this landing control, will have to start making their way towards 90 though.
And this is it. Like, it's gonna get pretty intense yet again for Swansea as that approach starts to come through. And again, we are expecting a little bit of an additional dimension of pressure to start being applied at some point. Warwick, they have a fair bit of time to work with. This is a thing. Like, you know, okay, there we go. They are. Is a study pressure is also there as well. Bros yet again on that study window, Golu. So there we go. Beautiful pick there from Bros onto Matty as well. And again, this is where things might start to unravel for Swansea.
Sugar Honey Iced Tea taking up that position at the top of main stairs, waiting for Blizzard to move in again. Maybe they're not expecting. You've got to be very careful as Jaff here, though, because that's the spot where Matty was taken out. Rose 10 off of that repel angle now, though, using the drone instead means that he does have some freedom to try and walk up, but you need to get a little bit closer to site. You need to get in a position where you can deny this plant, maybe even go below, use that nitro cell vertically, but only Jake and Spack have them left in pocket, and those are the two players deep invested inside a site. Behind the model table, that's where the plant is going to go. The smokes once again coming out to cover it. The nitro cell landing too short. It landed on the wrong side of the table, Grace. And it's going to go down. Spack falls. Rose 10 finds the pick up to Sugar Honey Iced Tea as well. And they've been left in a 2 versus 5. Make that a 1 versus 4. There's 2 quick kills fall. But Jake, in the 1 versus 4, 34 seconds. The time against him. There is no way that he clutches this round out. If you don't, it's very scary to be in Swansea's position. Warwick just waiting very patiently. This position that they have in the post plant is very well done. They're pulling it back. They're holding smart angles. It's ratty, but you're in the post plant, Grace. You allow it. You got to give it to them. They can go. Look, there's no holds barred
they
at
had
that
the
point.
player
You know?
advantage. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. They had the player advantage. They knew it was just Jake. They knew it was presumably the mirror. They knew the idea of the operators that they killed so far. It's one of them, isn't it? And again, I just want to point out the way that they are positioning themselves and then going for these executes. And again, even little things like they are choosing to do it by the map, not behind that default in the vault as well. When you see teams doing that, it's like, yeah, they've added that extra little bit of spice because it's like, if you don't have that intel and you hear that plant go down and you assume it's default and you send your utility there, that plant's still going down. And I really love it when attackers can give the old razzle dazzle like that and go for that off kind of plant spot. And it's worked really well for Warwick. And yet again, we are on match point. Would like to see Swansea break the curse further by getting this to, you know, a 3rd round for themselves. But realistically, I mean, again, we have gone statue trophies, so maybe it will mix things up a little bit, but Swansea they get those rounds and then it just all unravels. I think they're actually cursed at this. You know, we have said, oh, they're cursed. They are cursed. I'm calling it now. And again, even little things like the team kill, the positioning, things like that, it's just really unfortunate. And I think that maybe we need to see more presence and more reading into the way that these sites are being approached from the side of Swansea going forward if they do lose this round now. Want to see them read into things a little bit better on the side of Warwick. Want to see them actually retaliate and change up their approach if they need to as well.
Yeah, and well, you're in a position now where you can't make any mistakes. And if you do, series over. Match point, series point. Warwick holding on tight now, and Swansea have to hold on tight on this defense downstairs. And Kitchen, you know, it looks like they're going. Looks like they're going for Kitchen first, just trying to clear out this room. As Matty is the one downstairs. Matty's the one you've got to be careful of. But the drones, they're coming through. They should be able to clear this position out. And in this position, Grace, as the lone roamer, do you really want to be taking an aggressive stance into a lineup of attackers all waiting to pick up a kill? You want to fall back. You want to stay alive. You want to stay a little bit more safe. But there we go. Early damage done onto Bros 10. Nothing else too much early on in this round.
This is it. We're going to have a cheeky bit of bike action there coming through from Matej. Just Matty playing very, very patient, just in case we do get a little bit of living room push as well. But it looks for now that Warwick are going a bit more traditional, a bit more classic. They're going a bit more by the book with it. They want to get that top 4 control and then push through Laundry. And I will assume they'll try and get that Laundry wall open too. Jaff, however, getting the pick onto Noms and Noms. So that's a lot of clearance utility taken away as well now for the side of Warwick. So this could be Swansea's moment. They're, you know, player advantage if they play this a little bit more passive until that late execute, then this would be, well, I say passive and look who's coming charging into the statue area. Let's see how this goes. Will Sugar Honey Iced Tea fall here as those magnets presumably will be heard to be planted as well, so they must know there is a Wamai about somewhere.
I mean, you got to know, but this should try and hopefully slow down the smoke grenades that have been used to sneak in plants before. See Jake pick up a kill there in the backside, or sorry, Jaff pick up a kill in the backside. That will help just, again, hold down this bathroom push. Bros 10 downstairs, still has 2 frag grenades in pocket. That's going to be a hefty chunk of damage done onto Jaff. Matty falls to Bros 10 downstairs as well in the meantime. Throws a grenade, gets a kill, throws another one. There's nothing that this man will not do to try and bring this series home. Blizzard playing on this breach so close. Sugar Honey Iced Tea fell by way, but Jake and Spack both get on the board. Blizzard finds Jaff pushing into Astronomy, but he's the last, all alone by himself. 15 seconds. There's still time to find this. He finds one. Oh, Jake holds on tight, holding behind the doorway, able to keep Swansea in this game for a little bit longer, but you can't be bringing it this close. It's game of heartbeat going. It's dangerous. Come on, Swansea. Look, we're looking for you here. In these positions, you can't be allowing them to slip these rounds in potentially. You've got to keep it cleaner.
That's it, and again, we're left. Thankfully, no longer 7-2s. They have got their 3rd round, like I wanted to say. But this is the thing: can they get 3 more rounds in a row? Ideally, what would make my weekend right now is if Swansea can pull this back to 6-6 and they go into that overtime. But it's such a large feat ahead of them to try and do. Especially given the way that Warwick are conducting their attacks. They're so on point with it. It's so structured. It's so beautiful seeing the way that they're holding these angles together and really controlling and dictating the space around these sites. So again, Swansea, you have potentially made your maker here, but at the same time, David was not scared of Goliath. So let's see what happens, to be honest, Golu. And we're going to see a little bit of Goyo action come through, and that's going to be potentially to, again, allow some more freedom when it comes to these angles that are being held by Warwick. Because instead of having to contest these angles, you can just shoot those Vulcans and create an area effect where we see the fire on the floor, and that's going to keep that timer ticking, depending on where Swansea have got up to in terms of time.
I'm liking this adaptation.
Warwick, rather.
Yeah, I'm liking the adaptation from Spack there as well. Making those holes behind the model table, just so that you can, if they're going for that plant in the same position again, which they've done twice already against you, you can go below. If you don't have a nitro cell, you still have the holes just to shoot up at your opponent. Maybe just try and disrupt them that way. It will require someone to be dedicated downstairs, though. You have a couple options. You could have the Goyo. Oh, Goyo's lost his nitro cell already, actually. So I guess it won't be the Goyo. Maybe you could have someone else playing there, but the only other nitro cell you really got here is the mute. You got that smoke, though. 3 gas canisters, which might be more reliable than a nitro cell from the mirror, which they've had previously. But they've given up this roam completely. There's no one contesting this side of the map.
This is it. But at the same time, there could be a bit of a mental game here where it's like Warwick will still be having to drone it out to no end, where it's like, okay, well, we're not really seeing anyone, but we should still set up flank cams. We should still be careful on how we're approaching these. And Matty actually remaining very, very quiet here. Again, this could be quite interesting because if Swansea don't drone, Warwick rather don't drone that out properly, Matty's play could be huge now. They are going to see the Vulcan kick off, so they are aware that there's that utility to slow them down a little bit. Matty seems to be slightly worried about someone that could be beneath him. It looks like Bros is actually coming in through laundry as well to add a second layer to this attacking cake.
Well, having that second layer does really help. And also just, you get an extra bit of flavor in there. Maybe you have one bit of chocolate, one bit of strawberry, but we're waiting to see what Bros 10 can do downstairs. Jake finds the pick onto JMXC, can't quite land the shots downstairs. Sugar Honey ST will finish off that kill. They were able to find Jaff in the meantime, but that's the Jaeger. Blizzard finds Matty finally. That's the player on side of red stairs, down, out for the count for the rest of this round. It's down to a 3 versus 3 here. 50 seconds left on the clock. Swansea got to hold on tight. These smoke canisters in the pocket of Jake here become just so much more valuable as this timer ticks down. 30 total seconds of coverage you have at your disposal, and we're nearing that mark now where we're just going to see smoke for the rest of the round. 10 seconds for Warwick to get in if they want to avoid at least some portion of smoke. The first one will be thrown out a little bit deep. It's gone through that zombie door, which will force the Nom back. He'll have to wait it out because they don't want to take damage walking through too early. Sugar Honey Iced Tea still on this doorway and study. Somehow hasn't quite been contested yet. The shots coming in through the window from Blizzard will force him to be a little bit more careful. The smoke grenades coming in now. Oh, he's actually downstairs. He's dropped the hatch. Blizzard going in. The plant is so deep, though. It's on that bomb chassis. They don't know where it's going down. Swansea being forced to run through the smoke. Charge at first to try and find where it is. Blizzard left alone inside of study. In the 1 versus 2, sees the feet of Jake, Spack even trying to get the cross on this reinforced wall, but he's using the cover to great effect, holding on tight. Sugar Honey Iced Tea now coming up this red stairs to help his teammate, and they'll finally get the pick. Spack will start ticking away at that diffuser. Swansea hold on for another round, and it's going to 6-4. Are they going to reach overtime? Can they hold on tight enough? These rounds are so scrappy.
I believe. I don't know. This is a thing. Scrappy is the perfect word to describe it. You can feel the pressure on both these teams now. Warwick, they're just digging through match point. They're like, come on, we've just lost 2 rounds in a row on match point. We need to get this in the bag. We can't let them take this to overtime. We really need to secure this here. Swansea, evidently performing slightly better under pressure. Yes, it's chaotic. Yes, there have been some team kills, but for the most part, it's quite pleasant to see them pull it back. And if they do get 2 more rounds in a row, again, as I say, that would make my weekend. I'd feel very, very happy for them. And I think that would be something really lovely for the audience to see at home as well. So anything can happen, Golly. That's the thing. It is Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
And every time you think that one thing is going to happen, you think you've sussed out what a team are going to do, they'll suddenly just change completely. It's like their brains will just morph into something else. For the better or the worse, that is as well. For the better or the worse. You're never really sure what you're going to get when it comes to Siege. And they are indeed bringing the pulse out as well. So again, that's another piece of utility where it's like, that's great to bring because it gives you intel, it'll give you those heartbeat sensors. But there's 4 C4s, so that's pretty good going to be found inside of Swansea. It's how they retaliate to that intel, but also the fact that if Jake gets picked off early, which hopefully he will not, that utility is completely taken away from the rest of the team. They can't use that utility. There's no added benefit in that kind of post-mortem situation. So it can be a little bit of a risky biscuit, in my opinion. And we'll see what happens with that as well. Because presumably Jake knows this game on the back of his hand, to be honest. Jake's a very competent player and coach. And I think that he'll know that he has to stay on site. So I don't think we're going to see him roam away and do anything silly at all.
Yeah. I mean, Paul's really great for the horizontal, for the vertical play, right? You have that way of aiming your nitro cells, of which they have 4 ready, but Warwick are going for more of a horizontal approach, which will deny sort of the potency of that pick with the cardiac sensor. They're clearing through living room, through library instead. Nom the nom leading the charge. The walls just being opened up to give themselves some flexibility in terms of moving back into this long corridor at the bottom of red stairs. Blizzard in a position to just start opening up this memorial wall, which is interesting. They have a mute jammer, which Spack is playing around inside a memorial as well. So it's just a little bit harder for them to kind of open up this wall for now. Maybe if they can get a frag grenade over the top through that hole. The nitro cell going to go out, not quite going to land on its target. Gets caught on a little bit of wall instead. Matty finds Blizzard. That is one of your hard breaches down. In fact, that's your only hard breacher down for the side of Warwick, which will force them to go through doorways. No can openers, no other operator to do so. This could be a really big opportunity for Swansea, actually, as Jaff is going to get a little bit of damage taken onto him. JMXC shooting up through the hole, which they made themselves to cause some threats here, Grayson, with a minute left. It's going to be close as Spack finds the first pick in this encounter.
Attackers have located absolutely. Now Warwick, 3 players left standing. As you say, they're going to have to go a bit more direct with it. So presumably, well, very good. That's direct. GMXC getting 2 picks in a row as Nom falls to a C4 from Matty. And GMXC finally, the revenge comes through from Matty yet again. Zulf down to Bros 10 now on the Thinker. They do have 2 charges left. They do have 40 seconds, so maybe they can play a little bit of the time game here. But again, it's about baiting yourself into these 1-1 situations. And there we go. Sugar Honey Iced Tea is going to finish off at Swansea. Another round on the board. And bringing this closer and closer to overtime, to be honest.
Yeah, that overtime is sneaking up on us. 1 more round to do it. Warwick, for them, they need to seal this series out now, because the problem is as well is that the momentum builds up as you start to pick up more and more rounds. You come back from 6-2 down and you hit that overtime, you suddenly feel very confident going into this next 3 rounds that you might have to play, especially because I believe Swansea would start that overtime on defense as well. And this it's been pretty defender-sided. if it does go to overtime, it'd be 4 defensive rounds for each of this team, only 2 on the attack. Swansea's attacks were both on the same side. So that's going to be hard to try and break that if you're moving on to it. You'll have to see, though. Because, well, for the time being, it looks like Warwick going to change something up. They're going to change off of that sledge onto that Twitch, which Weiwei has been making great use of, specifically those smokes. And smokes are something that we haven't really seen be massively effective. Ace used to have them, but since Ace has kind of lost those smokes, I feel like the idea of covering a plant by using smokes is kind of diminished on every map outside of Consulate, really.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, I think it depends on the site, but yeah, I think that it can be situational. And again, I think it really depends on the kind of holds that you're setting yourself, because ideally if you're using smokes, it's to cover the angles that you can't physically cover with your, line of sight. So we'll see what happens in that regard as well. I mean, ideally, if they're attacking this site where those smokes will be, presumably if you're going for the kind of stats you take, you would try and cut off a bit of a line of sight from like Astro as a perfect example, because that's probably your main rotate, and you can have someone kind of cover, bench. And again, if you're in like a 2 versus 2 as an example, you're covering bench and you smoke off Astro, you only have to worry about bench and you'll get the sound cue of Bathroom, hopefully.
You'd hope so.
You'd hope so, yeah.
Looks like a Mozzie picked up that drone that's been thrown in by Bros 10. That will just, again, continue to slow down this approach. As Matty escaping with that drone very quickly. He's in a safe position, so he's just going to locate it somewhere where his team are going to be able to relay some information to them as the round progresses. So we're just waiting outside and seeing what they're able to kind of pick up here. Jaff downstairs hiding away. I don't know if he's been droned out, actually, because the pest might have stopped that one from coming through. Might have stopped the information. Matty running around the Astro stairs, coming through the basement. I thought he might come up pantry to support, but instead he's going to fall away downstairs, which does leave Jaff a little bit isolated. But for now, there's no one really pushing into him too aggressively. The Nitro Cell flying out, not quite going to land with its target, and JMXC trying to drop these frag grenades over the wall to get rid of the Cade Claw. He'll be successful in doing so, which gives Blizzard the opportunity to open up this main wall now with those X-Kairos pellets.
Absolutely, no kites left in pocket either as a safety or backup, so we start to get this wall nice and open. That's going to apply this pressure, and presumably CJ could have pushed back towards that bench area. And again, Matty rather being taken out by Bros 10, and now he's going to get to a little bit of a dance off of Jaff, who is actually going to take him down. But again, you've got to consider he's all the way downstairs right now. We really need him upstairs because that's where this collapse is coming through. JMXC taking down 2 actually as well. Jake and Spack both falling. So now you've got Jaff and Sugar Honey. As that plant is starting to come down, Blizzard is falling, but the plant will be stuck nonetheless. And Sugar Honey trying to contest it. GMXC is actually going to fall down, and Weiwei's going to take down Sugar Honey. It's going to give them the breathing room they need. They really need to stick this plant now and try and win their 1s in a 2 versus 1. There we go. Diffuser is down. Nom the Nom getting the final pick there. And that is Warwick 2-0 in this best of 3, taking down the once Goliath of Swansea, who today and lately, to be honest, having again, who has jinxed this society? Who has jinxed this team?
Well, that's a very good question. It might have to lead to a full-blown investigation to find out, but that is a matter for another day. It is Warwick who take home the NSE Spring Rainbow Six Siege Grand Final, and in a very strong fashion as well. You think of that clubhouse game that they played so well. The 7-3 victory that they were able to eke out after some very creative plays on the defense, playing around these roams, and on the attack, they took it to Swansea. Again, on Villa, the same is true. Despite it being a little bit closer with that potential comeback, they performed when it mattered. They were able to close out the game, and a 2-0 fashion, like you say, that's a big feat for them, especially as they could kind of be considered the underdog in this matchup at the start of the day.
And this is one thing I want to point out as well. Like it's always said that in the UK we have one of the strongest, scenes national-wise compared to other places, and that's both from like tier 1 all the way down to grassroots University Siege, in my opinion. And you can see things like that today. Again, Swansea historically have been such a good team, similar to Warwick, where they produce all these teams to go in and win all these tournaments. But at the same time, when you look at the way that both these sides played, they were going through like the good old-fashioned traditional ways to go into these games and to win these games and to get that control and stuff. Everything is so by the book and clean is how I'd explain it. But it really is just ultimately coming down to gunfights, positioning, and mental. And that's where the additional tweaks need to be added for next season. But for now, I feel Warwick, like, genuinely hats off to them, because not only have they taken down Swansea here in a really, really convincing manner, but they've also finally regained their dignity for the university. As we said, 3 different game titles this weekend thus far they have lost, but finally with Rainbow Six Siege, they have become the victors. They have won that dub for their university. They have won that dub for the society, and they should be so proud of themselves right now.
Yeah, they are a dominant force under everything that is the umbrella of university esports. I'm sure when we see those Buick points come up, you know, they will be doing. They'll probably be first on the Buick points still. I think they were first after winter as well. So just across the board, congratulations to Warwick on a wonderful win this day.
Absolutely, 100%. I think if you're them, it's time for some cheeky soft drinks. It's time for some celebratory food. Again, they are at Insomnia Gaming Festival this weekend with NSE, so I'm sure they'll have plenty of things to celebrate there, and plenty of things to do to celebrate too.
Well, that is it for Rainbow Six Siege this weekend, but enjoy the rest of the games that are on for today. I believe we have 3 more final matches to be played, so we'll throw you back, but thank you for joining us. Thank you, Grace. It's been a lovely afternoon, enjoying a bit of sunlight from the window and just watching some fun Rainbow Six Siege games.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have the winners here, Warwick University, finally securing one of those championships titles coming through. And first of all, congratulations. I will once again be handing you this. I know this is the first time that Warwick is going to get their hands on this one specifically, so have a look at it. Let me know how you feel. But first question, what is it like performing here on LAN?
It's nice. It's different. Like, you have to like play differently. But yeah, Wei performed insanely the first map, and then it was a full team effort the second map. But no, it's very different, more pressure, but we had a good time. We came here to enjoy ourselves. We haven't been able to practice that much beforehand, but we just came here to have a good time, and we enjoyed ourselves. So yeah, it was good.
And you guys, speaking of that second map, by the way, you guys did take the win on that one. So technically, it was a clean sweep. A couple of, match points coming through. What exactly was going on, and how are you guys able to reel it in and just finish out the game?
I think it's because the first map was went so fast that the second map we got that lead quite fast on. Like, it was 6-2, 6-3. So I think it was more the mental aspect. We were just stressed out and pressured the fact that we knew we were 1 round away, but it was just, and we just made small little mistakes and did little pushes too early and stuff like that, and just wasn't communicating, coordinating as well as we can do. But we managed to slowly bring it back on the last chance before it was going to go to overtime. So yeah, no, it was a close one, but we managed to do it. So. Yeah.
And I also kind of want to talk about the map pick specifically. So this one was on Villa. It was kind of common knowledge that it was your favorite map. Cafe, so was also like one of those maps that was actually banned out by Swansea themselves, which again, people are like, okay, that's Swansea's favorite map coming through. So what was happening with those map bans? Are you aware when that Villa was open, were the guys, oh, this is easy, or?
Well, they have like a coach and an analyst, so like they thought they knew what our bans were going to be, and I'm not sure if we surprised them, but they think, last year, our best map was Cafe. We pretty much could beat every single team on Cafe. We beat Newcastle, who won last year, and we weren't as good as a team as we were this year. So everyone knew that we were an insane Cafe team, but this year we're no longer as good as on Cafe. So we don't really play it as much, but Swansea still believes we're the best Cafe team out of any uni team. So that sort of works in our favour because they banned it. When they saw that we didn't ban it, like, okay. But yeah, so we banned Chalet, which we are terrible at, and we know is their best map. And they took us to Villa. We've played them on Villa twice before, and we've lost 7-5 twice times. But most times that's been very close rounds, so we just sort of worked on those mistakes. We saw how they played it and how we'd counter that. And the map pool sort of worked in our favour. Like, it was very nice. It was a lot nicer than we expected. They could have taken us to Bank, which we've never played as a team. So, yeah. No, it went better than we expected, to be fair. Map won by us, so, yeah, no, it was good.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. And once again, congratulations, taking that trophy home for at least Siege coming through for Warwick. You guys finally securing something. But before we close out the interview, I do have one final question, and that is if you have any words you'd like to share with the audience or any shout-outs you feel like you want to give.
Just want to thank Wei for performing insane on the first map. All my teammates, the Esports Centre, just everything from Warwick is insane. and then just friends and family. But yeah, that's it. And then thank you NSC as well for finally having a LAN in person again and COVID not ruining it. So yeah, it's been good. It's been fun. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the interview, and I hope you guys go enjoy your celebration. Definitely deserved it. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Well, that was it for Siege. Warwick finally taking away one win here this weekend. As you know, I feel like they deserved. That was a very solid performance coming through, specifically on that first map. We're now going to be heading into Valorant. That is a game that's going to be coming up next. But before they do so, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back shortly.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESO UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSC. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, oh, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with trying to do that. But the management help you through it. They teach you the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESO UK, where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports, because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? Like, it's just talking is fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do, so slowly you get better at, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike Major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Like, everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow, because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, the circumstances mean that I can't.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, you know, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Hi, my name's Kat.
My name is Cameron Doig.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society. I've met a lot of students that say they've benefited from Southampton Video Games and Esports. There's a lot of events we run that are a lot more casual, that we run together with our student support services. They're called the Student Hub, and their whole aim is to be as accessible and be the welfare point of contact for any Southampton student. They really like working with us because obviously we get a lot of students that are often cloistered at home, don't really like to go out socially, but if we run a cool video games event for them, they'll come out and they'll enjoy it, and there's welfare representative there that if they feel they need to talk to, they can go and have a chat with them. Hopefully that takes a little bit of the stress off of people from the academic side of university, because it can get quite intense.
I want the esports industry to feel like an inclusive and a diverse place. The PAC is a entirely women and non-binary exclusive community that we run here at Warwick Esports. We went from 3 women in our society to over 100 women and non-binary members. So it's really done really well for them, and they feel like they have a safe space. Giving people that space to go where they feel safe and they feel like they can actually have a good time, and everyone there is of the same mindset as them, I think is really crucial, and it makes everyone feel better about the university experience.
Especially during the pandemic, kind of having this community that still tried to do things even though they couldn't meet up has helped so many people. The UK Dota community, I know everyone came together. We were, especially in the height of the lockdown, we were playing every single night together, had everyone in a big Discord talking to each other. We all just got through it together, just played games, did what we do best. We're all just idiots on the internet, talked to each other when we needed it, and all these communities sprouted from something like Epic Land that meant everyone could meet together and form these friendships.
When you're around a bunch of stressed people, it makes you more stressed. So when I had an essay due in my degree, for example, everyone in my degree group chats would be freaking out and they'd all be so negative, and I could just go to esports and be like, hi guys, and the people that are doing maths will be fine, or at least not as stressed as I am. So I think that's something that really calms me down, is the ability to be able to talk with other people that have different stuff going on, because it really puts it into perspective for you.
Welcome back, gamers, Jet Instalockers, and Valorant enjoyers to the Valorant section of the British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel Spring 2022. We're going to be looking at Clark Kent taking on UCL, Team S specifically, and both of these teams had quite a formidable run going up to this. So far, both of these teams have lost a total of 3 games. And looking at their position in winter 2021, UCL, they were number 5th. Clark Kent, they were number 8th. And that kind of shows how the University Valorant scene is shaping up by having teams that no one expected to be in these finals actually having that ability, that strategy to push through and be here on stage today. When we're looking at Team UCLS, they do like to play on Split, whereas Kent, they prefer Icebox. So I wouldn't be surprised if these two are the maps that are going to be banned out first, just to take away that comfort pick from both of these teams. But the casters that we have available today is going to be your boy Haza and your girl Grace, as they're going to be walking you guys through all the action for these games.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Ginny. Of course, we are here on the desk. I'm joined for the first time with Grace. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to get into this, actually. I think it's going to be quite an interesting one. Obviously, data-wise, looking at what we've just seen, thanks to Ginny getting that information up for us all at home, you can see that it's going to be quite an interesting one. Again, when we think about the side of Clark Kent, the fact that they have been at ninth and they've made it to the finals this time shows the actual progression of that team as well. And now's the perfect time to prove that. Now's the perfect time to prove that progression. And can they meet their maker here on the side of UCL?
Yeah, certainly. I think UCL, this is a team which has had fair amounts of success recently, but not really reached that top spot. I think we see that from both of these sides. Looking at their previous history in the competition, they weren't even in a top 10 place until this or last split even. So it really is a question of the new guard now coming in to establish themselves in the scene. And well, looking at both of the sides here, I mean, do you want to say anything about any of these players? Do any of them stick out to you straight away?
I mean, I think the main thing to really focus on is that, again, for both these sides, it's really focusing on the strength of the duelist to actually go in and make that initial engagement with the other side. So on the side of Clark Kent, you want to be looking at Xeno going in and kind of going against players like Rain. That's going to be the main point of entry when it comes to the attacking side, especially. And they're the ones that have to set that aggression, set the momentum, try and clear as much space as possible for the rest of that collapse around the site to come through. So I think at home, if you keep your eye on those two players, that's probably a good place to start. And again, that's not to put too much pressure on duelists, because I know that often we tend to have the tendency to do that. But at the same time, it's depending on what map is picked, especially, you need that opening freedom. You need that space to clear up for the actual attack to undergo in an effective manner.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's the thing as well. You don't want to put too much pressure on one player, like quite rightly, as you said. I think Rain on UCL is a very, very strong duelist player on some of their strongest maps, like Ginny saw in the preview there. Split, for example, the amount of utility that they bring when they play on a raise, for example, in shutting down certain areas of the map is quite ridiculous. But with the same string, you want players to come in that are also confident, like Wow on the controller, C4, also a very strong chamber player, to round things out, basically. Callan as well on the Sky. They each all bring their own sense of value to this side, but yeah, there have been times where it has felt a little bit top heavy, but those two duelists on both teams, I think, will be definitely a key matchup to outline coming into this one. But yeah, I mean, I guess that also feeds into map choices as well. Certain agents will do better on different maps. There will be those consistent picks like C4 on the chamber throughout maps, I suppose. So yeah, one of those questions being, looking at the maps that they've put out straight away, Icebox being the favorite for Clark Kent, with a map like Icebox, when it is so heavily contested, a lot of teams like to favor it, similarly to Ascent. If you have that as your map pick, do you feel as if maybe you lose that inherent advantage somewhat?
To an extent, especially when Icebox is one of those maps where you know what the vague meta traditionally kind of does tend to be. You want to see the Vipers come through, things like that. And it's kind of like, if you know already the kind of, agents that they're going to bring to the table, you can counter-strat that before the game's even begun, realistically, especially if you've got a very competent IGL. So again, I think that could be a little bit risky business for the side of Clark, especially given that you do want to have those more kind of default best of 3 maps under your belt. You can't be relying on those special secret maps like Icebox, where you're just like, oh, we'll bring it to Icebox and kind of hope for the best because it is our best map. It's like, no, you want things like Split and Bind, and even like Haven as an example. You want that in your pocket. You want that to be strong. And I think when you have a more standard map as your more favored one, it means that you also haven't shown as many strats for those kind of off choice ones as well, which means that you do, especially in a final situation, you can come with the element of surprise there and have less VODs for the other team to kind of pick apart and work out how they're going to counter strat.
Yeah, I guess the best of three is sort of that interesting middle ground between maybe a typical best of five scenario or just
Mm.
a simply a best of one where you're only going to one map and you really have to pug it out. So it is sort of in that mid region, like you said, in terms of
Mm.
maps where you have to have that comfortability in picks and be able to, play those maps well enough. But then at the same time, do you really have space to flex in like a fracture or something, for example? I know UCL are actually really strong on fracture for the most part, or at least they promised that, but they maybe didn't have as much success in other competitions as they would have liked to on that in the university scene in general. I think, their style of play does sort of hark into those smaller maps like Ascent and Split, I suppose. Ascent, while it does have a more expansive mid area, the way that it plays as a whole, there are still a lot of choke points that you need to control. And I think when it comes to holding down the chokes, UCL are very strong. But those bigger maps like Breeze and Fracture, where there is that little bit more strategy based game plan that you have to go into, and a bit more patience is maybe required to manipulate it
Yeah.
properly, they did seem to struggle quite a lot. So it's really going to depend what Clark Kent have to offer coming into this one if they want a more reserved approach. I think you also noted in the pregame that there were two duelist players on the side of UCL, which meant that if they do adopt that more aggressive style, maybe it is more valuable to sit back and let the pieces fall into your hands. So that is
Yeah.
also something else that is important to note coming into this one.
Yeah, and I think again, if you consider the fact that if a team's struggling a lot on more open maps as well, to me that indicates that perhaps their util use isn't as on point as
Mm.
it could be. Because again, especially defensively, when you're trying to use those larger, maps and stuff, you either have to be super, super aggressive, so you want to be bringing those snipers as an example and kind of getting those lines of sight absolutely on point, or you want to be cutting off those lines of sights as much as possible. And if they are struggling with that, that's kind of a bit like, okay, so maybe the strength is more in those close quarters combat kind of situations. So again, that's going to be something to probably look out for as well, like how they are, as you say, certain maps do have those more significant choke points, and it's how they're playing around those choke points, if they're relying more on gun skill or actual utility. Again, it is going to come down to the map picks, I reckon, on how this is going to go. For like all the reasons that we've really said. I think we have just had confirmation we are going to go into the veto shortly also. So we will get it for you as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I think on paper, like looking not even at the maps right now, I do think this is maybe a little bit more weighted towards UCL. I am just going to kind of come out here with like that slight little prediction there. But
Yeah.
again, just because if you're able to be more flexible, but again, have that aggressive edge, that's the perfect situation for any map, in my opinion, because even if you do have those long lines of sights, you can just get a bit aggro with the operators and things like that. And if you want to, or like Marshall and whatever, and if you kind of want to, it's interesting as well, because if you think about it, the way that they have fought both these teams and they haven't made it to a final. So as soon as you get that moment where you're like, oh, we're actually in the final this time,
Yeah.
do you think that teams would actually sit there and kind of be like, okay, this is our like chance finally. We get to show people what we're made of. We get to show people what we're capable of. We get to bring those brownie points and those bragging rights to our uni. Do we sit down and do we actually look at the VODs of the team we're going up against?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, that is definitely a great place to be putting yourself in. But then you also have to question how much time these players have ahead to really plan this kind of thing out, and what VODs are available of these other teams. Because in the university scene, there isn't always so many games that are going to be getting screen time on NSE, for example. So it'll be difficult to try and pick apart what you see. Teams will like to try and adapt as well. So I mean, yeah, for the most part, these are lots of questions to be raising. I think the thing is as well, you've got to look at how these teams are going to get out of the starting blocks in the best of three. If you get that first map on the board already, it's such a great advantage because it then means you have that little bit more room, mental space really to be working with. I suppose on the one hand, you shouldn't become complacent. It shouldn't be a situation where then because you have that map, you ease your foot off of the gas pedal. And I think we see that sometimes
Exactly.
from these teams. But for the most part, UCL, when they've been in these situations, they do look fairly strong. And well, in the last final situation they had against SG Bandits, that was a weighted best of five. And it was the only reason that they didn't win it outright 2-0. Otherwise, it would have been a 2-0 if it was, a best of three format or the like, because they did win those first two maps. So, yeah, coming into this, I think it is always that perfect storm that we see, the combination between agents and maps and how they really counterplay into each other. And something also that you mentioned earlier is about using that operator, right? On agents like Jet and Chamber, I think they work so well together and are very omnipresent in the way that the meta currently sits. So having a more aggressive team like UCL really feeds into that. And yeah, we will just have to see how that one is going to pan out. And it's just all about getting that perfect start, I think.
And this is it as well. And there's always a fact as well. We say this across multiple titles too. When you look at tier one within a game title and how that kind of can trickle down towards the grassroots as well. Obviously, University Valorant being the grassroots of the Valorant scene. It's this idea of, we will see some things kind of trickle down. In terms of things like meta and things like that, and in terms, especially when it comes to gun picks and gun choices. But at the same time, it's how they're playing it. And again, there's going to be less creativity probably as a result. But compared to what you would see at T1, but at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it is better to be a bit safer, a bit more by the book. But I am slightly curious, especially some of the things we've seen in VCT, whether we'll see some things coming out as we go into this. But at the same time, I think if it isn't broke, don't fix it. If they're having comfortable enough time this season to make it to the point that they have, there's got to be a reason why. And they have to be like, okay, these are our strengths, these are our weaknesses. Let's focus on this a little bit and make sure that we're going into this with our absolute A game.
Certainly. All right. I think we now have the map vetoes available, so we can go into a little bit more detail about what it is exactly we're going to be seeing. And, well, it'll make it a lot easier for us to then dictate what direction this best of three may be going in. And, well, to open things up, Clark have gone straight for Breeze. This was the map that sealed the deal in the loss for UCL that they had in their previous finals. So maybe just going straight in for the jugular there with that choice out of left field. And, well, it is UCL that will be starting on the attacker side for that. On the other side, it's going to be Ascent coming out from UCL, a map that they're comfortable on, a map they've won on. We said about those more closed angles. And then finally Haven, which I feel is almost like a mix of the two. We said these more expansive maps, they maybe struggled on. The more closed in ones, they had more success. And then Haven is kind of like that mix of the two. You have that ability to manipulate it a little bit more. There are 3 sites even, so it really will come down to how you play that attacker's side and really try and sort out those rotates. So, I mean, Grace, what are your first thoughts having a first look at this map bands that we're seeing?
I mean, I think it's risky business having Haven as the third there, again, given it is heavily attacker-sided because of the fact that the defense are split across those 3 sites. I think, Kent going for the Breeze, that's going to be really interesting. Again, as I say, if you're attacking on Breeze, and even defending, to be honest, as well, but mostly when you're attacking, you really need to be minding those lines of sights that are potentially being used against you and the utility that you're willing to invest when you're picking these agents as to how you approach that. Again, maybe if you're struggling a little bit traditionally on a map like this and you are getting picked off because people are just holding these massive like the map is huge is the thing. When you think about from bottom to top, you can get these nuts lines of sights like lined up for you. If you are able to cull off those and try and be like, okay, we'll use some util here to just deal with that and maybe be a little bit ratty with it in that mid, that's the way that I'd approach that attack, to be honest. And it's something I want to see with these two. And again, we're getting into the agent selection now. So this is really going to determine like the vibe that both these teams are bringing, Hazza.
Yeah, I mean, certainly on a map like Breeze as well, I think it's important to note how execute heavy it is. It's not really in a situation where the most of the time, unless you're getting a crazy amount of picks across the map, you're not able to just funnel players where you want. You are going to want to try and group up for those heavy executes. So it is about util management as well and what you're able to do with that. Looking at the utility we're going to be seeing, quite rightly, we have a double initiator setup coming in from UCL, the Sky and the Sova. Great are just probing and trying to find out all of that, which will be key to the way that they play this defender's side, because you want to know where the enemy is setting up when it is heavy on the executes. You want to make sure you're not short-staffed in the site where it does eventually end up coming in, so they are well prepared to defend it. And on the other side, Clark Kent bringing in that Chaos over combination, so it will be double initiators across the board, but slightly different. And I mean, KO brings a lot to a team and is great on Breeze.
This is it. It's again, if you want to be a bit more like aggro at times too, it can be absolutely perfect because the utility really allows you that flexibility to kind of use your own utility for the bait as well. It's not just about playing in those duos, it's about allowing that utility to do the work for you. At the same time, I do feel like looking at the Viper pick on the side of UCL, I think that's interesting because a lot of Viper's utility can be used to just completely shut off a site. So that's going to be interesting whether they're going to use that in the mid. Again, to cut off these lines of sight, or whether they're just going to use it to just entirely hold one site at times or bait into one site at times, and then have a majority of those defenders on the other side. So again, really want to be checking the setups that they're bringing here and what they are pretty much planning to do. Of course, this first round, ideally what you expect is a little bit of an overextension and a little bit of aggression when it comes to these pistol rounds. You can be fast and furious, and you can be a bit bolshy with it because opening round, it's kind of anyone's, and again, the actual guns that you have behind you, they aren't really the best. Again, it really does come down to comfort. So you just want to be a little bit fast and furious, feeling yourself, getting those little pop shops where you can, and trying to like start to bring the economy a little bit in your favor.
I think certainly in the opening stages, it can always be a little bit cagey. So we're seeing that the main investment here is going to be towards the A side of the map. Sky just looking towards mid as there is a push coming in from Clark Kent up towards Tunnel, but Chamber and Viper, both very strong players to be having in this position, and C4's already lining up those first few shots. The split push starts to come in. HP is already taken away, but there are supports in from behind. Xeno does find the opener, but those kills start to go the way of UCL, significantly getting them an advantage early on. Does get traded back out though, but it does favor UCL. That spike dropped way out in the open, and these two players have got to try and find a way back to get it.
This is it. They're kind of stuck literally between a rock and a hard place because of that giant pillar in the middle of the site, but they are going to try and go and reclaim that spike where they can, and for the most part, it looks like the defense is still doing relatively well. Not anymore. Now they do have this breathing room to actually grab that spike, and there we go. They didn't even have to get the plant down because they're just going to win that on mechanical skill alone. Attacking round one, going pretty much in their favor.
Yeah, Clark Kent there. They managed to bail themselves out. Ingzane goes, well, absolutely Ingzane lives up to their name. They may be missing the last four letters of it there on their name tag in-game, but yeah, UCL, that they give that little bit of wiggle room that Clark Kent need to be able to punish them in that situation. Perhaps a little bit of an overstep after making that advantage in terms of player numbers and having the spike, you know, dropped right in front of them where they were able to hold it. Really unfortunate round, but now we're just going to see that investment come through. Early aggression from Rain. We've seen them play this position multiple times on the shorty. What can they find? Going to be nothing. Bokai shuts them down. And just like that, Clark Kent, they get the first blood, and they start to move in on these players. Nice trade over on the pistols. That Headhunter only good for one. But for the time being, Clark Kent still should be in control of this round.
Absolutely. Apu. Looks like they're going on a little bit of a flanky boy right now. This could be massive, especially when you've got Wall pinching on the other side. Actually, no. Shot to the face, and Xenox is going to take them down. And again, C4 is going to have to try and apply this pressure here, but it looks like they are going to try and go for a rotate and go for the spike on the A site instead. And this is where you really want to be getting the wind under your sails. If you are the defense, you've got to make it over there as quick as possible, but also let them get a little bit spooked or a little bit too comfortable where you can flank behind them. And here we go. It's a 1 versus 4. Apu on the flank, but again, the lines of sight that can now be held against them is going to be a little bit uncomfortable. And this is a post plant because that spike has been planted. They're going to know vaguely where he's coming from now as they hear some shots go by. And I think it's a little bit of a, there we go, contention there. But Insane is indeed going to shut that down. And that's another round going in their favor.
Yeah, you started to think for a moment there, if C4 was able to buy a tiny bit more time in the site, Apu could have potentially had a flank on the cards, because the only player to drop on the side of Clark Kent was Yagami. Not having those trademarks to hold the flank for them means that there's potentially an opportunity where Apu is able to slip the net, but it's not going to happen. On this occasion, they do now have that full buy coming through, so it's one of those rounds where even if you are struggling, you should be the favorite to find this one. No ults are going to be coming online for either side just yet as well, so interesting to see how they want to try and play this. C4 already with that rendezvous set up for some kind of an aggressive play here, just waiting for that peak to come on out. We said how it's execute heavy, and we're on a bonus round. You want to try and use those Spectres up together, but it's the Headhunter instead that finds the opener. And Callan's going to drop straight away. Another pop flash comes through, also forces that fallback from C4, but UCL already taking heavy damage with a player lost.
This is it too. They are just getting into some gunfights when perhaps they don't need to at times as well. Maybe again relying a little bit more on the utility as time goes on. We will see. I think again it's difficult in the first 2 rounds, but now is the time where you really want to be focusing on that util and making it work to your favor. And at the moment it's only Apu holding this B site. So again, hoping that we're not going to get an entire team rush, but that's exactly what we're going to get. These smokes coming down, and that plant can start to be fixed upon the side. Actually, they're not even going for it. They're just letting Apu get one pick for themselves, and can they get another one as that spike goes down? There we go. There's a second one for Apu, and it's a 4 versus 3, so it's looking really great for the defenders right now. Even though this is a post plant, they just need to find these heads of these attackers, or even use some utility if they've got it in pockets. I don't think they realistically do. And well, Rain's going to take down Xenox. Good going. I think Insane has just heard the jet come in as well. And
scanning ahead. Yeah, Insane is in that corner of the wall, so they haven't been cleared out yet. They will eventually find 2 headshots already, but that is all good for in that situation. UCL, they do clean up. It isn't the best of rounds in the end. They weren't able to keep it clean, not just clearing that corner, which is quite unfortunate on the retake, but yeah, really nice work from Apu there in the site, currently leading the way in terms of kills. And, well, you can see exactly why. So nice from them to just stand their ground and find a couple there on the site defense. I thought Rain would maybe opt for a flank, but we never saw it come to fruition. It was just that full frontal assault that UCL opted for, and, well, it panned out for them. The fact of the matter is they've got a round on the board now. It's something to work with. The buy won't be ideal. Judge and Spectre in the hands of Callan, and while those 2 initiator players, but Clark Kent, they've also got some stock of their own. An Operator and a Viper's Pit, not necessarily the best of combinations, but offer a few different avenues of opportunity in this 3rd round.
Certainly so. Again, even just to control an entire section of the map, that always comes in favor. But for now, again, a little bit of patience actually from the attackers this time, as they're not willing to immediately go in. But there we go, Rain is going to shut down the Sova of Clark Kent, and it's not looking actually no very good. It's a little bit of a trade back, even though it was initially Clark Kent yet again using another player. But we are going to find ourselves in a 3 versus 2 again. Why are they getting so spicy about this midsection? I want to know.
It's so expansive, I think, is the fact of the matter. You're able to attack both of the sites through either elbow or double doors, so it is important to have at least a hold on it. And well, with a map like this and there being so many different angles, players can get caught out left, right, and center, and we do see exactly that. You find a pick on one side of the map, but it's getting traded out elsewhere, not necessarily in a situation where you're doubling up for players, but now it's a 3 versus 3. Viper's Pit of UCL, they have one of their own, but they won't anymore. Gonna get shut down straight away. Yagami finds that one onto Wall, and now it's just Rain. They've been on a reign of terror so far, and we know how strong they are on this jet. They will spot out towards the back of the site Xeno. We spoke about this duel, and it is going to be Rain that wins it out on this occasion, but so much utility, I'm sure, will be soon funneled in towards the site, and just like that, we see the decay, we see the vulnerability come through from the snakebite. Insane wants to try and have a bite at this fight, actually, of their own. They will take down Rain, and it's another round on the board for Clark Kent. The momentum on this attacker's side, always so hard to try and shut down.
But this is the thing, I really do think that at times it's just making sure that if you're gonna hold a tight angle like that, maybe not in mid. Maybe you are, more to the direct choke point to site, because then again, with that midsection, that's where you want to be using that space to your advantage. You want to have that distance between you and your enemy. You want to be able to have these long distance gunfights there. Instead, they're getting into really close quarters with each other, which, we're, 5th round in now. It's not working. Change it up is what I want to see.
Oh, and it's Bladestorm versus Bladestorm early on. One in the hands of an eco, and well, Clark Kent maybe more of an ego than an eco. We see Xeno pull those ones through. Sight already firmly in the possession of Clark Kent, as they are going to be locking this one down. The push and the timing through. The classics start to chirp up, and it's a 3-pick for UCL, which finally shift things to their advantage. Clark Kent on the back foot, both of these players locked in towards the site as that recon comes in from the middle. Once again, they find picks on these pistols, and what is that from UCL? A huge round to be winning, where they were severely at a disadvantage in terms of Arsenal. And now they'll reap the rewards. Guns scattered across the site as those Clark Kent players are laid in waste. And they'll be looking here to get that scoreline nice and even once again.
But again, it's down to the fact that they're able to have these more close quarters engagements when they're when they're retaking it like that, especially given where they were coming in from. You have to consider the kind of tighter angles there and how you can just kind of swing together and get that gunfight firmly under your belt. It's just, yeah, this midsection in the early round needs to kind of become a little bit more of a long distance fight, a long distance engagement. It needs to be a little bit safe from the defense. Again, with the idea of the defense is like, I understand sometimes you can just pop up and have a tighter angle and a rattier angle, and it will throw a spanner in the works because they're expecting you to go for these long-term engagements. But it's the fact that it's not worked, and then you're just losing these numbers early on. Fair enough, they were able to pull it back though. Again, can they do that a second time in a row and already C4? This is what I was talking about, that long-range engagement that worked perfectly for them then.
I think the fact of the matter is they weren't in a situation before when they were able to contest them. Now we see those operators start to come alive, and it's the opportunity to contest that a little bit more freely, and you give them freedom and they make the most out of it. UCL, the back of the thrifty round, now have the funds to maybe play this a little bit more like they wanted to. Apu, this is how they want to play it, I'm sure. In the judge, inside that Viper's ult, just looking to see if anyone really wants to try and test them. That owl drone already invested, so probably the best chance that they're going to get to dismantle that kind of a defense is already gone. And just like that, well, Clark Kent look a little bit more lost for ideas. What can they find, though? Bokai will drop the head of Callan towards mid. That's going to be a huge opener to settle the score and bring things back to 4 apiece. Well, with the Viper's pick contested towards main and so much control now in tunnel, they look to diverge through the middle of the site. Wow, we'll find that one on a shock dart. Doubles up for kills through another one off the back of the Vandal as well. Well, Apu, they've been dropped inside of the Viper's pit. And just like that, the score does remain level on players, but that's a big bit of territory lost towards main.
Again, this can go one way. You have got those smokes to cover, but bullets can still come through those smokes. We're going to see C4 fall down, and there we go. Rain falling too. Feeling yourself a little bit today, are we, Insane?
I mean, that's just ridiculous. I don't really know what to say there. Insane finds that one onto Apu in the Viper's pit. I'm not sure if that was maybe an overextension or if they were just wildly spamming through. Usually the Seekers would be a good counterplay to that, but no, we're not going to see it. And just like that, Clark Kent, they found another round on this attacker's side. I mean, usually the way that things go, chances are they're going to be getting more rounds on the attacker's side than the defense because it is more difficult to try and do. But that's a huge loss for UCL. Multiple snipers taken out of the mix there. And now they've got to try and contend. We will see the Tour de Force come through, so that is another opportunity to do so. But Null Command will definitely stop that in its tracks, and so will Callan, chipping in with a very nice one there. Recon through the back of the site gives an opportunity to drop a poo, but they're still holding steadfast in this position. The nade eventually does fly through, and while that will be enough to take them off their feet, but Callan is still going huge on that Bulldog, yapping away as they double up for numbers on their side. UCL now in control to try and make this retake work, but they've still got to navigate through that Viper's pit. It's over on line and the Sky as well, so both initiators in the mix to try and work this for utility, and well, it looks like Insane, they've given up on the pit entirely. They're just playing for snake bites from the longer angles. UCL given a way back in. Callan dropped all the way down inside that toxic cloud. Yagami finds one as the angles start to open up. The operator comes alive. They peek back into Rain though, who's already on for the flank, and just like that, C4 has the other angle taken up, and well, they get value out of the Tour de Force in the end, and on a rather scrappy buy, they're able to maintain that status quo and keep the rounds only one between the two.
I mean, one could say that that was purely down to the intel from that early round. You know, Callan sending out the utility, gaining all that information. It's a full site push. And then the rest of the defenders were able to just perfectly retaliate to that in a very comfortable way and pull it back in their favor.
Certainly were.
I think that was pretty much one of those things where it's like it was in their favor before it even really the XQ had even come through, in my opinion, because immediately you can react to that. And yes, there were some shots coming through. There was some nice util use from the attackers, but perfect stuff there from UCL.
It's all about setting yourself up for success. And well, right now, C4 is probably feeling a bit down on their luck. Those pings will be coming through on the Hunter's Fury, but Rain is doing all the work for them. They eventually get one of their own, but Okai will try and fight back on the Sheriff. They can be potent if placed correctly, but Autumn is going to have to be real deadly on this occasion, and it's just too much work for them to try and do in a 1 versus 4. Just like that, there'll be 4 players left standing, 4 rounds on the board for UCL, and we're tied up coming into round 9.
And that's, again, probably something we're going to see for the rest of today. You know, from the get-go, I did say perhaps this would be a little bit more favored towards UCL, but looking at how Clark Kent are playing, I think it could be actually a lot closer than we expected. Again, we have gone to Breeze, which we had a lot to say at the start there, but it surprised me how much the map has actually changed things, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think certainly coming into this one, this isn't a map that UCL would have felt most comfortable on, but I suppose when you know that you have a weakness, it's much easier to try and address it. Yagami gets pinged early on, can't quite slip through the curtain on that occasion, and woof, that's a lot of damage to be taking from the mid position. Apu will also chip away as Xeno loses their life, and well, UCL, all of them looking very healthy right now, and just like that, another player dropped on the side of Clark Kent, and this defender's side is starting to grow. There's just a little bit more momentum right now, Grace.
And that's exactly what they need. They need that wind under their sails, and they also need to be looking for the head of Insane, as I said previously, feeling themselves a little bit today, as they've pretty much taken that whole mid control to themselves, although you do see a cheeky little bit of the Sova presence at the back there. This could be massive if Insane chooses to push towards B a little bit more. This could be a nice flank come through, and well, that was a beautiful shot there. Yagami falling. Autumn not really there for the refrag either. There we go. Insane coming through, actually taking down that Sova before they can cause any kind of damage, and C4 is going to take down Autumn retaliation. But again, UCL starting to really pull this back now.
I feel like whenever you see an operator headshot, it's just so overkill, but so sweet at the exact same time. We're going to be seeing a bit of a timeout come here, so that, well, I'm assuming it's Clark Kent that have called it. It would make sense if they had, because they're in a situation right now where they are on the back foot. Valorant being such a momentum-based game, you can't really let it slip away from you. You have to make sure that you're keeping on top of it. And yeah, we do have confirmation that it is a timeout coming through from Clark Kent. Those players just stretching a little bit there to try and refocus the mental just a bit. In the other camp, though, for UCL, they've looked pretty good so far. And I think they'll be happy with their performance in the last few rounds, getting back into it. And well, the rounds that we've seen from Breeze, it can be that cruel mistress, you know. The way that it's so open can really lead into one team or another, and it does depend on who is getting those picks and creating that space most proactively. Both of them, that is the reason why they've invested into this double initiator setup. And for the time being, it is UCL that do have that better control. And you have to somewhat think that that is also through having players like C499 on the operator and being able to flex on and off of different angles and keep this Clark Kent side guessing as to where their next attack should come through.
I mean, that's it as well, isn't it? In my opinion, it is all about the map control, and a lot of the time, especially with a map like this, it is slightly more difficult for the defenders if they've got, you know, a lot of open space, but at the same time, it's reacting to where that push and collapse is coming from. If you're the attackers, you want to get the objective under your belt as soon as possible. Again, on a map like this, where you do have these long lines of sight, UCL coming out to bait a little bit on the B area is going to keep the side of UCL on their toes a little bit. Patience of Saints as Clark Kent are trying to kind of contest the mid a little bit, but not really getting any pushback just yet. UCL firmly just trying to put their heels into the sand, so to speak, and just really hold off for as long as possible and really just put the feelers out and gauge where this attack is going to come from. I think they've kind of sussed that the team are currently spread out, but this split push and split collapse is actually coming underway now. Yagami taking down Callan, and things can start rolling out. You get a beautiful pick there as the two start to find their way in the face of the defenders and also the face of a little pick by Xenox. Beautiful stuff to see. The spike is going to be planted down, and it's now a retake situation with the side of UCL, who only have 2 players to go for this.
Yeah, and I think the pick that we see coming in there from Yagami as they find yet another one on towards Rain is really the difference maker in that scenario, because it means that there's 2 players in the form of C4 and Rain who's just lost their life, and well, C4 knows exactly where Yagami's going to be coming from, but will they be prepared for it? Not quite, as they take quite a helping of damage there, only down to 70 HP. And, well, there's already multiple players converging on their position. Xeno, the first of which to make this engagement, but yeah, C4 is the smarter one in this situation. They decide to just back up and hold on to the operator. It has been the key, you somewhat feel, to their success in these last few rounds, so holding on to it will be very important. Nice little sort of floating fist bump there from the Clark Kent players as they're able to make the most out of that timeout that they put up and adjust their game plan accordingly as they go for a nice split push towards B that time.
I mean, again, this is an interesting one to kind of think, like, how evenly matched they still are on this map, and I think it's going to be interesting when we get to the second map, when things start to get a little bit more by the book and, like, typical best of 3 area. How things are going to go. I think both of these teams are absolutely on fire. It's just, again, sometimes the positioning a little bit squiffy in my opinion, but again, the utility use seems to be absolutely on point, which we're seeing now. You know, Souza coming through and bringing that intel to his teammates to try and allow them to set up for a collapse here. Although the Spike is kind of lurking on that B area, so I think this might be a little bit of a bait and switch, to be honest.
It certainly looks like it. Clark Kent trying to use that map more to their advantage, and well, maybe this is what we expected coming in, and it's these little readjustments that we want to see from these teams, showing that they have a level of adaptability about them, that they keep their wits about them, and they're playing this in a more heads-up fashion. Once again, actually, from the positioning of this Spike, like you quite rightly said, well, Callan is punching back on the other side of the map, and eventually I think they will understand that this is going to be a B execute, as the Fool is stationed there to try and shut it down, will fell the Spike. Initially, he gets that second one onto Xeno as well before they fall to Yagami. Now it will have to be that 1 versus 5 situation, or they don't even get to pick up the Spike. They've got to recontest this angle. C4 lays in wait. It's a big chunk of damage to be taken. Only 6 points of health through that very wall-bangable back of sight. Posts up to try and find that one, and, or actually, it is going to be Well that finds them in the end through the side of the wall instead of that jumping bait that we see come through from Callan. I mean, Clark Kent, in that round, we said that we liked the idea, right, for them to be playing that map a little bit more, but maybe somewhat of an overcommit towards A there that left them so open for Callan to punish.
I think that's it, and again, at that point, it's kind of like sharks sniffing blood in water, and especially towards the end there, where you're kind of left with the Spike, and it's just you trying to go for that plant, and you're in like a 1 versus X. It can be really unfortunate, and they did get the aggression there at the end just to secure it, despite the fact that they didn't really need to as well. It's always on this moment where you're like, okay, you're really hungry for it now, but I respect it, I respect it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when we do actually switch sides, though, I will say. Again, sometimes things can change up depending on the playstyle of the team, but also the fact that if we have a little bit of a situation when it comes to those long lines of sights engagements.
Look at this from Apu. Really nicely done. Just manages to bring the recoil down of that Vandal to get the second one on towards Xeno, who's pushed in towards the site. And, well, I think we're just having a slight issue here with some packet loss on the Sage, so it won't be too long before we get back into the action. But like you said, I mean, these rounds are very close between the two sides. 6 and 6 right now. It'll be interesting to see whether it's one of those situations where the halves flip sides, and then you're really in one where a team starts to pull away and they look that much better because they weren't playing on the side that really favored them as much. Or I guess there's also the same dynamic whereby you see that potentially one of the teams also felt in a similar situation the other way around, and we do just maintain that level footing the whole way through. So right now, yeah, both of these teams are going to want to be in a situation where if you are Clark Kent, you want to make sure you're coming in at least even on the half, because they have started to slip behind now against UCL. And if you're UCL, you want that significant advantage. You want to be in 7-5 instead of 6-6, because it means if you lose out on the piss around an anti-eco, you're not going to be at a disadvantage then coming into those full gun rounds. So these last few rounds in the half, or this last round specifically, does carry a lot of weight in the trajectory of the rest of this matchup.
Yeah, and I think again, this is a best of 3, so regardless of who wins here, it's not quite over yet. And if they're evenly matched on a map like this, the thing that I am worried about is how that second map is going to go. As I said, I did mention this point earlier, but I just want to touch back on it again. When it comes to those more standard best of 3 maps, audience, give us a wave. Lovely to see
Love
you
that.
all.
It's-
Hope you're enjoying the fact that, there we go, love to see
Yeah.
it. Hope we're enjoying the fact that we're all back at live events after a horrible 2-3 years of COVID. So love to see all your happy, smiling faces there.
I was going to say, we got the evil anime villain stare from Leg Day there, which was very, very nice. But yeah, hopefully we will be going back into games soon enough. Not
But
that
yeah,
we're not being blessed with his presence, but
this is it though. This is it. Like I am genuinely concerned about when we get to those more, even balanced best of 3 maps, how the momentum shift will go potentially more in the favor of, I'm going to say Clark Kent, actually. I think UCL coming into this, I did predict them to have the kind of stronger advantage, but it does feel like Clark Kent have woken up. They've had their Weetabix. They're really feeling themselves. They're using their util really well. They're getting the control under their belts in a really perfect and standard way, but it's working for them. It's kind of like watching someone build a table, but it's the most beautiful table you've ever seen. Everything's perfectly sanded, classy mahogany finish.
yeah, I mean, they're just going to want to get it over the line. I think we know it is Clark Kent's pick, so it is very important that they find this one. If they're then going into Ascent at a map disadvantage when we know UCL are strong there, it's not a situation you want to be in whatsoever. And I mean, sometimes you do have to fight back and take your opponent's map pick off them to put yourself in that situation. It's not always going to go down to the decider. It can just be a 2-0. And well, a change of pace here from Clark Kent, very swiftly moving in towards this double door position. McCallum is already there. A flash to deter them a little bit as the teammates chip in. Zeno, though, in this jet duel that we've been speaking about so heavily, just discards that knife and the blade storm, not wanting to make sure that it slips out by accident at any point, which is fair enough, I suppose. Well, we'll create some of that information to just note that no one's been hanging back from that initial push. They find another pick as well, but Zeno is on an absolute tear right now. It does drop eventually to only them on their shoulders to ace clutch this one out in the 1 versus 2. Only a singular point of health. They find the first one on for a corner. They find the ace as well. Onto a boo. Absolutely huge. They stand up and bring the rest of the team onto their shoulders, leveling the half for Clark Kent as they swap back to that defense. What a clutch.
Cool, we love that. We love to see it. And again, now they potentially, especially the way that they've been playing, what I'd really love to see here is for this initial, pistol defense round, is that overextension from the sides. They can utilize this aggression to their advantage and make it work so well. We even saw, of course, yes, Zeno coming through there with an absolute nutty ace towards the end there, but it's the fact that they can be aggressive, and when they are aggressive, it works really well, especially when you do have very competent duelists like Zeno. And this is why I want to be seeing Zeno overextend from that A site now, but I don't think they're gonna quite go for it, which is a little bit of a shame, really.
That works.
Don't know how I feel about that one.
Sometimes
Wasted
you just need
potential.
players.
Wasted potential.
Potentially. Sometimes you do just need those players to stand up and make those crazy plays. There's no better place to do it in a LAN setting. And, well, for this opening engagement, it's Zeno that just carries on that momentum. They're really feeling themselves right now as they connect a swift Sheriff headshot towards mid. They will eventually be put a stop to, though, and it is C4 that finds them. That chamber mirror pick does go the opposite way, though, and well, Clark Kent, they are starting to find their groove now in towards this round. Yagami pushing on even further to try and find what else they can towards mid. It will be Bokai that collects it instead, and now twice as many players stand for that Clark Kent defense, which looks so rigid at this point in time. Rain tries to swing things to their advantage, but there's so many players grouped up on that dropped spike, and just like that, it's another round dropped. Clark Kent, they're starting to feel themselves now. They do begin to pull away.
And this is the thing, we really want to see one of these teams really take the reins here and start to pull this to map finish, but I mean, again, ideally, what do you do right now if you're UCL? You're on the attack. You have, potentially long sites that you don't want to contest. You want to see that Util come down, and you also, well, this is actually quite pleasant to see, but we're going to see, oh no, this could be quite bad actually. A little mid 1v1 with the shots coming out, no one really being taken down for the count just yet. Callum trying to find the heads of these defenders as Bokai takes down, well, significant players of Clark Kent actually taking down a lot of UCL. That was a significant chunk from their roster. And Rain is trying to go for these top shots. Gets one onto Zeno now. The gunner of Zeno falls, as does Autumn. And it's a 2 versus 2. Really good going there by UCL. But Yagami's going to turn around and shut down Rain on their little reign of chaos. C4. Spike in hand. Have this entire site to themselves. And there we go. They're just going to lazily plonk it down.
And that's certainly one way of putting it. The only problem in this situation is they're only going to have a classic to try and work with. So they've really got to isolate these close engagements, maybe try and play for a burst kill or something of the sort, and then get the heck out of there with the rendezvous that they've cleverly placed towards Elbow. That first fight does start to go their way. Nice headshot onto Yagami, but when the two players swing, it is too tall of an order for them to come out on top in that situation. So another round now on the board for Clark Kent, and they just start to pull away. UCL really struggling in this situation. It will just be a double up for them. I mean, I guess you've got to count the positive aspects of that previous round. It was an anti-eco, right? So Clark Kent, they weren't able to keep it too clean, and that is strongly reflected in the weapons they're able to carry into this one. UCL now have a great opportunity to really bite back in these gun rounds and keep that score level, get a bit of momentum, and you know, really take the game to Clark Kent, who at this point in time just looked that little bit better.
I think this is as well, they can use a lot of Callum's utility to just apply pressure without having to go for these gunfights. But again, they do have the advantage in terms of guns that they bring to play, which is why we're seeing this overextension down mid. And giving them Rain. And there we go. Callum also falling down too. It's like yummy utility I was talking about completely taken off the board. C4 getting the trade back onto Insane though. But again, a 3 versus 4, and that over-aggression certainly did benefit them a little bit while taking down Zeno there. But again, we've kind of balanced. Okay, it's gone stagnant now. I thought they'd go completely fast and furious with each other and just have a little bit of a whale fest of each other around that mid section, but it looks like they are still setting up for a very slow collapse. And again, okay, I take it back. It's not quite slow. I'm going to refer to it as patient. It's having the patience to actually be like, let's apply utility. There we go. The Sova's coming through. Utility being pumped down, and that spike can be firmly placed here by C4. And there we go, Hazard.
I think the word to use is a very measured approach there from UCL. They got into a fight towards mid. They traded back and forth, but ultimately they were the team that came out on the worst hand, especially when you look at the buy that Clark Kent had coming in. They had to bring some kind of aggression to the table to make anything out of this round. And, well, now they're stuck in a difficult retake situation where UCL, they didn't want to overcommit too much, and now they've got to try and fight this one out. Pings onto both players in the backside. This could be huge. Wow, he's circling around though, and Apu will get taken off the board. There is a Vandal in the hands of Autumn, but as those pings come through, C4 is perfectly placed. Was never quite cleared by the owl drone that came through from Elbow as it graces main. And now UCL, they're only one away. I mean, they did lose probably a few too many players than they would have hoped in that situation. They're only able to carry through 2 Vandals from Merit. But I mean, the fact that they get it on the board in general after that opening stage that we saw between the two teams in mid, which heavily favoured Clark Kent, and I must say was a very, very nice change in pace from them. Yeah, they did well to get it on the board in general. And I mean, now looking at Clark Kent, the fact they're able to get that operator in play, this could look to just shut down anything that UCL were able to find off that previous round.
Yeah, but never say never. I mean, we'll see what they can do with it. Again, they do have that really yummy util back in pocket now that we're in the fresh round, and a little bit of a jet ulti coming through as well. So this could be quite interesting. Will Rain be able to cause chaos yet again and open a little bit of breathing space for their teammates, or will that be shut down before it's even begun? Only time can tell. Zeno, I think, very aware of the fact that Rain is kind of lurking around as well. So this might be a little bit of jet versus jet action where we see it get shut down again before anything can really come to fruition.
I mean, look at the map right now. All 10 players in this sort of third. You know, when you speak about photography, you have the rule of thirds, and right now, this would be picture perfect with the way that they're set up. There are ults on both sides. That Bladestorm and Tour de Force will add that little bit of extra weaponry you wouldn't otherwise get for UCL, but what can they make out of it? Those first few gunfights start to come through, and things still not really shifting for either side, but UCL eventually pull away. The Tour de Force claims one. Xeno will swing back. We know what they're capable of in the clutch, but when you dash into the arms of Apu, then you are going to be losing your life. And just like that, UCL, they find a way back on a round which wasn't really in their favour. It forces Clark Kent now onto a dodgy buy of their own. And yeah, really, it is nobody's game at this point in time. It's everybody and nobody's game at the same time, because neither of them are able to get a real foothold in this matchup and pull away from the other.
And this is the thing too, the fact that it keeps getting to this even Stevens point really does dictate how, I'm not going to say wonky this map can be for both sides, but again, the fact that you have this very, very favorable map for using, you know, very either aggressive strategy or very long, nice lines of sight in terms of the guns that you can bring. Of course, not right now, but we are going to see the Sova actually deal with significant numbers of those defenders. And the Bladestorm comes through from Zeno as well. And there we go. Smoke's going down to give him a little bit of a safe escape, but Apu is going to take down Autumn. So Clark Kent right now, it is all left down to Zeno in an Insane. And looks like Insane is going to go for a little bit of a flankaroonie. Gonna try and get their way to the A site, hopefully as soon as possible, but I'm not really sure if that call has come through yet, as it looks like Xeno's just kind of staying very stagnant right now, as that spike can pretty much go down uncontested.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be in a position to try and shut things down. They're already well aware of the flank here, UCL. They might just be using time to their advantage, actually, to bait for it that little bit longer. It will eventually be Callum that gets it down. I'm sure that this is thought out to try and get their ult online as quickly as possible. Well, you know who else is going to want to try and get their ult back online? It's going to be C4. Finds both of those kills off the back of having used the Tour de Force in the previous round. And it's the first flawless round that we see in the entire series so far. Taking its time to show itself, but it is eventually here coming out of round 17. And both teams still looking very, very closely matched. I think this was one of the two possibilities coming out of the half. We said, you know, maybe one team will really take that initiative and stride away, or we might just be in a situation where both of them are so evenly matched that it's not really going to swing one way or another. And I think that is kind of how it feels. Even if one of these teams do just eventually pull away and it goes 13-8, for example, to UCL, it's still been a pretty close game, all things considered, so far.
It has, and again, speaking of close, going to be wanting to shut off a lot of lines of sight here to make these engagements as close as possible. C4 taking down Insane, though, and that is their Viper taken off the board. UCL still have their Viper on the table, though, and I believe there is actually the Viper's pit up for the side of the attackers, so they want to utilize that when they go for this collapse. It looks like they are going to commit to this B collapse as well. Rain taking down Bokai there, so let's get things underway, please, chaps.
And just as you said that, that has to be like the worst caster's curse I think I've ever seen, Grace. I'm going to be completely honest. They've got things underway by going the complete opposite direction.
I can't.
Xeno pushed up, unable to capitalize off of that one. But yeah, this has gone into a really weird round now, as a matter of fact, because it's left C4 guessing as to whether Xeno's still posted. They aren't. They've gone all the way back round to Hall, and just like that, players go through the mid position, and now they're going through tunnel, and we do finally see that B execute come through. So, I mean, it's a situation where they got it underway, but probably in the longest fashion possible.
I mean, this is it, but now that spike can go down, that pit can be opened, it's going to expand, and it's going to, again, cut off these lines of sight. Here we go, we hear the audio come through, and Zeno looking for these heads, but again, you know now that you've got to contest that pit, so you're going to fire a few cheeky pop shots where you can in the hopes that it's going to just randomly land on someone. Yakami making the way. Perhaps one of them could risk it for a chocolate biscuit and go for a little bit of a rush into the pit for intel, but they are going to take down Rain, so that's going to be a nice little start for them as well as C4 takes down ultimate retaliation. And well, there we go! While coming through there, finishing them off. A beautiful round there.
That was really nice from Wild to just line up those two players. It was so difficult for the CTs making their way in there. We saw the recon dart just keeping them on their toes. It did get shot out, so it didn't cause too much issues, but Yeah, there's that slight tag onto Autumn, and then it's C4 that finishes things off. And they're left the rest guessing. They're spinning around just trying to find where these shots are coming from as the players peek in and out. Really, really nice post plant there from UCL. Viper's Pit invested as well when you're at even numbers to just give you that slight advantage. Like you said before, it's the way that these teams posture coming into the gunfights that will really give them a helping hand. And look at this. Early on, mid-aggression once again from Clark Kent. They saw success with it before, but the Seekers mean that UCL are very, very alert on how this setup will be coming through. And well, actually, they're super, super passive right now. All of those players backed up towards main. There's a retake wall up as well. I'm not saying that this is necessarily going to be a chance for a Fuse to come in or something, but, well, they're certainly making the most of the situation. Autumn finds that one. There are trades back and forth, but eventually the kill feed floods red. It's just going to be all UCL in the post plant once again, and they only find themselves now 1 away from match point.
No, I love that. It was the fact that, yeah, I love the fact that Clark Kent came through with that mid-aggression, going for the direct push, like, okay, no, they're definitely committing here, let's try and contest it. It's the fact that we then saw Rain go for this flank towards the back of that defender spawn, and got 2 for their trouble. We love to see it, but again, it's kind of a little bit of a stinky one on the side of Clark Kent, because it's like, okay, you've invested so much manpower into that midsection, but then you haven't even considered the fact that maybe one of you does need to check that back, just in case there is someone on the flank. You've always got to mind your P's and Q's, Hazard.
You certainly do. And right now, UCL look to be dotting their I's and crossing their T's. With that being said, ING does find an opener onto Rain, and that's a big player to be taking off the board early on. At a player disadvantage now, UCL on their attack, which has looked pretty good so far, are going to have to try and adjust this one into their favor. Find that little gap to push it on through, and just like that, I was thinking we might see it, and it's C4 once again on the operator. Chips on for not just 1, but a second pick as well. The scoreline now level as those trades go back and forth, and this will favor UCL, not when they're losing players out towards mid though. Does kill, keep Zeno guessing, just about equips the rifle there for Callan to take out Yagami, so we are once again back at a equal footing. There's utility to come through, an initiator on both sides to swing things in their advantage. See that fragment come through to just stop the swing, but there are players low, and the operator is not an ideal weapon to be bringing into this situation. The flash drive comes through twice, but isn't only able to find one. Zeno connects the first shot, gets the second with the classic burst. I don't know how they do it every single time. Manages to clutch it out, and just like that, Clark Kent's star player once again pulls them out from a difficult situation.
I mean, that's gotta be the player of the century to try and pull that back to your teammates. Goodness gracious me. Again, as we say, it looked really dire then. They didn't have the right kind of weaponry at all for it. Those close quarters engagements, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, UCL have this pretty much in their pocket. And then, no. Winning your ones, it would appear. So it is impressive stuff. Again, I think the thing is like at the start of the map, I was kind of like, the energy feels slightly squiffy. I feel like people aren't taking the opportunities that perhaps they could. And now it feels like these teams are fully warmed into it. They're fully ready to go for the jugular with each other. And I think that's why we are going to start seeing these spicier plays now. It's just a shame that we didn't get it from the beginning. But at the same time, it's like, you know, we've had this incredibly close map number 1. If map number 2, again, with that more kind of even Stevens, I like to call it like a plowman sandwich, like you know what you're going to get. Those basic maps for those map pool, things are going to get incredibly chaotic, but in a good way. In a very, very good way. I think people are going to really take advantage of their strengths and weaknesses, and it's going to be a jolly good game of Valorant for everybody involved, everybody watching there once again in the live audience at Insomnia. I can't get over that. It's amazing to see this happen yet again after the pandemic. So stoked for everyone there in the audience watching this live. Living the dream right now.
I mean, look at this shot. I'm not sure what the observers focus on. That is very ominous. There's a tactic there sort of in a dark room. It's almost as if they're the one writing the script for this, and they seem to know what's happening next. But, well, 2 bits of clearing utility both go in, and what are they able to find? The thing is, the poison cloud is up, so they can't really capitalize off the space that they've just made. So UCL putting themselves at an early disadvantage in terms of their utility game, perhaps. And yeah, I mean, just quite rightly, as you said, a nice timeout coming through there from Clark Kent to really let that one sit after they were able to clutch out the round. They get a little bit more thought now as to what they want to do on this round. And UCL, I want to say they're on the back foot in the early stages, just in the way that this is setting up because of the utility that they use, but they'll still have plenty to make this execute work. And it is just Zane, sorry, playing from the back of the site. We'll see if they're Zane or not. We'll see what kind of nutty plays they can bring out to really hold down the site. They've managed to find the first one. They get the second as well. It's a headshot onto Wild, but those pings will be coming through onto them thick and fast, and it's difficult to try and bear that much weight on your own. They eventually drop, but their hard work has not gone to waste because it is a 3 versus 4 that does favor the defender's side.
It does indeed, but again, it's the fact that they've got to come to these close quarters engagements. We're going to see trades coming through by a very good point. I can get my words out. Bokai going to clean it up at the end there and go for that defuse. And Clark Kent right now bringing this to 10-11. This is getting so close, Hazza.
I mean, it really is. There's only a round between the two teams, and it's only a few rounds before we should at least be done here in regulation. Not sure whether they maybe have an overtime in store for us. They heard it wasn't going to be 5 maps, but they wanted to give us as many rounds as they could. So looking at the way things are going, it is just that string of rounds UCL were able to find. But, I mean, looking at the timeline, it's been really patchy, right? You see those rounds sandwiching the half where Zeno was able to go absolutely huge. Clark Kent, they keep that bit of momentum. UCL swing back thick and fast with, you know, a pentuple of rounds. And then it has just been these last few diffuses where Clark Kent in the post plant have been able to get their way and bring it over the line. So right now, really not much separates these two teams. And, well, if UCL are able to find match point here, it could be absolutely huge. Clark Kent, though, they want to level up that score. And I think if it goes 11-11, UCL might not have the money to buy back into it. And we may just be looking at a match point for Clark Kent. So either team could really set themselves up on the edge of greatness with a performance here.
This is the thing, a little bit of quiet before a potential storm is UCL not entirely sure what they really want to go for just yet. I think they were hoping maybe for some overextensions where they can get a few opening picks, give themselves some breathing room. And speaking of breathing, Zeno breathing heavily down that long line of sight there. And that's going to be interesting because that's indeed where this collapse is going to try and sell up for. It's going to go to that A site. And again, this could get spicy very, very quickly for the side of UCL because if they do invest this utility, things can go wrong very, very quickly. Time is of the essence as we do indeed have 30 seconds left. This execute, this collapse needs to come through right now, Hazza.
Yeah, and there's only about 15 seconds to actually get this spike planted. On an angle like that, it's so easy for people to shut them down. Oh, look! No! The Viper gets dropped, the poo falls, and it's a flawless round from Clark Kent. They made the pause happen just to let that one sit, but this one will sting so much worse. I think it's actually Zeno who finds that on the operator through the smoke.
Yeah.
It is! A poo drops, and just like that, the curtain falls.
Oh,
this fairy tale of a response that UCL had brought is just gone with the wind. And right now they're left guessing. They will be able to invest into this round, but I think looking at both teams, actually, I think Clark Kent should be good. But if UCL lose this one, I'm not sure they're actually going to have the funds to invest into that next round, and Clark Kent could actually just run away with this one.
And that would be such a shame, especially given how much of a bite back UCL did actually give. Again, a lot of utility being invested that last round for the attackers, so things a little bit risky biscuits right now. As there we go, the Vipers pit kind of lovingly spread out now across that B site, so they're gonna have to commit to that A unless they want to really take those very, very small amount of space for the collapse. So that's really good going by Clark Kent. But you know, they were aware of how much utility was invested last round, and they can now use this to their advantage. A little bit of intel coming through as the Owl drone hovering around that midsection. Presumably spots out some of these players of UCL as well. And again, look how much freedom, look how much breathing room Clark Kent have right now. It's another day at the office right now. they can do whatever they want. We're going to see a little bit of pressure being applied towards this mid fight Autumn. I'm wondering if they're going to try and get a bit aggro and bolshy with it. Absolutely not just yet. Well, the smoke's coming down, but you're still going to see the bullets go through them as trades come through. And now both teams free APs. 30 seconds left. Hazard. There we go. Hunter Fury coming through and doesn't quite land and get a kill, but it does do a significant amount of damage. Speaking of damage, we're going to see Brokai get taken out there. Beautiful shot to the face, and it's all left down to Yagami now. And 1 versus 2, but no, there we go. Pulling this 12th round. The skin of their teeth, to be honest, Hazard.
It really was. And I mean, you were just saying if UCL weren't able to get this one over the line with how hard they swung back. The same, I think, goes for Clark Kent, because they've been fighting back in their own right over the last few rounds, and that one feels really tough where Yagami just loses out on the crucial 11-11, and now it is match point for UCL. So at the very least, they've secured overtime on this first map, and Clark Kent, they do have that operator in play from Xeno once again. A couple of ults, which could be huge. Blade Storm just sifting away to try and find anything there, but it's not going to be the opener that they were looking for. An interesting early engagement to open this one up, but UCL very, very reserved in the setup that they're bringing forward once again. I mean, like you said, Clark Kent, they seem to have space, but I mean, both of these teams do. They've really been honing in on trying to make those split pushes work, I think, but well, this time it is an interesting one. Rain is all the way towards elbow while the spike has dropped here, and UCL might just be probing for a pick towards A, but actually they're going to lose that life towards B instead. Not sure it's going to be enough to call any kind of a rotate, so Zane just gets that one for free.
Ooh, and Brokai also falling as well, and again, 4 versus 4 even Stevens, where we like to see Yagami going for the pick, actually shut down by C4, gets a second one there onto Autumn as well, and Zeno on the hunt, operator in hand, but that spike is going down, and again, Insane, what can you do? You're the one that close quarters engagement gun, and you have to find, well, 2 more players of this attack, and it's all left down to you. They probably have your number vaguely, because they can just line up these lines of sight and really prevent you from making this approach, and there we go! Goodness gracious me! The comeback of dreams.
Really, really well played from UCL there to bring that one back and eventually seal a map which wasn't their pick. They came in at a disadvantage. It was one that they hadn't had too much success on before. We questioned how they would perform coming into Breeze. It's that more open map. You have to try and play it a little bit better. You have to manipulate it. There's that very strategic side that you maybe lack if you're just playing so aggressive, but they shore things up. They adapt really, really nicely, like you said, and it's a very nice comeback for them to secure that first map. Now going into Ascent, they have a lot of confidence. We said before about how important it is to get out of the blocks quickly, and what better way to do it than to break the serve of Clark Kent.
Exactly, this is it as well. You lose that one map and the pressure is on, because you know that you're basically not only like, well, your series point essentially at that point, aren't you? But it's also the championship point, because this is the grand final of the season. Yeah. So again, if you're Clark Kent right now, it's like, okay, we just kind of lost that when we had, quite a significant run with it. And now we are on map point and we need to pull it back. And at this point, UCL are probably really feeling themselves. We have had some really gorgeous plays on the side of Clark Kent as well, though. It's just, again, when the mental pressure starts to come through, that's when you really start to see the psychological warfare really come out to play. It's not just anymore about the map control, the gunfights, the util use, the way that you're holding these angles. It's the way that your mental can affect all of these things and how you're conducting yourself playing all of these things.
Certainly is. And well, I mean, if any of these other maps that we're going to be seeing have half the entertainment value that Breeze has just provided, then we are certainly going to be in for a very good time, because I mean, there were so many clutch plays back and forth. We see there 11-8 down. Clark Kent, they're able to swing back in those situations. Xeno, with so many clutch plays, will really be kicking themselves that they weren't able to find that first map, because they did so much work to keep Clark Kent in it. And yeah, just like that, they are going to lose out. So it is a tough situation now. They have to go to UCL and try and find this map. And yeah, I mean, doesn't manage to go to the overtime in the end. They lose it out. And Ascent is up next, a tough place to go. But I suppose we did say coming into this, there are those certain maps where it's more favored by both teams. It's not really a pick that will necessarily set you aside from everyone else. It's not like a fracture pocket pick. So their work isn't done here just yet.
But it's the thing, we thought, the choice of Breeze would be more of like a pocket pick in essence too. It's not a best of 5, it's a best of 3. So we did expect these more kind of by the book, standard basic. I'm not gonna say boring maps because they're not boring at all, but the more basic ones that you would see in a best of 3. So again, I think we expected the first map to be a lot more one-sided. The fact that it's been so even, if we do go to those basic by the books maps, this is where the best team truly will come through. And I don't use that, those words loosely. We are, Ascent. It's, again, when we think about aggression, that's going to be the name of the game, especially down that mid section, and how people are playing around that mid. It's something I really, really am going to be looking out for, especially given how that first map went. We had some really genuinely bizarre mid plays. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go on Ascent, to be honest.
Yeah, Ascent certainly has a lot in store. That first map of Breeze obviously being the pick of Clark Kent. They lose out very narrowly after fighting back valiantly. Same could be said for UCL, a very close map overall. Now we go to Ascent, a map that both teams I think would be comfortable on, but it is UCL's pick, and we've seen them be strong on it before. So at this point, it really is anyone's game, but we are going to be throwing to a short break before we come back for map 2. It's been a blockbuster so far, so don't go anywhere.
I like Fortnite.
It's about like just how fast everything's been happening since the audition.
Well, we can't wait to hear it.
Thank you.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the grand finals of NSE live from Insomnia. And well, we've seen a fantastic first map of Breeze. It was the pick of Clark Kent, but they lost oh so narrowly 13-11 to UCL, who look very strong going into their choice of ascent. It's a long mountain back to climb.
It is. And again, it's the way that the map number 1 was played. We talk about the long lines of sight, especially on a midsection. We still have a similar thing on Ascent. Obviously not as open as Breeze, but we've still got that midsection, that all-important midsection. And if people want to get a little bit razzle-dazzly with it and they're really feeling themselves today, that's where a lot of this chaos can go underway. Or again, if you're attacking, applying that pressure down the mid with those long lines of sights, whilst you have the second dimension coming up through Fish. It's very by the book standard. I referred to it earlier as a ploughman sandwich. So it's, again, you know what you're going to get here. Ladies and gentlemen at home, you know what is going to go underway with this map. It's by the book. It's the classic best of 3 standard map pick. So do I think anything ridiculous will happen here? I mean, again, we did see recently in one of the women's uni Valorant tournaments where they decided to run 5 duelists for this map, which was possibly one of the most chaotic things I've ever witnessed in my entire life. Do I think that we're going to see a similar thing right now? No. I think that both these teams, again, the pressure is on because, this is map point right now. Clark Kent, if they can't pull their stockings up a little bit, this is going to be game over for them. They're going to lose this final, and that's a massive shame considering how close that first map came. And again, if you're UCL, you really want to be the redeeming factor for yourselves right now, where people came into this expecting you guys to be the ones to come up on top. If you can't meet that expectation, that can feel a little bit of a bummer.
It certainly can. So they have to pull something out of the hat in this situation. It has to be something radical, potentially, coming out from them in terms of what they bring to the table. I saw on the previous map, we had Autumn picking up that KO. Going into Ascent, I'm not sure if that's a choice which would potentially be too strong, but we've seen it done before. And, well, maybe that's more of a shake-up by bringing them to Ascent than having them initially on Breeze would be. It's these little tidbits that we see in the way that the agents are put forward that could really influence the way that this is going to happen. But instead, it's UCL, I think, that maybe opting to, well, actually, they just stick with a pretty default comp here. I think C4 going on the Killjoy instead of the Chamber is the most interesting. It offers a lot of utility already with that double initiator setup. But I mean, Xeno on a Yoru here, speaking of radical, that would be pretty left field.
Yeah, I think that would be a little bit spicy, certainly. I think, again, the thing that's kind of making my spidey senses go a bit like, that's interesting, is the fact that in terms of intel and how both these teams are trying to get their feelers out and gauge the approach or the defense of the other team, we're only really seeing the Sovas come into play. We're not really seeing any ciphers, which I think for Ascent, I do like a cipher on Ascent. You see it a lot in the Natty leagues, especially the Spanish Natty leagues. There's a really good some really good cipher plays there, and I would like to see that right now. Fair enough, bring the Sova if that's the comfortable thing. Of
Choose
course,
your
you do have the
agent.
owl drone still, and you can really get into every nook and cranny with that, so it does make sense to an extent. And also, that dart can really allow you a little bit of safety whilst also allowing you the intel at the same time. But I think both these teams playing it a little bit too comfortable, I will say, is how I'm going to see that. We do have the Killjoy, as you say, so again, sites can be locked down. It's going to be similar to the map number 1 where we had the Viper's Pits come through to kind of lock off sites and allow that plant to go down, or even lock off a site on the defense where no one can really collapse into it. So again, that's going to be really good, especially if you're playing around the clock. I often say time is the sixth defender. So again, if you're the Killjoy right now, if you're Autumn and you get that Killjoy ulti up, you lock off one of the sites, it's going to really waste the time of UCL.
I think there are a lot of key duels to note here between the two sides. Like you said, both teams have a Killjoy, so that's an interaction to certainly be looking out for. You obviously have the Jets on both sides, Rain and Xeno, both putting in huge work on the previous map for their team. There's that difference between controllers, an Omen and a Brimstone, obviously Apu and Bokai that are picking up those roles. Sova is always going to be, a staple pick on this map. It has 100% pick rate at the pro level, and there's certainly a reason why so dominant on Ascent. And then, it's that double initiator interaction between the KO and the Sky. So while these comps do bring a certain sense of similarity, there are differences, both having that singular duelist and double initiator, but I think having the Hunter's Fury and Orbital Strike for UCL here to try and shut down a lockdown could be huge, but it will be that duelist interaction we see first out of the lot of them, Rain versus Xeno, and it will be that UCL player that comes out on top first, and while C4's hunting for this one onto Bokai, which they will also find, UCL have an advantage of 2 players already towards this B side of the map. It's just the Gammy to try and shut things down. They can't do anything about it. Set up currently for a flawless round. Autumn and Insane will have to try and fight back, and they start to do just that.
Exactly, C4 calling, just getting caught a little bit off guard there. Then again, here we go, the intel's going to come through unless they shoot it out in time. Callan taking down Insane, and again, it's all left down to the poor Killjoy of Autumn. Actually, maybe 2 apiece. First of all, making that a 3K, for make that a 4K. Can they ace and clutch out round number 1? No, they can't. Rain ready and waiting, tucked up against that little corner, and again, oh my goodness gracious me, can I just point out how much UCL went for the jugular there? Not only investing the owl drone in the first round, going straight up the mid, they all doing a little conga procession behind it. As soon as they get that pushback, they then split off a little bit, get that pick around Fish, applying pressure to Fish, and then they go for this full-on, very coordinated collapse onto B, deal with the player in the mud, and beautiful stuff. It's what you love to see. This is the thing, like going into just round number 1 where you do have that pistol round and you can be a little bit more razzle-dazzly with it. The fact that they came in that structured should tell us all everything we need to know about how they're probably going to play this attack right now.
There are so many interesting points to pick up there. First of all, Autumn, huge round from them. Not something that we've seen from them in the series thus far. This one here, Rain, I mean, that's a boss kill if ever I saw one on the Frenzy as well to shut that one down. But UCL will secure the round. Just fixing a couple of audio issues before we go into the second round here. And I mean, it must be said, it's going to be interesting to see how UCL want to try and play these post plants. We saw on that round there that they were very aggressive. Maybe they had the advantage. They wanted to try and press that as far as possible. Or maybe it was something else. Maybe in these post plants, we're going to see them try and set up more like that, because when you're on B, I think sometimes it's very natural for players to want to just sit back, play it very, very defensively, and, you know, just hold from within the site and establish the crossfires there. But with the way that B is set up, it can be so difficult to get good value out of that sometimes. So just pressing that advantage, playing outside of the site a little bit, and maybe hunting for some extra kills could be a good way to try and set up. So that will be another question raised from UCL, and it'll be interesting to see what they do with that. But finding the first pistol round, not only that on the attacker side, will be a very big pickup for them early on, because it means that now there's no opportunity for a force buy to come back from the opposite side, because they don't benefit from the same kind of spike plant economy that we see from the attackers. And, well, not only that, they're going to be grouped up with Spectres. How do you really try and mitigate such an issue?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you know, it is only the round number 1, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But I am just really impressed with the aggression. Not so much aggression, just again the coordination. But I think when they're needing to be aggressive, they're being aggressive, and that's a really important thing, because again, if they carry on with the same play style that they're doing right now, and there's no read into that from Clark Kent, I think as soon as it switches to the defense for UCL and they're bringing an overextended aggression, it's clean sailing for them. Like, this is their map. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but then I get ahead of myself. Love to see it. But again, bit of probably gonna see pretty much the same kind of action. They're gonna go for a split push towards that B, is what I'm gonna assume here. Aldrome coming through to spot out any agents that may be lurking around, but from that moment, both teams being very, very patient with one another.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of agents, look at those two players. It's Zeno and Autumn crouched towards the backside there with the shorties, looking to punish anyone that dares overstep into their territory. But the sea of UCL players slowly drift across towards this A short position. They have one towards main in the form of C4 to give them that little bit of additional coverage and make sure they're not getting shot in the back. But for the most part, it is an incredibly clean take. Not a single drop of blood will be found. Eventually, Ingzane does fall from that position, unable to find just the one from the shorty. And now they have a great post plant. Not only that, Rain is lurking in the back lines, and they've found Yagami here as well. Autumn does find a response, but these players are so low on the Clark Kent side. What can they do? The remaining two, less than 50 HP each to try and contend with. And peeking onto the headshot angle, it might be the best chance that you get, because it's a situation where if you find the head, then you're winning it out. If you don't hit anything, you're lost either way, but they do back up. And now it's just Zeno. Once again, a player so capable, but in a situation like this, even them, I think that this is well beyond their expertise, and it is Rain, the Jet on the opposite side, that will do them the favor of taking them out of this round and not delaying it any longer. Now we finally come into that first buy round, and we'll have to see what UCL have to offer in this situation where they're pushed back for the first time in this encounter on Ascent.
And this is it as well, you know, I think at the moment, UCL, they're coming in all guns blazing, even though they haven't really had that much economy behind them. You know, we really have to wait for a few rounds to come in before things can get super spicy, but at the same time, it's this idea that if they're coming in all guns blazers, as soon as they have that right utility behind them in terms of the guns that they're able to pick up, it's going to get pretty pleasant, I think. And again, for Clark Kent, they've now got to invest a little bit in their gun utility just to try and win some of these gunfights and deal with some of these attackers before these collapses actually come through. They need these early round engagements to go in their favor.
Right now, it has been incredibly quiet, it must be said. Clark Kent, the advantage that they have is there is the lockdown available. The only issue is, by having Autumn posted up towards the A side of the map, it means that you're either deploying it early, potentially deterring a push from UCL and wasting that ult, or you're retaking it towards B, which isn't always the most conventional way to do things. Ing will make sure that no kind of a retake will be necessary as they drop that first player, and UCL are going to struggle to push in here. So many crossfires established, so much utility available. Will it even be needed? I'm not too sure, as Bokai and Zeno chip up to find kills, but there are trades to be had elsewhere. And now, just like that, the B side is left gaping open. Well, will take their sweet time to rotate, and I think that might be their Achilles heel, because there's only 20 seconds left, and when they finally meet this choke point, there could be 2 to 3 players waiting there for them.
And this is it. You really have to go for this collapse now. So we're going to see the smoke go up there and call off that rotation from mid. But Insane ready waiting, as you say, finishing them off like it's anyone's business. And again, gonna feel pretty good right now if you're Clark Kent, because that's your first round under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice that we see in the end there from Insane. They were able to find the opener, and then they triple up on the round. Gets that one through the wall. I mean, it must be said, it was unlucky timing for Rain there, pulling out the knife as they went to go and press the button on closing the door. But at the same time, I mean, do you really need to be pulling your knife out in that situation? I think I'm definitely nitpicking in this scenario, but I mean,
No,
it must be said.
Nitpick away.
You know, it's not something I wish to expand upon any further, because we're in the new round. UCL now, they have a bit more admirable of a buy here. Autumn is going to be jump spotting from this angle, and it's actually Xeno up close on that wooden box, which is so wall bangable, but I think that's the factor that Clark Kent or UCL may not be expecting. Because when there is a player in that situation, you might not be able to clear them. The fact of the matter is, there is a lockdown coming through, and this is going to have to force them to reposition. Towards Heaven is where they will eventually go, and it's met with a lockdown from the defender's side. This time, it will be from underneath, and we'll see C4 swinging around, and they've broken it just like that. Gets absolutely no value. UCL pushing all the way in. Still have all 5 members left standing as C4. That's a really dirty one on the fadeaway as the door just starts to collapse on down, and now it's just Yagami. Full HP, full utility, but one hell of a task in front of them. Are they up for it? Finds the first one onto Wow. Take a single point of help. We'll just hunt for that second one onto Apu, and while it looked like it was going their way, they're met with firm resistance, and UCL carry on well on this attacker side.
And you know, in 2 rounds' time is when we'll probably look at a little bit more as to how those collapses are actually translating into plants properly. But thus far, four rounds in, that's 3 favouring UCL, and every time they've managed to actually commit to that objective, they've got that objective firmly under their heels. They're not winning on the gunfights until it gets to the post plant, really. Apart from, of course, like the round earlier, we did actually see Autumn on a massive comeback, and I still feel gutted for them about that. But again, for the most part, maybe just focusing on delaying that objective would really benefit Clark Kent instead of these overextensions where they're just getting it cleaned up by the side of UCL. Goodness gracious me. It's all about Insane now. They get 1, but there we go. Rain gonna punish them off, and that's so unfortunate. Again, I was gonna say, like, just delaying that objective pressure, delaying that execute, but they overextended in pretty much the same area and just became a kind of row of sitting ducks for those attackers to be able to win their ones, and that's unfortunate.
That round is really different from what we were talking about before, right? Because we said how it was always in the post plant that UCL were winning these ones out, and well, maybe that's more of a criticism of Clark Kent, that their positioning leaves them in a situation where the site is left open before they're able to take any of these gunfights. Or it's also a commendation, I suppose, to the way that UCL have been playing this attack. Right now, there will be Clark Kent players to defend this one, but I mean, as you were saying, the previous round, very easy there for UCL to just win it outright when they have that gun advantage towards mid. Hunter's Fury will be committed to try and find an early pick. It gives a bit of space for Rain to dash on in. Tiny bit of chip taken from it, but for the most part, I mean, I said that there were players here to defend it, Grace, but we're seeing the exact same issue. They've given away this plant scot-free, and UCL have so much space to try and work this one for their post.
Exactly, and once again, objective is secured, so if past data is anything to go off, this is now going to be a UCL round, because they're just going to line up these lines of sight. They're going to deal with every single approach. They know where you're coming from. They've got the player in Fish as well, so they know that their flank is covered. And, well, Train's coming through. Zeno's trying to get one onto Rain, but they're actually Autumn and Insane actually coming through. But now it's all left down to Insane in a 1 versus 2 with the patience of hopefully Insane. There we go, taking out C4, a 1 versus 1, but they try and bait for that spike defuse to try and get the players to peek them, and there we go. There is no time. Apu gonna swing out, and there we have it. Once again, that post plant translates into an attacker win. Eyebrows are raised. Eyebrows are raised.
I mean, On the one hand, yeah, we do have that situation where UCL are able to win it out in the post plant, but I mean, it was a little bit better from Clark Kent. There was, certainly an improvement there, especially when you consider not only the positions that UCL had there, with Wal hanging back towards main to try and maybe cause a bit of extra pressure in the backline, which they were able to do effectively. We also had that ultimate come through from Apu, the orbital strike, not really getting too much value as the players tried to push out from stairs. So yeah, eyebrows raised certainly. I mean, on both sides right now. This hasn't really been the most conventional of games that we've seen so far from these teams. Like I said, look, while in this position, only good for one, and it is a very nice swing back from Ink. C4 there. I mean, they took the pre-fire way too literally, I think, and just left them in an opportunity for Ing to just swing out and find them. In the end, they do find the round, but I mean, it's no surprise that the defenders will be making a timeout here.
100%, but again, the way that I see this translating in 6 rounds time, this has me slightly concerned for Clark Kent, because again, if they're not able to deal with the fact that these collapses are coming through and then they're basically letting the site undefended sometimes, I'm like, well, are they going to be splitting up a lot on their own attack, or are we going to see them kind of leave themselves a little bit thin in areas where they can just be picked off one by one? Only time will tell. Only time will tell. For now, looks like Rain's waiting for a little bit of intel first from Callan, and we're gonna start getting this show underway. Looking for the heads of players that might be daring, risking to contest them right now, but we are going to see Autumn and Yagami kind of hold off this fish as long as possible. The shot there from Wall onto Zino is going to indicate for them a little bit of pressure around that A and mid site. And this, ideally, if you're UCL, this is where you rotate to the B. You've kind of given them a little bit of a spook. But again, Rain ready and waiting for any kind of contestation there. And well, gunfights coming through as Bokai takes down Wal and Cullen takes down Bokai in retaliation. Nice little trade there. As Insane also takes down C4, but Apu has something to say about it. No more picks for you, Insane. I don't want any more of my players falling. And there we go. Autumn is going to fall. It's all left down to Yagami now. And, you know, the spike hasn't even gone down yet, has it?
Yeah, this has been a really weird round. I think it's almost as if it's a lucky dip right now as to what we can really expect to see from both of these sides. This one, in my mind, is all but lost at this point in time if you're Clark Kent. Yagami's giving away too much sound. Rain is posted up close, but they're actually just going to back away. That was, this could be like the most 500 IQ thing ever. They know that someone's pushed up close. They're like, you know what? Let me make a little bit of noise for you. Look, I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere. Come challenge me if you will. But instead, it will just be the call that there's a gun to get saved. And they've managed to weave their way around a few players. Eventually, Apu does find them for the triple on the round. But like you were saying, it's a round one out pretty much on eliminations. The objective not getting as much screen time as maybe it should be at this situation or stage in the game, but UCL, you can tell why this is their map pick, because they've looked so strong thus far.
I mean, the thing is as well, I feel like every time I make a prediction or I think something's about to happen, something completely different happens. You know, I just reacted quite vocally to the fact that Yagami was potentially going to just run into Rain's line of sight and get just clarted off the map, but that didn't happen. They went for a different approach instead, and I don't want to call anything too soon just in case the polar opposite happens. I end up jinxing people, because apparently that's the name of my game today. But for the most part, oh, beautiful shot there by Waldo. Insane, taken off the map very nice and early.
And well, you know, I don't want to bring any kind of caster bias to the table, but I'm somewhat happy that Wall got that opener, because it lets me move on to another point that I was trying to make earlier. That I don't think we've seen a situation where Clark Kent have actually found that first blood. If there is any kind of opening engagement coming in before these sites are taken, it's UCL that are winning it out, and we see it once again. C4 will only add to the woes of these Clark Kent players as Yagami loses their life. Autumn, the only one left to defend it. While they do have a setup, it's cleared out. They're pinged, they're flashed. What can you do? Callan finds a double in towards the site, and once more, it's a sole player on the other side of the map looking to either save the hopes and dreams of these Clark Kent players, which have been beaten on down at this point in time, or more realistically, save the weapon that they're holding on to and hope that there's another day and another reality where they're able to have a bit more success on this defender's side.
I mean, this is it. If you're Xeno right now, you are just holding this angle. Because what do you do in this situation? Like 1v5, it's impossible unless again if you're at the player disadvantage, you bait for those engagements. You bait it for the 1v1, but
oh dear,
very very difficult to do when you're this outnumbered. And yeah, even here, while getting very aggressive, they're trying to shoot through the smokes as well. So it's like, look, it's like sharks chasing a little fish. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's as I said before, they get a little bit of blood and they're like, they get the call out of, oh, they're here, and they all go running like a bunch of kill goblins. And fair enough, because you've got that player advantage. You know the round's pretty much yours, but it always makes me laugh every time I see it.
I mean, UCL was so thorough in that situation as well. I mean, in the 1 versus 5, there are not many things that are going to be going your way. But when you're looking to save a weapon, you do have a slight advantage because the rest of those UCL players have no idea where you're playing from, especially when you have an operator. You can usually position yourself in a one-and-done position, so you're good to find at least that opener, but it's flawless. There's nothing that they're able to find. Slightly unlucky, I suppose, that is how it pans out. And, well, UCL, look how many ults that they have on the board to try and make work here. There would be a null command to shut down any of that utility when the push eventually comes through, but once more, Clark Kent locked out in this position. Insane's even going to get pinged here, or detained, rather, should I say. C4 with an aggressive angle finds Xeno through the side. This is just going from bad to worse for Clark Kent at this point in time. C4 does eventually get pinged, and, well, that's going to be an easy spot for them out. And, well, these tags through the wall are also helping out as well, though, because UCL capitalize on their own. Lockdown and null commands, they're going to need to get used sooner rather than later. We eventually see it, but there's a Hunter's Fury and an Orbital Strike waiting to take it down. Surely it doesn't get any more game time than it is necessary. It won't. They get dropped, and just like that, the battering ram comes through. UCL finish things off 8-1. It's been so dominant thus far.
Goodness gracious me, and you can see the excitement of the audience there. The fans, I would assume, of UCL on the right doing their little happy dances. So again, if you are a UCL fan, you are doing those happy dances because it's a fact that they are so dominant right now. And again, the fact that these, plants are translating perfectly to a winning post plant. And that is a sign of a good team. That is a sign that feels comfortable on this map as well. And as I said, I was saying that the first map very, equal even Stevens because of it being a slightly off pick, but at the same time we go to these bread and butter maps and look who's winning, Hazza.
Yeah,
that was disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, look at that though, Grace. It's the first time we've seen it. We were waiting so long to have this situation come through, but finally Clark Kent, they have that early advantage, which is quickly put away by WoW. The Hunter's Fury saved, not invested onto the lockdown. It was the Orbital Strike instead. And well, that's the double trouble I was speaking about. They have both, so they can shut it down. Okai does swing out, though. There's support from their teammate, and well, they maintain that advantage just for a little bit. Zane finds one towards main, and well, they have an opportunity now to find that round. I think, yeah, something else that has to be noted and is in the hands of Xeno at this point in time is the operator. We haven't seen the operator find anywhere near as much use as Apu gets that one, but in the post plant, I mean, it's good to have it on the defense when you have numbers to support you, but in the 1v1, really not ideal, as it looks like we're just going to see a reposition on a spike plant towards B.
I reckon, but again, it's how quickly Xeno is going to retaliate to this. It looks like Xeno is fully committing to assuming that the plant is going down on that A site. So again, if you are a poo right now, that spike needs to go down ASAP. What utilities do you have in pocket to help yourself? Because duelists, when they're feeling fraggy, and you don't really want to be contesting them too much without a good amount of, well, there's nothing in pocket actually to try and contest this. And that's a little bit spicy, Hazza.
Yeah.
Again, this is where you have to play the time. Time is the sixth defender. If you can delay this as much as possible, perhaps a little bit risky to actually go back into the mud like that, because I think if they tried to rotate towards fish, that may have been a little bit better. But again, it's difficult when you're in that situation. And there we go, the smoke is going down, but the pre-fire needs to come through from Apu, and it's not.
It's half.
They are committing to that defuse. You need to try and go for the pre-fire and commit to it. Ah, they see them! There we go! Oh my goodness gracious me! That was way too intense! Apu with the pistol whip to the head. A beautiful post plant. A slightly anxiety-inducing one, but
Yeah.
a beautiful one nonetheless.
And it's those fine margins where you hope that Clark Kent can find something, right? This is the round where they had the advantage, and all it brings in the end is a 1 versus 1 situation. UCL on the cusp of finding double digits inside the first half, Grace. This is really not looking promising for Clark Kent, and it does seem as if all signs are pointing towards this simply being a 2-0 after they were unable to convert their own map pick. It got so close, and well, right now UCL, they're charging on towards this A side of the map, and it seems like the only player there in the form of Bokai doesn't even want to get aggressive. Ing finds that one, but it's traded out so easy. Rain's position hasn't really been that of like a standard duelist. They've been playing this always so much towards mid and on the flank. They get another one, and Autumn can't even connect as their head rounds the corner. Rain now knows about their position, swings back to find them a triple for them. And a masterclass in just hanging that extra player off from the rest of the pack, off the beaten path, to just scoop up the leftovers. And UCL, they will have 10 rounds this first half, and they look now to even stretch it to 11.
I mean, it's just disgusting, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I am disgusted. It's sweaty out here. I think UCL, again, as I said at the start, the better team will do the best on the more standard maps. And look at that round differential. Yes, it is coming down to the nails sometimes, but the way that these are translating in terms of, again, objective and things like that, and the way that the defense aren't focusing around delaying that objective with utility, things like that, is slightly uncomfortable for me right now. And I think next season, that's where Clark Kent should really focus their game, if I'm honest.
I think the utility that UCL have at their disposal as well is pretty ridiculous. We're seeing that gap, I think, between the Omen pick and the Brimstone pick. It was something to look at coming into this game, but those Brim smokes have been so much better for the style of play UCL have picked up. A couple angles held close and far there towards A main, but neither of them really pushed off of them. Well, there's going to be someone waiting for you there as the shot's eventually taken. Can't quite snap that angle. C4 as the Blade Storm is through in the hands of Rain to scour out the rest of this site. But once again, that gap I was speaking about between the controllers as Bokai tries to push that argument against me will be the length of those smokes that Brimstone can bring, forcing those players from outside of the site. But when they do retake, they now eventually have numbers. Speaking of smokes, there's a slight gap there. Not sure if WoW can maybe try and punish this. It is just a Poo solo on the site to deal with this, and well, from the shadows means that they'll be shot in the back in that scenario, and well, now they've got to push out from the dark cover. So difficult to do, and going to be way too tough of a task for them to amount to on this occasion. 10-2 will be the score on the half. It's fair to say that UCL are looking very strong early on, and especially from the attacker's side, this may be leaning more into the defenders. It's a daunting thing to try and amount to. A pistol round here for UCL, and I think that might just be curtains for Clark Kent.
This is it though, like, again, if you're gonna go into this pistol round and you're UCL and you're kind of thinking, okay, we really want to set the momentum from step one, this is the perfect opportunity for us to see those little bits of aggression down A-long, down fish, places like that. Go a little bit aggressive, go for these overextensions. I didn't think Clark would contest mid just yet, and that's exactly what we're kind of seeing. I mean, we're seeing Autumn maybe lurking a little bit, like they would try and do a solo contestation there, but again, realistically, it just looks like they're going to do a little bit of a split push for now to try and get the feelers out and work out what the best collapse to go for would be.
It's really interesting you mentioned that as well, because I don't think we've seen very much action towards mid whatsoever. And well, once again, that's going to be proved exactly right, because the execute is just coming straight in towards A. And it's actually Clark Kent that are having all the success in these early stages. Not only that, Autumn has a lurk towards mid, and well, I think UCL are aware of this. Yep, they've probed it out and they found it. A huge pick to be taking, because it means that now they only have to worry about what is in front of them. And well, it's a couple of players on low HP for the side of Clark Kent, so this starts to become doable. WoW will take some damage of their own through the box, and well, actually, it's Igami that takes them out. C4 will respond, and not only that, they double up. It's such a tough situation, though, at the 1 versus 2, and they get caught in a pincer eventually. Only a point of health on Yagami. Very close to get it over the line there from Clark Kent, but I think the fact of the matter is they're able to find it, and that is the most important part, because now UCL don't get those couple of free rounds. They don't get to push towards having you know, that game wrapped up as early as they would have hoped. And Clark Kent, they can push things on for a little bit longer, close that gap, and start to make this look a little bit more doable.
And this is it too, like, yes, there is a significant amount of rounds ahead of them, but if they go with that same approach, if they go with that patience and, okay, here's the idea, we're going to commit to it now, I think they should do okay.
It's just about taking things one round at a time after all, and this is a round that they're going to have to be keeping their wits about them in, because there's a few ratty setups that I'm already starting to see. I think that is Callan towards A main with the shorty, and then C4 towards the back of B with a shorty as well. Players scattered in and amongst the mix, but, well, will they expect a player to be so close behind them? I think they actually closed the door to stop players from making their way through short. The only issue is they now potentially leave themselves exposed at spawn, and I think WAL is aware of this. They're holding that long angle all the way across. It'll be Yagami that flashes in for their team, and, well, that shorty is immediately taken off of the board. The Bulldog, while it had received a couple of nerfs in the previous patch, looking very strong to find the openers here for Clark Kent.
Yeah, you can be using that utility perfectly as well, just clearing the site, and now that spike can go down, and then once again we find ourselves in a post plant for the side of Clark Kent, and they've already run one of their post plants. Can they win another? Bokai taking the take there onto C4. So again, whittling down this defense ever more, rain falling to Xeno, and there we have it.
Something I like from that buy as well is that we've got a couple of Bulldogs in the mix, so it's just that little bit of extra premium than what you would see on a Spectre. You're able to contend at those long angles way more than you would be able to if you were just on those SMGs, so that's really nice. And another thing that we're seeing here from Clark Kent is that they were able to make sure that Autumn was able to get the null command online with that spike plant. So it means it's another ultimate that they'll be able to carry into this next round. And I think the plan is going to have to be to try and play through it. Have that KO ult to lead the charge in towards one of these sites, back it up with the numbers and the firepower that you have on those Spectres when they're playing close angles and they're in a group rather than contesting anything that you don't need to. And that's their win condition basically coming into this next round. If they're able to swing it in their favor, they get upgrades onto those Vandals, and they can move forward. And yeah, I think we're hearing some quite unfortunate news that one of the Clark Kent players is feeling slightly under the weather and has had to take a short break. So hopefully they will be back with us soon and can help, you know, their team kick on in this resurgence that it seems like they're starting to have. But yeah, I suppose that is slightly unfortunate, Grace, because maybe you lose a little bit of momentum by not having all five players still hanging around, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Again, in terms of sports psychology and how we look at the way that players go into the games, it's going to be one of those things where it's like, okay, we've had that really nice momentum set up. We've gone into this all guns blazing. We've been getting these rounds under our belt, and now we've had this sudden pause. And this is where perhaps the energy will start to wilt down again, especially for players not feeling too well. So that can really affect how this will go on. They're already under a significant amount of pressure on the basis that, you know, they are very much a lot of rounds behind. So the unfortunate factors there, perhaps getting it underway. We are going to take a short break, though. So by the time we're back, we should be sorted. Please don't go anywhere. And again, if you're at a Summoning Gaming Festival, you can't go anywhere. I will get production to chase you if you try to leave. So we'll see you very, very shortly. Bye-bye.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Tina, and I'm a part of the Goose House community.
My name's Ross. I am a junior events manager for the Goose House.
Being a part of the Goose House community has actually helped me to improve my language skills because I'm surrounded by people who are English speakers only.
Since joining the Goose House, I became a lot more social. I became more open with how I am as a person. Before, when I joined, I was like really down, obviously with COVID and stuff like that. And then I joined, and everyone asked me how I was every day. They'd speak to me, and my worst points, I'd always had someone there to back me and speak to me. I'd never attended a LAN event, and the most recent LAN event was in October, November for Epic LAN, and they encouraged me to go, and it was the best thing I've ever done in a long time.
For advice for people that are seeking for any gaming community, I would actually recommend just not being shy. You know, turn your mic on, don't be scared of being judged, that people are going to judge you because of your accent. Just don't be scared, because people, like, especially the Goose House, it's a very open community. No one's going to judge you.
The main bit of advice I can give is don't be afraid to go out of your own comfort zone to meet new people. Sometimes, like, going out of that comfort zone, you can meet the most amazing people in the world. Like, some of the people I've met are, like, now my best friends.
Throughout those few months that I've been a part of the Goose House, I've met such a big amount of great people that I'm so thankful for. The admins, Dan, Meg, Casso, Sly, there are so many more people, but the whole admin crew is so nice, so helpful, and I'm so thankful for them for just making me feel very safe.
Just the main admins in general, like, a lot of them backed me and supported me into getting to where I am today. And honestly, I've had like the most support in the community that I've ever had, and it felt nice. Like, I've never really had that support for my second family.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. You rejoin us here as the score is at 4-10. Clark Kent on the back foot. Firstly, I want to apologise for the slight delay there. One of the players was feeling unwell. I believe it is Wake that has replaced Zeno in this situation, and I also want to offer my sympathy to them and hope that they make a speedy recovery. This is a key round for Clark Kent to be winning, so the fact that there's a gap probably hasn't help them out whatsoever. It's a bonus they'll be looking to convert, and Rain is trying to inflict some damage upon them early. Thankfully, though, they do have that null command, so this is a player that should be getting picked back up, and that early advantage does shift their way.
Indeedy doody, and there we go. Kaylene actually getting the pick there onto Awake, so player subbed in has fallen there, and a jet utility can't be used anytime soon. The plant is going down, however, so that spike is firmly plonked upon the B side, and now it is a retake to the side of UCL, and there we go. We're going to see a little bit of a flankaroonie come through as Apu falls, but C4 is going to throw that immediately back. We're going to see Kaylin fall to Yagami as well. This is looking like a pretty strong post plant so far for Clark Kent. Can they finish this out though? There we go. C4 taking down Autumn. Just have time remaining. Two players. There's one. Can they get the final one? A 1 versus 1. Yagami falls, and there we go. You love to see it. Beautiful clutch out there by C4.
It's really unlucky, I think, the momentum shift that you're going to see between these two teams, or at least the killing of momentum that I think Clark Kent had coming into this round. It was a great opportunity for them to get back into it, but you still have to give credit where it's due. This is really nicely played from C4, isolates Igami in the corner. With both those players on low HP, it's as simple as just picking them both up, and yeah, the post plant maybe not played as well as it could have been in that situation. UCL, they get closer now towards that match point, but with only having one player left standing, this won't be the best buy that they can possibly get. A bit pots and pans across the board, but the fact that they've secured it will no doubt help their efforts in seeing this one out as soon as possible and not giving Clark Kent an opportunity to get back into this one before they seal the deal 2-0.
Absolutely, looks like Autumn's going to try and contest a little bit into Fish, but the bot's going to be alerted, and therefore C4 is aware that there is a player somewhere lurking, and there we go. So no pre-fires coming through from both sides, but doesn't quite commit to a kill just yet. Bokai lurking in the smokes here. Presumably just waiting for a little bit of patience before this execute is called by the IDL, and there we go. Yakami getting the pick there onto Apu, and Callan ready and waiting for this execute to come through. There we go, but Yagami is going to shut them down before they have a chance to cause any kind of carnage, and that spike can go down yet again.
Clark Kent, on the previous round, they had the advantage as well, but still ended up losing. There is a lockdown available, but, well, they're just going to be pressing that one as far as they can. Awake comes alive as they find Rain, and it is just C4 once again to try and find anything from this round. Really nice headshot connected there onto Awake, but it will just be the 4 points of health that they have to try and contend with in this situation, and it's 4 points of health too little for them to even consider this a viable possibility. They will simply return to the B site and hold on to that weaponry that they have, the Phantom, into the next round. Lockdown, yeah, you're not really going for it in this situation. It's much better to just keep that ultimate on the board, maybe stack them up a little bit and guarantee that you can find a match point somewhere along the line. They'll have plenty of opportunities to do so, 7 rounds at the very least to get it to that kind of stage. So right now, it is just about looking on to the next one and seeing what they can do to attack this round and have a different bit of success. We saw 2 executes come out from Clark Kent, one on the previous towards B and now this one towards A. A looking that bit more favourable, but they've shifted their focus once more, and it looks like they might be coming towards mid this time.
Yeah, it does look like that. They're going to go for that little bit of pressure in that mid and potentially go for a little bit of a B plant as well. We'll see what happens though. Again, it really depends on how these opening engagements translate. And, ooh, Xeno so far. And Yakami getting 2k there, taking out Apu and Callan as well. So all that gorgeous utility taken away. And once again, it's left down to C4 on their 1. Trying to contest a 1 versus 5. I mean, not ideal, is it, Hazard?
Certainly not. It's the same situation that we saw in the previous round. You're just going to sit tight and try to hold on to any weapons you maybe can. I don't think... Well, they're just going to have the Phantom in this situation, right? I think that's the only gun that they'll be holding on to because they saved it already from the previous round. It's going to be double saved in this situation. So it does feel quite funny when you're sort of clinging onto it, but does a nice bit of damage there onto the Jet of Rain, which means they're not going to really be pushing this one any further than they have to, I'm sure. But there are teammates in support, and yeah, I think they might be quite lucky here to actually hold on to this weapon in the end, because those players are heavily pushed up. You've got to take the fight on Rain here if you want to win it out. They do spot it, but actually backs up, so they're going to be caught in a real pincer as the Owl Drone will only add insult to injury. They're tagged out, and Igami will make it a triple for that round. A flawless from Clark Kent. A very, very nice response to what we've seen from them so far, but this is the round that really matters. UCL on the previous were very much on an eco. We saw the guiding light try to get combined with a tailwind for some kind of dash towards Link with the shorty to find really anything in that situation, but they were just cut down. So now they have those better guns. This is a much greater opportunity for them to try and find something. With that being said, Ultimate's starting to come online, but not quite there for a trio of the players in the form of Rain, Apu, and Callan.
We do also see that C4 does have that Killjoy ulti in pocket, so again that can be used to completely clear a site at some point if they need it, especially given that, well, this utility coming out should imply to them where this is coming from, and there we go, the attack of Killjoy coming through, but we see that retaliation from the fence once it has dropped. Yagami getting the pick there onto Rain, and there we go, Apu getting one traded back onto Insane as well.
Wow finds an additional kill. This Owl Drone will come through to surely clear the main position. Puts Bokai in a very tough spot. In fact, they charge it head on. They're only able to find one. The defender Killjoy also coming through, combined with the orbital strike. UCL are throwing everything into this round, yet it remains a 2 versus 2. Awake tries to swing out and find anything, but it's nothing. Apu with a triple will seal the deal, and that is going to be match point now for UCL. Long awaited. They struggled a little bit in those couple of rounds between, the changeover that we had in that break. And, well, now they seem to have regained their footing, and they are very, very close to championship point.
Correct me if I'm wrong also, but we didn't actually see the Killjoy ulti come through from the side of UCL, so they do still have that pocket going into the next round. And again, I'd be curious to see what else is charged up for them, and if they have an abundance of that kind of ulti util under that pocket, this is where they can really, really secure the bag for themselves, essentially.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be a lot of utility to carry in. Oh, you're right. They did actually use it. Oh, no, they did use it up. They don't have it in pocket. I was right, yeah. It was the orbital strike and the lockdown used in that round. So, I mean, UCL, they really threw the kitchen sink at it, but it does pay off because now they have that round available to them, right? You know, they are on championship point, and Clark Kent, they've got to find a response. They come in swinging towards A. It's a split push. Slightly staggered will be Insane as the initiator, and, well, we see now that it will be the null command coming through to try and make some space, but it's wow, it's taking it all away from them. It's a triple. Callan chips in as well, and just like that, UCL, they find it. They finally get that long-awaited title under their belt at university level, and you must say it's well-deserved. Commiserations towards that Clark Kent side, who had their issues throughout the day, and, well, Xeno as well, hoping that they have a speedy recovery. It's never nice to see a player bow out on the stage like that, and, well, they got this far, that they've shown what they're capable of, but on the day, it is UCL that win this one out.
Absolutely, and that's got to feel really, really good for them. Of course, that first map, it was so close, so down to the nail. But of course, as I say, the best team will ultimately come out on top when we go to those more standard bread and butter maps, and that is exactly what we've seen from UCL. Admittedly, getting a little bit rocky over that side change as well, but again, ultimately putting themselves to victory towards the end there was being a little bit spicy. Again, the momentum shift from having such a long extended break on both sides can certainly come into factor there. But again, the way that they were playing this, they had the aggression at the right times. The util was coming through when it needed to come through. The way that they were choosing to approach these sites as well and go for those collapses was really, really nice. It wasn't just like, okay, let's just immediately commit to something. It was like, no, we're going to have these second dimensions to our collapses. And often they did. It was, I think, majority of their attacking sides, they basically had this second dimension, and that really helped. It allowed for that pinch to come through. It allowed for proper utility placement as well. and it was just really good stuff to see, to be honest.
Yeah, it certainly was a real resounding performance from UCL. I mean, looking back at the way that they played on Breeze as well, that was a really strong map. It was one coming into this I think they may have struggled on with the way that they had played it and their previous history on it, but really nice response from them. I mean, there was a point in time, I think, when Clark Kent had that advantage coming out of the half and they were able to swing back. It was a real tug of war, ultimately, in terms of momentum between those two teams. But it is UCL that win it out in the end. Deserved victors of the NSE Championship here for Valorant. And, I mean, yeah, it's one of those ones where I think, I mean, like you said, I think coming into this, they did look slightly the better team, but Clark Kent put on a pretty good performance as well. And there were some real standout plays from Zeno, notably, I think, on multiple occasions. Ombri's did keep it so close on their map pick with some crazy clutches.
Absolutely 100%. Again, I think both of these teams, again, hats off. Previous seasons, they haven't quite made it to the finals. I think it's the first time making it to finals for both teams. And the fact that they've able to show up in the ways that they have, it shows such an upward trajectory of that improvement and the way that they've improved as players, the way that they've improved as teams as well. And I think going forward, that's certainly something to think about as well when it comes to that summer split, maybe winter splits next time as well, and how you constantly see that constant progression. The tournaments themselves getting more and more competitive as time goes on is always a really good sign of the community as well. So that's always good to see. But again, ultimately, we can only have one winner, and that winner, as predictive, was UCL. And the proof is in the pudding. You look at the data behind them, you look at those statistics, and you think, yeah, they're probably going to take this. And then they show up on the day, and it's top class Valorant. It's what you want to see, playing everything, again, pretty by the book, but in such a clear and coherent way. And that's just really, really pleasant to see. And yeah, beautiful stuff, really.
It certainly was. UCL, finally, they get that crown and claim first position. I mean, as you said, it's that new brand of teams that we're now starting to see come out. You know, the old guard of Warwick, UEA, teams like that had so much success in the past, in Valorant at the very least, aren't really, they don't have as much success as they used to. These will always be the lapses that you see between teams. It's the way that the university scene works, and it's the beauty of it. So with that being said, I think we'll now be throwing over to an interview with Ginny. She is there with one of the players from UCL. I believe it as well. So when you're ready, Ginny, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys, for that incredible casting coming through this season, for that Poggers performance itself, and congratulations on the win. Once again, I will be handing out one of these to you, as you guys have definitely deserved it. So feel free to open it, feel free to have a look at it. Yeah, there you go. How does it feel to win here online again?
Oh, it's great. It's great. Really happy that I've stayed unbeaten at LAN, and I thought our team did a really good job, especially C499 and Apu, Like, we don't really play with Apu very much, but he really came to town to play today.
Yeah, you guys absolutely performed incredibly well, and I want to talk about the map pick specifically. So Breeze, one of those maps that maybe not everybody was kind of expecting you guys to do as well on. You absolutely smashed it. You're then going into Ascent. You kind of had that match point almost, going around a little here and there. So was this one of those maps that you've practiced time and time again because it was your weakness, or was it just more of, okay, we're going to show up on the day, we're going to look at the mistakes that Kent are making, and we're going to capitalize off of those?
So when we usually play Breeze, I play Viper, and my Viper is not very good, and it lets the team down quite a lot. So have an Apu on Viper, and then I can flex to a more comfortable role and just get the info, so I'm able to call where we want to go around the map. So it works much better. And when we played Breeze previously with Apu, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, we did well there, so we were fine floating the map.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that info. Other teams take notes because, you guys took the championship here on that map as well. And it kind of set up that momentum to really push through. What has given you guys as well that confidence? Because there was a lot of aggressive plays coming out. Whether you guys were on that defensive side or not, you really felt more than happy just pushing out aggressively and taking those trades. What was behind that?
So we've beat Clark Kent before. We beat them recently, and we knew the only way they win is if they're just outswinging us. If they outswing us. And, the Clark Kent fans are, we wanted to win because, they like to go on Twitter and, you know, beef when they're all silver too.
You know who doesn't like a little bit of Twitter bragging rights? But thank you so much once again for the interview. Before I do close it out, I have a question if you have any final shout-outs that you would like to give, whether it's to your teammates, whether it's to anyone watching.
No, I've just got shout-outs for C499 and C499 and Apu. They really kept the team together. And also a shout-out to the Clark Kent fans because it makes the win all the sweeter.
Well, thank you so much for that interview. I really do appreciate it. And that was Valorant coming through, so it's now wrapped up. We're going to be heading into CSGO after this. Make sure that you guys figure out that giveaway, exclamation mark giveaway for the NSC X PC Specialist X Intel. And there's also going to be a monster drop. We'll be back shortly with CSGO after the break.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, you know, things like writing pitch decks, how to, you know, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epic LAN a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, you know, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being, you know, sociable. It's much easier to be able to, you know, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At Warwick Esports, we're very keen on, you know, breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, you know, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and you know, we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend, jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super, super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Good evening, gamers and hardworking students. Welcome to the final segment of the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022, powered by Intel. What an absolute roller coaster it has been over the last 2 days, and we're going to be closing it out in good fashion with some incredible CSGO coming through. We have two teams that have already set up. They're ready to go. So let's have a look at their journey so far and how exactly we got here today. We're going to be looking at the first team that's going to be coming through, and that will be Team 4. They're from Southampton, and they're looking to make a mark. They actually lost one game during Stage 1 versus G12, and they currently hold a 2-2 map record versus Rush B. So in general, we say they're doing pretty well, as they also ended second in Winter 2021. Rush B, however, from the University of Manchester, they lost 2 games in Stage 1 and in Division 1 to Warwick, a team that is not here today, as they have been in quite a lot of finals over the last couple of days. They, however, did finish first during Winter 2021. So once again, we got a rematch where both of these teams are looking to secure that spot, looking to secure that championship title, and they're just looking for revenge and Twitter bragging rights, as we've seen over the last couple of days on the timeline as well. Now, without further ado, we're going to be heading over to the incredible casters who are going to be walking you through all the action that we're going to be seeing today. Be right with you.
Hi guys, I'm Snail Juice. I'm joined here by my friend.
Hello guys, my name is JCK and we're going to be going through some CS with you today between Team 4 and is it Rush B?
Yes, we got Team 4 from Southampton and Rush B from Manchester. So so looking into the two teams, what have you found out, Jack, about these two teams?
Well, from what I've seen, so obviously we've kind of taken sides. I've kind of taken the Rush B side. So from what I can see, kind of seeing maybe for to talk about vetoes or talk about their map stats, they've been winning quite a bit of games. Never played Nuke from what I've seen here, from kind of what my little picking up, but been able to see they've been playing a lot of Mirage. Overpass they're not too strong on, so this is something that obviously Team 4 could obviously capitalize on. A couple of things, I've only played Ancient a handful of times and Mirage as well, but I could see a good game on our hands there if it goes to 3 maps. What have you been seeing on Team 4 side?
Yeah, for sure. So Team 4, they seem to be going for more just kind of puggy map picks. So we see a lot of Mirage, Inferno, and Overpass come out of them. So as you saw on the stat screen before, they choose Inferno quite a lot. They've got a nice 66% win rate on that one. And this team, so Team 4, they made it to the finals, coming through the upper bracket of Division 1, whereas Rush B, they came through the lower bracket, beating off Falmouth Phoenix and Warwick. Falmouth Phoenix, a team I used to play for, so close to my heart. But yeah, they've managed to pull this one back.
It was sad to see them go, I guess, and not make it to the finals.
Yeah, a little bit sad. But yeah, so these two teams we also saw them face off in the grand finals of the last series of NSE in the Winter 2021 finals, and we saw, I believe it was Rush B take that one. So we'll see this time the winning team coming through the lower bracket. Are we going to see Rush B win this one again, or do you reckon Team 4 are going to take this one? We'll see in the vetoes, I guess. But just off the top of your head, what you've seen so far, what do you think?
I'm going to side of Rush B. I hope they're not going to be picking more of the puggy maps that kind of Team 4 like to go for. Maybe try and go for more of maybe more of an Ancient, maybe more of a Vertigo, and kind of try and get that 1-0 start straight away. What are you thinking? You going for Rush B here as well, or are you going for Team 4?
I'm going to go for Team 4, but it seems to come. I feel like it's going to come a lot down to the vetoes. So Rush B have a much wider map pool. Team 4, they seem to play more maps that almost every team knows how to play well. So Inferno is a standard for most teams. Mirage as well. Overpass is could be a 50-50 because it's a strong map for both teams. So I reckon we're definitely going to see overpass in this veto.
Okay, I'm definitely don't think we're going to see maybe a nuke. Let's maybe try for an Inferno or a Mirage. Let's maybe be one of the first pick or maybe the second. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so from the looks of it, so because as I said, Team 4 being more sort of puggy with their map picks, you know, they seem to go for the picks that everyone wants to play on Face It. I think we're going to be seeing just some early bans of the more intellectual maps, shall we say? So maps like Nuke and well, the brand new map Ancient. I think we're going to see an insta ban of that one.
Sad to see it go, honestly. love Ancient, love that map, honestly.
Yeah, I wish I could play it. My computer can't handle it.
Honestly, I think I'm quite good at Ancient. It's just my CT sides are terrible. I can't play CT sides for anything. But we're having a bit of sound issues at the moment, so everything should be sorted out relatively quickly. But looking at this, so obviously, oh, sorry, continue.
It just looks like we should be getting into the game pretty soon. We see some fist bumps coming through from Rush B here, and they're loading up.
So we've got two factors here. We've got the two IGLs, Chris and Windy. I don't know what to call them, Windy or Wendy. But whose head is going to get into whose? Do you think? Who's going to be able to out IGL the other?
Well, I'm not sure. So I've had a little bit of experience playing against one of these teams. I played a bit against Team 4 a couple of years ago, and they didn't completely stomp us, but they did beat us pretty spectacularly. And that was on Inferno. So definitely with Inferno, we might see a Team 4 victory there. Yeah, so the sound problems seem to be still going on. So we'll throw to a quick break, and as soon as these issues are sorted, we'll be right back.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESL UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSE. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, oh, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with trying to do that. But the management help you through it. They teach you the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESL UK where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? It's just talking is fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do. So slowly you get better at, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, the circumstances mean that I can't.
Hello again, guys. Apologies about that little bit of a tech issue. We should be going into the map vetoes now between Team 4 and Rush B. So what have we got for this, Snail? What have we got for this?
So yeah, as we said before, it looks like Team 4 like a more puggy kind of map pick, and yeah, we've seen them go straight in for the Inferno pick here, which is exactly what I expected out of them.
Bit of the Mirage pick. Okay.
Yeah, so Mirage map that's reasonably strong for both teams. It's kind of a 50-50 on this one, as it is. That's just the nature of Mirage, really. And then Overpass, the three maps that in the green room, as I was talking to you, we both agreed that these were the maps that might come through.
Yeah.
So
I had
yeah,
my little
nice.
slight suspicion that Dust 2 could have been picked, but
Yeah,
maybe
it'd be
it'll
nice to
ban
see the
first.
bans because I really think that Team 4 definitely have gone for either an ancient or a nuke first ban because they have no experience on those maps at all with any recent tournaments.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was their second ban, to be completely honest. So it
But
seems we're
what do
going
you
on
think
to
about these
Inferno. Okay.
map picks here? So we've got Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass. Nice sort of maps that everyone knows. Everyone loves to play. So
That's what I'm thinking. This does favor the Team 4 side, of course, just because it's more kind of your puggy maps, and it's more kind of everyone knows it. You know, everyone knows their smokes for the Mirage. Everyone knows their smokes for Inferno. Overpass, fair enough. It's a very team based map, I'd like to say. But Joe, if I was to throw it in straight away, I think this is a 2-1 for Rush B.
yeah, I definitely see it going to all three maps here. And Inferno, I think Team 4 are going to take that one. They've got a higher win rate on it, and they just play it more. Mirage, that's definitely going to be a coin flip there. So if Team 4 manage to take Mirage, then it's going to be a 2-0. But if if Rush B take Mirage, then it'll definitely go to the third map, in which I think Rush B have the slight edge in.
Yeah, with Rush B, they are definitely hoping for a map win to take them to Overpass, because once I think it goes to Overpass, then I think it goes to that little whoever gets the knife round. Really, are we doing knife rounds for map 3? I assume.
I'd assume so, yeah, since there's no side picking for that map.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna. So for team 4,
Gonna
we've
get
got,
into it now. So realistically, it's just going to be between. I think this first map is going to be actually the biggest one. Honestly, being Inferno, it just depends on who takes it. In all honesty, I have my hopes that Rush B can take this map, because I think Team 4 are going to take Mirage, just for the simple fact of it's more of the puggy map. They probably, like all of us, know all the smokes to it.
Yeah.
And maybe have more of a better team chemistry with it. But I don't know. What's your thoughts on it? What do you think?
Yeah, so we've got Inferno coming up first. Inferno, everyone should know Inferno. We've said it over and over again. Everyone should know Inferno. It's 20 years old.
Yeah, if you don't know how to smoke CT, just don't talk to me.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, all three of these maps might come down to a coin flip. So yeah, we'll just see going into this. So obviously, Team 4 have a higher win rate on Inferno, and I'd hope definitely coming into the grand finals, these teams have done a little bit more prep and homework, maybe some anti-stratting. So yeah, I'm just excited to see what's gonna come out of these map picks.
See, the good thing is between these two teams is that these maps aren't uncommon for them. It's not as if we've got an Ancient, we've got a Vertigo, which doesn't seem to be a map that these two teams play a lot. So there can be quite a bit of anti-stratting. There can be quite a bit of looking at the vetoes, seeing what they do, seeing what they don't do, seeing how you can capitalize on their plays, and seeing if you can maybe even do their plays and throw back in their face. So I guess we'll just have to see with Inferno.
Yeah, definitely. All three maps that we've got no surprise picks coming out.
Sadly not.
There's no way of telling right now from these map picks who's going to win what. I guess we're just going to have to wait and find out. Inferno usually ends up being the best of 3 or best of 5 decider, but here we've got it straight away. First map of the game, first map of the match. It's kind of unusual. Inferno usually coming out as the final map decider because, again, it's a map everybody knows.
It's a bit strange having it as map 1, but so I think it is the Rush B side are starting on the CT side. So obviously going into the grand finals, they will want to start hot with this. But then again, this could be a good thing for the other side because they're starting on the T side. They can kind of warm up a little bit, go into the CT side, maybe a little bit warmer, a little bit more polished, maybe. But I guess we will have to see. Everyone does seem to have their headsets on for this side, so I guess we might be all good for this.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, in the side picks, it was Rush B chose to start CT side, I believe.
Correct. With the Team 4 side decided to go onto the T side, which was not ideal for them, but they had no choice, unfortunately.
Yeah, so if Rush B can get a nice strong CT side out of this, that Inferno generally with this kind of level, especially in the university competition, I find when I play in it, the CT side on Inferno really matters a lot. If you can get CT side first and get a solid 9 rounds on CT side, you should be good going into the T side. But if they have a bit of a rocky CT side, then Team 4 should be able to just run away with it if they get a good few rounds on their T side.
Well, you say that of getting 9 rounds. What happens if they get 11? Do you still believe in Zonic's law of 11-4 being the
always
obviously the most?
Always.
Yeah. Okay.
If there's ever
good,
an 11-4 scoreline, 11-4 is the most dangerous lead you can have in CS ever. Zonic was right, and I've been set. I've been saying 11-4 is the most dangerous lead for years before Zonic said it. You know, every game, if I'm 11-4 up or down, the team with 4 rounds is winning it every time. I don't know why. I think it's so the team with 11 rounds, they just have that kind of confidence buffer. They're like, oh, we've got 7 rounds on him. We're 7 rounds ahead of them. Then as soon as pistol round comes in, they lose pistol round. They lose the second round. All starts to
Well, have you
snowball, and then
ever
the confidence is still there for a while until the team with only 4 rounds are on 7, 8, 9 rounds, and then they're only 2 or 3 rounds away, and it's the confidence is then destroyed, and they just can't get back from it. Honestly, I believe in the 11-4 rule wholeheartedly.
understandable? Well, as obviously some people can see from the screen, we're trying to resolve final audio issues, and I've just been told that we should be going into the game very soon. But okay, quick question: Have you ever purposefully made it not 11-4 and 10-5 maybe?
Purposefully,
Would you not
no.
like to say?
No. Always got to try and win every single round. But I will tell you that if I do shake in my little boots when I see that 11-4 scoreline. But yeah, so hopefully if it's team 4 on the T side, yeah. So hopefully team 4, if they can pull, if they can get at least 6 rounds on the T side, they should be looking strong coming into the CT side. I'd even give it 5 rounds, and then they've still got a decent chance.
With
Yeah, we'll
this, I
just
feel definitely going into the finals, at least. Apologies to cut you off, but going into the finals, you definitely want a hot start. Whether you CT side, whether ET side, you definitely want to get the pistol straight away. Don't lose the force buy if there is one, and then try your best to snowball if you can. Obviously, easier said than done, but I think if one of the teams are able to get a little bit of a snowball to start this final, maybe this could make the whole process a little bit more interesting.
yeah, it would be interesting to see what kind of setups and defaults these teams go for here. A lot of the time in NSE, at least when I've played, it's very B heavy. It's just it's the puggy way. The puggy way is always the right way. Yeah, loads of teams every round vying for the banana control, B control. You know, if Team 4 can get this second mid and banana control most rounds, then they are looking good coming into this game. But
Maybe one factor I would add as well is obviously a big factor for Inferno anyway, is the T-side AWPer. See if they can add any impact to this. Maybe they desert it completely, or maybe they actually fully decide to have a main AWPer on the T side, essentially, because obviously this is not one of the most favored maps for an AWP on the T side.
yeah, no, you don't generally see much AWPing coming out from the T side. You know, we'll definitely be seeing the AWP coming out from the CT side, but yeah, Inferno's not really a AWP friendly map if you're trying to go on the attack. Little kiss there from one of the players. They're warming up, getting ready to get into this one, so we should be getting into the game soon.
All smiles from that side.
Yeah.
Let's see if they'll all be smiles at the pistol round. Seems
Yeah,
they
guess we'll
are.
see.
Will have their headphones in. Oh, love hearts in the chat, but we do seem to be all ready to actually get into the game, but
yeah, so we'll be getting into this game real shortly, and we'll be seeing if Rush B can hold off the attack of Team 4. So yeah.
Your final prediction is still the same? Do you still
final
think
predictions?
Team 4 are taking this?
I think Team 4 are taking this one. You know, if they can have a solid T side, get at least 6 rounds, they should be good coming back into the CT side. But
Okay.
we
Okay.
see here
I think
warm up is ending, and we will be going live any second now into the pistol round.
Okay.
Right, so round 1. Team 4 choosing to go for 4 sets of armor and a little bit of utility. I think we might be seeing a fast B play, potentially. Nope, they're all going to be just sticking around bottom ramp here, waiting to see if Rush B are going to push anything. But they're not. They're going to be playing it nice and passive. Not wanting to fall into any of Team 4's traps.
Seems T4 are going for
Chris
a very...
just spotting there. He has been spotted. He's spotted 3 players as Team 4 make their way up banana. And they're rushing in. The solo defender of Chris. Knave gets taken out after 1 kill, but we've got a 4 versus 3 retake in favor of Team 4 here. Bomb down. Sight is all theirs, and they've got the smoke up on CT still, which should be fading soon, allowing Pani to come back into this round.
Notice there is no kit on the Rush B side. We'll have to take this a little bit faster.
No, they did choose the full armor setup as the retake comes back in, and it's all in the favor of Team 4. They do manage to pick up 1 kill onto Hanno on the way back in, but they are all cleaned up. 2 kills from Ting, and then everyone else chiming in with 1, other than Windy, who was the entry on that round and just got decapitated straight away. So coming into this round, Rush B are going to be buying back into this one. You know, with the I'm say new economy. It's not very new, but the way the economy works now, it is generally favourable to buy into the second round if you lost, because with the extra loss bonus, you get more money. So you should have roughly similar money whether you win or lose.
Scout Bite on Riv though could be very good if he decides to obviously run around with that bad boy and decide to get a few tags every now and then. 2 deagles as well, so obviously a scout shot and a deagle shot would obviously get a kill for them. Nice little tag onto Hanno.
Yeah, and I did manage to get the tag onto Riv though, so both down low. See Team 4, they're grouping up towards banana, looking like they're going to execute B. Knave boosted up into CT. And Chris is going to stay in CT with him. No defense from the actual site. They're going to be hopefully trying to bait that there's nobody there. And they get the 2 kills on the entry.
One of them still is
they were
tagged on the
just
Ting.
the SMGs. We still have the 2 rifles in play as the bomb starts to go down. Rush B. Swarm of bees coming into the B site. Looking to retake this one. Frosty getting a pick on Tapani coming in. 2 players coming in from Ruins. Ting here at New Box. Isn't going to be showing himself. Quackle in pit is ready for anyone coming from CT, and the last 2 CTs coming in from Ruins will be dealt with 2 clean headshots.
Nice run from the Team 4 side there, obviously making sure they didn't lose the force buy. The only thing I don't like about this though is that obviously now they're going to have to be giving up the 3-0. At least they will have a full buy to the next round for the Rush B side, but plenty of nades hopefully.
Yeah, as you can see, just a few deagles come out of Rush B here. Team 4 playing it super passive and slow every time on these rounds. We haven't seen a quick banana take from them yet. They're just waiting out any util that might be thrown their way.
One thing to remember is they do have 2 Mac 10s on this, so if they do survive with all 5, do they decide to keep them or do they decide to get rid of them?
For sure. You want to keep building up as much money as possible. When you have those SMGs, it's just kind of, you keep going with them until you die. Just build up as much bonus money as you can, especially at the start of the game.
Of course, getting that solid T side started and making sure you can snowball.
Team 4 heading into the B site now as Windy's going to rush in with the Mac 10. And he's just going to be trying to face off all of the defenders of this site. Hanno and Ting chiming in for 1 apiece as well. Maybe trying to spam through that smoke there, but he's not going to find anything anything at all. Looks like Riv and Nave are just going to be hanging back here, waiting for the exits, but we do have Ting coming in behind and is going to deal with Riv in the CT spawn. It's just Nave in ruins. He's not going to be able to get out of this alive, but he wants to do as much damage as he can, but Ting just runs in, Mach 10, jumping about, can do whatever he likes. 3-0 to Team 4 now. So they've already got half the rounds that I said that they should hopefully get the win. So if they keep going this way, then it should be looking good for them. But now have the full buy coming back against them. All the rifles, all the utility. Windy still on the Mach 10, Frosty on the Galil. So slightly less firepower, but what they've shown so far, they should hopefully.
Good thing is that they do have plenty of nades on the CT side. Obviously, you see the 3 smokes from them, plenty of flashes, and even a HG if they want to do some little bit of chip damage. Of course, in incendiary, that will be towards the A side.
Nave and Chris going for the aggressive banana take here. They smoked down the bottom and they've pushed up. Our Team 4 going to be expecting this close position from Nave here. Nave just gets the spray right onto Ting through the smoke. That makes this whole situation a lot easier for them. Arnie spots one in apartments. Just going to flash that and fall back. Doesn't want to risk his life.
Nice little fallback from the CT side to obviously not go too aggressive, and as I say that.
see the boost over the half wall, and Windy managed to take that one out. Chris chimes back with 2, and we now leave Quackle in a 1 versus 4 here. Looking like we're going to see the first round on the board for Rush B here. Bombs down in Banana. Quackle finds Chris. If he can get one more here, he does have a good chance coming into this one. It's a 1 versus 2, but both players are low. He's low himself, but if he's able to get this first shot off, he's not going to expect Riv in ruins here, who is just going to quickly dispatch of him before he can even start planting the bomb.
Good play from Quackles, obviously able to lower the economy for the CT side, because if they did have 4 surviving, obviously that is plenty of nades for them going into the next time, but now their economy is actually going to be limited. See, now you can already see the sacrifices being made with the MP9 being bought onto Chris. Good bit of utilities still.
Oh, I say, Windy gets the kill onto Chris, but Chris trades back straight away with his molly. So 1-for-1 trade, and Banana still not taken care of. We're going to see Angus heading towards the B site to help out Nave on the defense. Team 4 still just poking and prodding around, seeing where they want to go, seeing where they can get a pick.
Something from the T side is that they brought out the AWP straight away onto Hano. So obviously they do like to have the AWP out early, and see what they can do with it.
Nave being flashed into Banana. Gets the first onto Ting. Hano is working his way up with the AWP, doesn't manage to get the shot. Frosty and Quackle left alone in a 2 versus 4. Quackle's going to see if he can find anything, find any openings onto the A site here, but Riv has his angle and finds him. It's just Frosty alone.
Perfect off the angle from him there. Good thing from Nav is that he was able to kind of assert his dominance with the banana plays. Angus being able to finish off the remaining player, and it does seem that Rush B are able to get their second round on the board. Maybe a light buy from the Team 4 side now. Only having 1900 loss bonus.
Nico with a couple of upgraded pistols and some light utility. They're all going to be heading up second mid. It looks like they're going to go for either a mid burst or a burst through apps. They're just going to be trying to get that bomb down, get as much extra money as they can. Maybe just take it slow. Wait for any potential pushes from the CTs. But Rush B, they know that these guys are on an eco, so they're going to be waiting, hoping to take these long fights. But Angus gets absolutely rushed down on long, and they also take care of Riv. Arnie, up on the balcony, finds one. Jumps down into the pit, finds the second, but it is then dealt with by Windy. It's 2 versus 2 now. Both players have armor. Chris sneaking up the short. And Frosty on his own, just with the Tech 9 against the AWP in the M4 of Nave and Chris.
He has two 1v1s though.
Yeah, Nave not leaving his spot, but Chris just has the weapon advantage there. Frosty unable to hit his shots. We are all tied up. 3 apiece now for both teams. We're going to be seeing a bit of a...
surviving with two though.
Yeah. A bit of a rough buy coming through from Team 4. They've decided to go for 5 AKs and light utility. The utility has been shown to be like one of the most deciding factors in their take so far. So it's a bit of a questionable buy from them. I personally would have maybe gone for a Galil so you could buy some more util.
One thing that we're able to see is Nav actually on the ult for the CT side. Does seem he's favored more towards the B side, or maybe he's now just leaving it so Chris can have it for himself.
Smoke off long. Smoke off 2 players there. Nave's instantly going to be running around to site to try and help any potential push from short. Big gap in the mid smoke here. Flashed out. Riv finds one. Not able to transfer into the second, but does do a good amount of damage onto Ting here. So Ting left on 10 HP. So they're trying to make their way out of brackets. We've still got 3 players towards the A site here. They've just left Chris alone on the B site, as they have been doing all the time.
Team 4 does seem to be a little bit stuck here with the obviously no banana presence, so they're having to go towards the A site, which is making obviously Rush B keep 3 there.
Kills traded back and forth down into a 2 versus 2. Now 2 versus 1 for Team 4. Chris is coming into long, but A site is notoriously tricky to get back into, especially if that long smoke's down. And they will have just heard exactly where he is with that grenade as they take the 4th round.
Yeah, so it does seem that Team 4 are able to get their 4th round on the board, and maybe get more than the 6 that you said was required at least.
Yeah, so we've got an eco coming through from Rush B here, so should see the 5th round, unless they're able to pull off some magic. Riv and Nave with the Deagles. Chris, the 5-7, you know, the 5-7 is incredibly powerful if you can get up close and use it right. Got Hani pushing here. Wackle expects it. Does he expect the second? He does. Crisp, clean headshots onto both of them. A site is now just the territory of Angus with his lone USP. Still looking to go towards B site here though, where the only defender is Chris with his 5-7.
Let's put this 5-7 to the test, see if it is a close angle. Coming onto the site, let's see if he can get more than 1.
And behind the fountain, doesn't have anywhere to fall back to. Does find the 1, but is quickly traded. Not too much of a loss here from Team 4 with Ting going down, because Ting didn't buy into this round. He only bought Tech 9. He didn't have the money for an AK. So if anyone was going to die, Ting's probably the most preferable player to die for Team 4. We've got Nave and Angus. They're just going to be sitting in CT spawn. They're not going to be wanting to... They're not even going to be trying to retake this impossible situation. They're just going to fall back, wait for any potential exits. Hanno boosted up on new box, finds Angus in the corner. And nobody's going to be coming Nave's way. They're all going to be exiting through banana.
Might be trying to save that Tech 9 from the T side.
Here we are, 5 rounds to 3 for Team 4 here now. If they can get 1 or 2 more rounds, they should be looking good to win this game. Rush B really need to bolster their CT side. They're taking a lot of fights that they shouldn't be.
I felt that they definitely need to be taking banana control, which they were doing quite successfully, and then from there just try their best to bolster up this this A defense, because it doesn't seem to be working very well for them at the moment, from what we've seen on prior rounds. No AWP for them on the CT side though. Obviously, Hanno's deciding to stick with the AWP for the T side. Let's see if he can prove himself and why the AWP on the T side of Inferno is viable.
So Hannah's going to be playing towards the mid position here. Do have the crossfire between long and short. And he knows that one's there. Takes the shot just to see maybe you can land it through the smoke. Going to be taking brackets control. Team 4 though,
They're doing a
slinking
good
back
job at
towards
holding
Banana.
the CT side back.
Unfortunately, they've read this so well because Chris is just rotating off, going back to bolster the A site with 4 players. He's second guessing himself. He's sitting around CT. He's not quite sure where to go. And he will know in a moment when these smokes come through that it is just Nave on his own to protect this attack. They have faked that perfectly using
He's got
Ting.
the first kill.
Sorry, Quackle over on the A site. Rush B, they're going to be giving no time at all for them to plant the bomb. And Rush B take it on the timing. Wow. Angus being flashed through that smoke, spraying down the planter and one more, giving Team 4 no time whatsoever to plant that bomb. They take it. That was unexpected.
Now look at the economy for the Team 4 side, not looking too good at the moment.
Team 4 had so much time to plant that bomb as well. They had the one player to do. They only had Nave to deal with. They got on the site. They seemed to just muck about on the site for a bit. They allowing the time for the players, for the other CTs to rotate over. Wow, what a fumble! 5-4 now. So going to see a bit of a shoddy buy from Team 4. They were able to save a couple of AKs through from last round, but their money is in the bin all over the place as well.
Frosty deciding to bring out not so much of a fan favorite anymore, being the UMP. Also, we know back in the good old days when that gun was notorious for being the kind of gun you'd get if you couldn't afford an AK.
Yeah, mini rifle. You have all 5 players from Team 4 up at the top banana here, waiting for the call from Windy to execute B. M4 and an MP9 defending the site here. They can get up close with that MP9. Nope, he is instantly swung by Ting, who gets both entries onto the site.
That has to be the instant save call from them. A weird bit from Frosty there, exposing his position. But I guess now that with the aggressive CT smoke, has to be the save call from the CT side.
Yeah, just going to be seeing Rush B fall back to the A site. I'll let Team 4 have this one, get their 6th round on the board.
Now looking at the money for the CT side, they could force into the next round. Obviously, Nav and Chris will maybe have a scout, maybe have a pistol, but with the predominant 3 M4s, play your cards right. I think they could get back into this and make sure that Team 4 don't run away with this lead on the
we
T
could
side.
see maybe a FAMAS drop from Riv or an SMG over. So then Nave or Chris could buy armor and a couple of nades. Let's see. So we've got a tech pause here from Rush B. So we'll just not a tech pause from Rush B. We've got a tactical pause from Team 4. They got their 6th round. They're going to be wondering what are they going to be bringing into this round. They should know that they've got 3 M4s. What are the other 2 players going to take? Got 2 MP9s.
Does seem a bit of a weird one. It's attack pulls from the Team 4 side, the team that are actually winning.
Yeah.
Which maybe to kill a little bit of the momentum, keep it as stalemate, I guess. maybe just to talk over things and make sure they have everyone on the same page.
Yeah, so we've got 4 players from Team 4 heading up for a quick second mid take. They don't know Knave's pushed up close here, and he gets away. They do get the kill onto Pani, but they lose 2 in the process. Riv pushing down, but Chris pushes through the smoke and gets right up into Frosty's face. An MP9 in your face, no matter what you have, you are screwed.
You're done.
Quackle, 1 versus 4, finds 1, but is unable to do anything else. Rushby bring back another round. They were not expecting that aggressive mid play, and it was the perfect time to do it as well as they go for the aggressive second mid. Bush, they weren't expecting. Who was it? Was it Chris or
Was that Nave going for the MP9 actually?
Yeah, Nave close up in mid. They weren't expecting him to be on the left-hand side. I see. Quick banana take here.
A little bit
from
aggressive,
Windy.
yeah.
Chris spamming the smoke. Bit of damage on. But Windy jumps through the smoke, but is dealt with by Angus. Got 3 players on the B side. That bomb is
Good all-round call from the CT side to make sure they had 3 players towards that banana position, making sure they can hold down the fort and putting it into a 4v2 against Frosty and Quacky, of course.
Yeah, they just read this round perfectly. So last round they read perfectly that they'll be going second mid. Dealt with that perfectly. This round they've obviously just assumed that Team 4 have thought, well, that didn't work. Let's try the other side. Riv up on the balcony. Down Quackle. Frosty on his own. Riv will clean up the rest. We are now 6 rounds apiece. 3 more rounds into this one.
Riv does seem to be quite comfortable with Pit now that I'm kind of looking at it. A few good exit kills from him, or finish the round kills, I guess you could say, from him.
Just an eco here from Team 4. Couple of P250s, but nothing else. They're going to be grouping up at the bottom of ramp. I'm expecting them to go for just all 5 rush up banana, but Nave just spraying widely into the smoke, finds 1, gets a little bit more damage onto Quackle as well. Run through the smoke, and all 5 are just mopped up. Nave with the 4K. Chris chimes in for 1, but then switches to the pistol.
Good clean round from the CT side.
Nice.
So it does seem as the 6 rounds what they needed here. Or Snell, my apologies.
Yeah, yeah. So Team 4 have the 6 rounds that they need to make this a viable T side. But if they can get another one, then even better. But Rush B have warmed up. They are on the server now.
I've gone for the full buy into this. Do still have 3 smokes, plenty of flashbangs. Obviously could make something of this, but they will have to fight for B if they want it. The question is, will they be leaving Chris to himself, or will they be leaving Nav as per usual? Let's see. For now, the T side will be holding on to their smokes for a little bit.
So we do have Chris being a bit aggressive on banana here. He's just swinging around the half wall, making sure nobody's there. Windy making sure nobody pushes down banana as they execute out brackets. They do find Riv boosted up on those flower pots. Frosty finds Nave. So we've got Pani and Angus trapped in the A site now as Team 4 work their way up short and from apps. And Windy, he's been waiting there a long time for Chris and does find him. They're going to be just waiting here. Standing still, waiting for Rush B to make a mistake and start moving out. Angus, 1 versus 4 and gets taken down. Perfect round there from Team 4. You know, they're playing this T side incredibly well. They're playing it super patiently, waiting for Rush B to make mistakes. Here we go, final round of the half. Who's going to take this half with them? We've got the full buys from both sides. No ecoing here. Knave, again, going aggressive down mid. But they are aware of his position. Hanno is able to spot that one. They just crossed each other in mid. Knave, push through to ramp. Wackle. Just sitting in underpass, and Hanno takes out Knave just before he can peek down into underpass. 4 versus 4 now. Honey gets the information on Hanno being just outside of apps in second mid. We've got an aggressive setup towards Banana here. Chris playing real close. They've just smoked it off. Looks like Team 4 were about to take that one, but that smoke came in just in time. So they're going to be rotating background, looking to do something at A. They smoke off long. Reactionary molly from Riv. And they've got
Does seem
45
Chris is taking the
seconds.
gamble and going towards A.
Yeah, they've got Angus up in the boosted on the half wall, which is a great position for a solo defender because you can get the information, take one pick, fall straight back. You can waste so much time from that position, allowing your teammates to rotate over. Chris is starting to rotate over towards B, but he's not quite sure. Team 4 going for the fake towards A, throwing some nades in and running
20
straight
seconds.
back to B. Chris heading back to A. Is he going to be here in time? Angus mollied out. Ooh. Manages to get 2. Quackle with the team kill onto Ting. So it is just a 2 versus 3 in this retake, and it's the last round, so they are definitely going to be going into this one. Players are all here, ready to go. Chris coming in from Ruins, finds Hanno. It's just Frosty on his own. Finds the first, but is unable to deal with Pani. We have 8 rounds to 7 for the side of Rush B. Very good half for Team 4. 7 rounds on the T side. That's very good effort. We'll see what they can get going into the CT side.
Team will be starting the second half straight away. And I guess we will be.
So we see 4 sets of armor, Molly and a flash. Aggressive mid push and an aggressive second mid push. We've just got a full team fight here, and Rush B win that team fight, leaving Frosty in a 1 versus 4. Does find the back of them, but doesn't find anything. The back of the head is impossible to hit in this game. So Rush B just swing around and find the pistol. We've seen 5 Eagles brought in from Team 4 here. And 5 rifles, which is 5 rifles on the second half. That's interesting. They're going to be looking to just go for these long-range fights. They don't want to get up close at all, because they don't have anything that's good in up-close fights. Angus flashing himself there. Oh, does get some damage onto Frosty. Doesn't a
Bit of a questionable buy from the T side going towards 5 rifles, but with the 5D, with the 5 rifles, I guess it's just going to be straight up aim duels for this. I think close quarters, a little bit long range if they can, and see who pops heads, I guess.
Yeah, they're just slowly working their way into B. Frosty, sat a second oranges, doesn't manage to get anything, but Ting finds a headshot through the smoke. And he's just going to keep spamming, trying to get whatever he can. A lot of damage. 3 players on Rush B, now 50 HP. So this is very doable. Knave has now also gone down to Ting, and it is just a 3 versus 4. All these players have armor as well, but Chris and Angus taking out 3 of them. Even Quackle on his own, who's just going to run off with his tail between his legs. Not going to be able to get anything done here. We're going to see a 10th round for Rush B.
At least the Deagle armor can be taken into the next round. Obviously, Ting will be having a little bit of an additional money with the kills that he did get this round, but with this 3 AK saved on the T side, able to take those into the next one, and this could be where Rush B start start running away with this.
We're going to have another pause here. Got a technical pause for Rush B here. Probably some audio issues we had earlier. But coming into this round, so obviously we've got Quackle with the Deagle, and armor still saved. We're probably going to see a full eco, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols from everyone else. Either Ting or Hano, I reckon we're going to see them fully eco. The Ting to either drop the AWP over to Hano or for Hano to save up for his own AWP.
I was saying, I'm wondering if with the AWP on the Rush B side, it does seem that Nav was picking up towards Banana, but then Riv was picking up towards the end. So the question is, who is going to be picking up the AWP on the CT side? Maybe if both.
Players just sorting out their audio issues. Thumbs up, good sign. So if I was Rush B, they've got 3 AKs, and they should be knowing that Team 4 are going to be on an eco here. They should see a couple of SMGs being brought through, and just sending them straight in, running up, trying to get as much damage as possible, find out where everyone is, so the AKs can either run into an empty site or run in and clean everything up. We're going to see a 4th AK and a 5th. No SMGs for the side of Rush B.
It's a bit of a weird one. Obviously, knowing that they're going to be going up against the eco and still deciding to go with full rifles. Obviously, that could swing the wrong way.
5-man stack
really
towards
fast.
B for Team 4. They're going to be boosting players up. Got one boosted CT. Are they going to be boosting anyone at New Box? Got Chris and Angus just working their way up Banana. Aren't going to see anything. Team 4 are just going to be sitting in these positions, hoping to catch them off guard. Obviously, has headed back to A site just for that info, just to make sure that they can't just walk out onto A site. They are. Chris is just working his way slowly in. He's going to find Ting on the boost, and nobody else is going to peek. Quackle gets the one from Dark. He's trying to find a second. Molotov lands. Found it. Quackle finds a second. Oh my god, Team 4 are bringing this in. They've got 3 kills. It is just 2 versus 4 here now. But Riv coming in from CT spawn. Are they going to expect this? They've made in. Doesn't do much though. Finds Windy. They still got the Deagle on Quackle though. Quackle all alone. Doesn't manage to find him. They do bring this back. Frosty coming up Banana with a USP. Should find an AK on the way. He doesn't have any armor, but he is going to be trying. Nave has spotted him. There's the AK, but they double peek him. Round number 11 for Rush B here.
Going into the all-important rifle buy for the CT side.
Yeah, so what we saw first half was 3 rounds from Team 4, and then Rush B starting to take it away. Are we going to see the same this time? So 3 rounds from Rush B, now we're into the full buys. Rush B choosing to bring out an AWP on the T side. He does land on Angus, but only does... Oh, and another nade. He's down to 10 HP before spotting any players. You know he is angry. Honey, peeking out of Boiler. It's taken down by Quackle. And Riv is going to try it as well. There is nobody there this time.
Nice little smoke from Hano there. Been learning his lineups for this map. Does seem only 2 defenders on the B site.
2 regular smokes in, some flashes, and they will be executing. Can Ting and Frosty hold off this push? Frosty gets the collateral headshot onto Chris and Nave. They just lined up perfectly there, and Team 4 take that round with style. Rush B economy is now completely broken. We are replay. Beautiful stuff. Frosty just perfectly lined up. That is a nice, cheeky little spot that I'm definitely going to be using in my games from now on. Chris, 1D, up mid, onto the AWPer from Hanno. And now we're starting to see some beautiful shots come in. As the eco side of Rush B are just quickly making their way up brackets, working their way through the mollies. On the balcony, finds one, doesn't manage to get the other. Quackle on his own in Cold Zera. Finds one. Unable to find any more, and the full eco with just a few upgrade pistols has found their way entirely into the A bomb site. And they're going to be taking away 2 M4s and an AWP for this. Rusty, listening to what's going on the radio.
Do you not know about that spot, no?
Oh yeah, of course. It plays what is it? Diablo?
I don't know.
Um,
I know
like
it does play. It does play
the,
a
like,
game, but I just don't know which one.
Italian like folklore tale about the devil. I think it talks about on that radio.
Of course, on Inferno.
Yeah, like Diablo's Inferno or something. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, hunting. But Frosty's just gonna sit tight. Frosty is gonna stay frosty.
I assume this is where Rush B could run away with this game. Obviously, 12-8 up, and still gonna be a full buy from the Team 4 side. Maybe
yeah,
a few
they
limitations.
are slightly weaker on the utility, but they have everything that they should need to hold off this team. Chris holding for a mid peak, but isn't going to be rewarded with anything.
Seems they do love to throw around that up on the T side for Rush B, depending on, I guess, who's feeling on that round.
So we got 3 players working their way towards A here, trying to fight for this brackets control. And once you've got brackets control, you've got so many options. You can go up short onto A. You can wrap short and long. You can go long through CT to B, and just brackets is an incredibly powerful position on this map. One of the most important. So they're going to be fighting for that, and there's no one from Team 4 contesting them on that. We do have Hanno sat in CT spawn holding Arch. Holding it very passively. There's Nave and Chris slowly slink their way, see if they can find anything at B. Have the one player boosted up, and he's not going to expect it. Ting finds the first opening kill onto Nave. And Hanno takes out Angus, working his way up long. Does he execute now? Way up short. They're waiting for Chris to come from mid. Riv going straight in. One way from Quackle on. Holding short with the AWP. Misses the first shot and is overrun by Quackle.
This could be a little bit of confidence that Team 4 do need to get back into this. I mean, 5 surviving, only 12-9 down, so it's very doable. We'll see the economy for the T side not looking the best. Still going to be able to get a buy into this, but there will be their limitations for this. Obviously, a Tech 9, 2 Tech 9s actually, being on Peony and obviously Nav as well.
Rush B don't seem to tend to go for SMGs very much. They're either... Well, there we go. Frosty with 4 kills. I wish I'd completely missed that one. Frosty with the 4-man spray down. That was incredible. Riv in a 1 versus 4 does take down Frosty, leaving him all alone. The bomb is up there, but the B site is completely open. They're choosing to hold this very passively. You can get into this. You can just smoke CT and he's in, got the bomb down, and the money situation for Rush B is fixed, whether or not he wins this. Hanno with the AWP posted up. That was an incredible spray down from Frosty.
Now it's only 12-10
Yeah,
for
let's see
the
that
Rush
again.
B side.
1, 2, 3, 4. Frosty and Ting, and the flash assist from Riv for the first one.
That's definitely going to be a little bit of an ego boost for him, able to get those eco frags and mop them up.
He's got his kills above
Gonna
double
going for it
digits
again.
now. Rush B, rushing B. Going fast in with the pistols. Mollied off, smoked off, and they're saying, screw this, we might just turn around. Trying to force out as much utility as they could from Team 4, but Team 4 were just staying true, not using up as much utility, and they'll re-smoke that. Rush B is still just sitting behind these smokes. One player making a bit of noise to try and make it seem like there's only one player there. Hopefully trying to get one player to go back over towards A. Hano playing with that idea, but no, he's going to stay towards B.
Just patience from the CT side, making sure not to push anywhere too aggressively to have a whole behemoth of T side players on the other side. It does seem the T side are evacuating though and going towards the A site now, where there's only 2 people actually there.
They do have Hano holding long. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be going up long. They're going to hear all these footsteps. The molly on short comes in. Windy, nade down, isn't going to do much. All the players are now low. Arnie does find one. 2 players on long here. Nave finds a second. They can get the third one here. They have a good chance. And it's this one, but Quackle is still on the A-bomb site. Just don't know he's there. He's up so close, and they have no idea. Angus just in the corner. Tried to get that bomb down, but unable to. Team 4 get their 3rd round in a row, making it 12-11 for Rush B. Just 1 round in it.
Now this is where it could all spiral out of control for the Rush B side. They don't seem to have many ideas for this T side. Obviously, kind of those last 2 rounds just kind of rushing me and hoping for the best. Now that they actually do have all of the rifles, let's see what they can do with all of these. Get the entry somewhere maybe, take it from there and see if they can whittle down the CT side and get their 13th on the board.
So we've got 4 players here taking brackets control. With just Frosty and Chris fighting for this banana control. We'll get smoked off though and just head back.
They have to devote to the
There's
safe
that
side.
long.
Only
Hano
one smoke
misses his
being
AWP
left.
shot. He's going to repeat into another one as they work their way into CT. Angus finds Hano. Ting now up close in CT. He's pushed down short. Does find the kill onto Parney, and Quackle finds Riv. Team 4 now looking back into this round. Trying to deal with the AWPer in there, but Angus gets onto the site and takes down Quackle. And Nave finds Frosty. Ting in library finds the first. Now he just needs to find the other 2. One hit, one on site. And Angus takes his head clean off for their 13th round.
Does seem that Rush B were using their bit of the aim no brain with the ending of that round. Obviously running out of utils straight away, but trying their best to outduel the Team 4 side, and that's what they were able to thankfully do. Obviously Team 4 coming back with a new buy, but now Rush B actually being kind of limited, only having a deagle onto Riv at the moment. Seeing if he can maybe get a cheeky upgrade later on.
Nate swinging out, gets the pre-fire onto Hano before he can even fire off a shot. So they are now the AWPer's dealt with, they're going to be exploding out onto a Quackle. Going to defend long. Spot 2 finds the first, but Nave will deal with him quickly. Windy up in apartments, does find Chris, but he is now all alone and they know exactly where he is. Nade lands right on top of him. Knife's coming out!
Oh,
Windy
knife
gets
kill.
a knife onto Parney. What the hell is that? Now a 3 versus 2 for Team 4. Angus boosted up on quad, finds 2 coming out of mid. This round is just so back and forth. Windy now all on his own in apps with 18 HP. Is just going to be running away, saving that AK. We're going to see a 14th round for Rush B here. What happened in apartments there?
I don't know. There's just a lot of panic from obviously Windy not knowing what to do, and then obviously turning back because there was too many T side players on the A side, and having a nice, lovely surprise of that. A nice player where you can just have a nice or cheeky 1500 bonus.
Oh, unfortunately, on the Rush B are on 14 rounds. Team 4 have hardly any money to invest into this one. They have the 1 AK. Here we go. Here's the knife from Windy.
Oh, feels bad. Honestly, if that's the only knife in the finals, that's what Panini's just gonna be looking at in the replays.
Yeah, they have bought three. They've got 3 rifles coming into this round for Team 4, but everything's looking a bit weak. They've got the FAMAS, which the FAMAS is just kind of like a coin flip as to whether or not it works, isn't it?
Yeah, with the FAMAS, I don't like the FAMAS, honestly. It's either my best friend or it's my arch nemesis, and unfortunately with my aim, it's most likely my arch nemesis most of the time. Much like an MP9, run around, do an old jump, hope for the best.
Windy finds Rib.
I assume Windy does get the first pick.
But all the other players are towards B. He's going to be smoked out of this. It's just Frosty with the MP9. Does swing out. Finds the headshot onto Chris. Find any more? No. But we do have Ting here still. Working around, just waiting for his teammates. He's smoked off everywhere. Hano coming up banana. Does find Nave. Pani and Angus in a 2 versus 4 here. Angus finds the headshot onto Windy. Team 4 don't have any more grenades coming into this one, but that does not matter. Ting and Hano chiming in for 2 apiece on that retake. Running around with some more guns before defusing.
I think we can say that FAMAS is definitely Hano's friend in this game anyway.
Definitely, yeah.
That swift little kill on Banana, being able to pick up the AK and getting the last kill on the site, making sure Team 4 can get that 12th round. And money is a bit of a problem for the T side, choosing to actually force buy into this.
Yeah, we're getting into pretty dangerous territory with the money and how close this game is starting to get. You know, if Rush B managed to win this round, Team 4 are on their arse money-wise, and unless they can do it again, I'm not sure if they could pull off two round wins with a not very good buy. Hano and Frosty chiming in. Nave, Arnie, you trade some back. Windy from the pit position will take down Chris, leaving Nave on his own in brackets with an AK.
Does seem to have gone for that hero AK buy.
Quackle, just on site. We'll deal with him. 14-13 now. This game is getting very close. And with 3 players staying alive, Team 4 have managed to bolster their money a little bit. Just going to be seeing some pistols going through from Rush B.
A little bit questionable from the Rush B side to just go for the hero AK last round and having to econ to this round. Maybe giving 2 free rounds to the Team 4 side to make sure they can go into 14 themselves.
Going to see Team 4 playing this round a lot more passively. I think they're expecting them to be on the eco, so they just wanted to take these long-range duels. They don't want to go in anywhere. So Ting finds the clean headshot onto Angus. Coming in, smoke misses, lands on the roof. Frosty finds another one, and third, giving Pani on his own with the Deagle. He was just going to be tapped down by Ting. It's now 14-14.
Lovely kills from the CT side there, honestly. With this, I still think that was a major mistake from the Rush B side, going for a little bit of a semi-buy when they were 14-12 up. Assuming we now have a pause. Assuming it's a tactical pause for either the Rush B side or the Team 4.
So Rush B have the 3-round loss bonus. So if they lose this one without getting the bomb down, their money is gone. The most one player is going to have is 3,100, give or take a few dollars for any kills that they might get. But for Team 4, the CT side, they got loads of money in the bank now. They've won a couple rounds in a row, keeping three players alive. They're good.
Definitely would have to be leaning.
If they lose this round, Team 4 are good to come in, but to bring it to overtime. But if Rush B lose this round, then I think we're going to be seeing a game go to Team 4.
100%. With this, honestly, they should be leaning towards A. It does seem A has been working for Rush B. And with this, obviously making...
Frosty
do seem to be going towards the B side.
Flash through and working their way up. Frosty does take some damage, down to 30 HP. He's just going to smoke him off. His team. Flash through from CT to get back onto the site so he can be more useful to his teammate. They're just going to slow this attack down all the way. Still have Angus out at brackets. Nobody's rotated off the A site.
Nav is playing around the smoke with this. Very passive from the CT side.
You know, work their way out. Frosty with that angle again. Does find one. But both defenders are taken out on the east site. 3v3 now coming into this. This is a very important round for both teams.
A lot of util for the CT side to bear in mind. 2 mollies, 2 smokes.
Yeah.
3 smokes.
There's no reason for Team 4 to want to save this one. They are going to be going in for the retake. They have the money. They don't care. Chris finds the first. And Hanno trades back. 2 versus 2 now. HP in the favor of Team 4, and now just a 1 versus 2 for Riv. Defusing. He finds the first, but Hanno does take him down. Does he have time for the defuse? He does, easily. That is now 15 rounds for the side. Team 4.
We'll be going through your head right now if you were the IGL for the Rush B side.
I'd be thinking, why has everyone bought AKs and we've got 0 nades? That's what I'd be thinking. But hey ho, they're in the grand finals. I'm not, so what do I know?
Well, Riv has decided to go down to the Galil, obviously bringing in most of the util for the T side. Making sure they can hold on to their smokes and maybe do an execute towards the A side. So making sure they do have B control at the moment. Banana control.
Slowly be boosting up to the
Passive
wall.
again from the CT side, which has been working.
He's going to hit him. Hanno does spot Angus, but Angus gets the shots off first. Hanno was too busy throwing a grenade. Angus is just going to go straight into CT and is going to work his way round. I don't think. Frosty on the AWP now, finds the first one coming in, trying to do his best Stewie 2K impression. That is taken down. We do have Pani and Knave now on the B site, getting that bomb down, versus Quackle and Windy coming in for the retake.
Very doable for both.
Both players going towards ruins here. Quackle is just sitting here waiting for Windy to come in from Banana, and now he's in. He's going to start moving. Spots the first player, doesn't spot the second one. They don't know where player number 2 is. Are they going to expect it though? Because it's very rare on a post plant to this, but Harney tries to take down one, but is taken. And Quackle gets the final kill. Game number 1, Inferno, goes to Team 4. 16-14. Very close game, very back and forth, but what did I say? They only needed 6 rounds. They got the 7th. They needed that 7th. Good job from Team 4 there.
It does seem Rush B maybe threw away a few too many rounds there, in all honesty. I don't think they had very much prepared for the T side, or maybe they just didn't know how to prepare for all of it. With this, I feel like it could have gone either way, but I feel like Rush B definitely did shoot themselves in the foot.
Definitely, yeah. This game could have gone either way to either team. It's Inferno. Everyone knows how to play Inferno. just seems that Team 4 knew it that 1% better.
Congratulations to the Team 4 side, obviously. We will be going towards the Mirage, is it, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, so we got Mirage and then Overpass is map 3. Highlights here. This this mid push was perfectly chosen. Nave just getting up in the face there.
Talking about this, do we think there are going to be any more knife kills from these two sides?
I don't think so. I think this map has proved that both teams are almost just as good as each other. That double kill from Frost there. That is a spot that I've never seen. I've never seen that spot before that angle be used. So yeah, yeah, it'd be interesting going into Mirage, which is definitely another puggy map, definitely another coin flip, 50-50. Yeah, both teams have now realised that we are good. They are both good in the knife kill. Shown again, Windy.
So Mirage being Team 4's pick, I've heard. So obviously they will be predominantly starting on the T side.
No, Mirage was picked from Rush B. Team
Rush B? My apologies, please.
Yes. Yeah, so it was that was a great game, very close indeed. This Mirage game coming up. What do we think about that, Jack?
I don't know what to say. I think it's going to be a complete coin flip.
Yeah.
What are you thinking for it?
I think just based off of win percentage, I think we might see the 2-0 here from Team 4. I think, but yeah, both teams are going to be strong on Mirage. It's going to be another close game. I think Team 4 now have that confidence and that snowballing to be able to take it away on Mirage.
I think with Team 4 and how they have played, obviously Mirage was kind of more of the pick that we thought they would go towards.
Yeah, so
Anyway.
After a quick break, we will get on with game number 2 on Mirage, so we will see you after the break.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race. To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super, super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously, we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Hi, my name's Kat.
My name is Cameron Doig.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society. I've met a lot of students that say they've benefited from Southampton Video Games and Esports. There's a lot of events we run that are a lot more casual, that we run together with our student support services. They're called the Student Hub, and their whole aim is to be as accessible and be the welfare point of contact for any Southampton student. They really like working with us because obviously we get a lot of students that are often cloistered at home, don't really like to go out socially, but if we run a cool video games event for them, they'll come out and they'll enjoy it, and there's a welfare representative there that if they feel they need to talk to, they can go and have a chat with them. Hopefully that takes a little bit of the stress off of people from the academic side of university, because it can get quite intense.
I want the esports industry to feel like an inclusive and a diverse place. The Pack is a entirely women and non-binary exclusive community that we run here at Warwick Esports. We went from 3 women in our society to over 100 women and non-binary members. So it's really done really well for them, and they feel like they have a safe space. Giving people that space to go where they feel safe and they feel like they can actually have a good time, and everyone there is of the same mindset as them, I think is really, really crucial. And it makes everyone feel better about the university experience.
Especially during the pandemic, kind of having this community that still tried to do things even though they couldn't meet up has helped so many people. The UK Dota community, I know everyone came together. We were, especially in the height of the lockdown, we were playing every single night together, had everyone in a big Discord talking to each other. We all just got through it together, just played games, did what we do best. We're all just idiots on the internet, talked to each other when we needed it, and all these communities sprouted from something like Epicland that meant everyone could meet together and form these friendships.
When you're around a bunch of stressed people, it makes you more stressed. So when I had an essay due in my degree, for example, everyone in my degree group chat was freaking out and they were so negative, and I could just go to esports and be like, hi guys, and the people that are doing maths will be fine, or at least not as stressed as I am. So I think that's something that really calms me down, is the ability to be able to talk with other people that have different stuff going on, because it really puts it into perspective for you.
Hello, welcome back. We are getting into map number 2 between Team 4 and Rush B. We're going to be going on to Mirage here. So Team 4 took the opening map of Inferno, 16-14. It was a very close match. So going into the Mirage, what do we think about this one, Jack?
Honestly, with Mirage, it's now that I'm looking at it, I'm thinking it's a complete coin flip. With Mirage, everyone knows everything about the map. It's been in the map pool way too long. Maybe should be taken out at this point because it's turning into the new Dust 2 of the old days with how everyone plays it. But
You're wrong.
with this, I think it can be a coin toss. With Mirage, I
Yeah.
don't think Mirage is CT or T sided to an extent, maybe a little bit CT sided. But with this, we'll just have to wait and see. What is your prediction? I think it's just going to be a close game and a complete coin toss of who wins it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a 2-0 come out here for Team 4. So as we get into the pistol round, we got Rush B all heading over towards B. 2 players going down underpass, making a lot of noise, hopefully trying to make Team 4 think that it's A as they start making their way out of apartments here. Windy, easy, quick, one tap with the tiniest little gap to see. Gets the opening pick. 2 players coming up short now. Hano gets another, but Parney chimes in for 2. So they get the bomb down. 2 versus 3 retake here on the B-bomb site. Quackle finds Riv from E-box, and Angus chimes back against Frosty. It's just Quackle on his own now, 1 versus 2. Finds Angus and knows exactly where Parney is. He's behind that pillar. He's going to find him. He does. Quackle also has a defuse kit, but that doesn't matter because this retake came in so quickly. Nice, easy 20 seconds to retake this bomb site. As the first round goes to Team 4.
Lovely play from the Team 4 side. They're obviously making sure they had a kit on Hano, making sure of its position, and just some very nice shots from Quackle. Honestly, nothing bad to say about them there. Obviously, they will have the 4 SMGs now with 1 M4.
Yeah, since Rush B were able to get that bomb down, they've fully bought back into this with the rifles, but they've only got 1 smoke left. Now they've thrown the mid smoke. They've just got the 1 smoke left. They have maybe fumbled a bit with this buy, hoping to just get the raw firepower to win. They do have armor, so these MP9s might not be quite as effective, but they do have the advantage of all the utility. If an MP9 can be flashed in anywhere, it is just going to absolutely tear through anyone in its way.
1 smoke for them though, and it is on Riv at the moment. With Chris sneaky beaking up on the A site.
Frosty sandwich. Finds Nave. Gets the dink onto Chris. Now 20 HP and is dealt with by Quackle. Quackle finds Riv coming up connector. Which is now 4 versus 2 in this take. So we're going to see Arnie and Angus head towards ramp. Try and get out onto the A site.
No util though. They do have an AK, I will admit, but how Quackle is starting at the moment, and he's still there towards the connected position. See if he can maybe get 1 kill. Doesn't seem to be able to get that. Nice entry from the Quackle. Does seem to get 1.
Yeah, quick dink and body shot. Taking down Parney. It's just Angus on his own with the Galil against players from all 3 angles going into this site, and it's going to be the second round for Team 4 here. And they're going to grab some upgrades. Upgrading their MP9s into an AK and a Galil. Now we're going to see
7-0 for Quackle at the moment. Having a good fresh start for him. Ooh, a Rush B gonna go for the old Rush B maybe for 3 players?
Just going to be taking apartments control here. They're going to be taking these deagles around, hoping that they can get that 1-click entry into the site. Some jump spotting coming through. Nade in, does a little bit of chip damage onto Riv and Nave. Indeed. Andy, sorry, with the Galil. Sneaks into apartments, takes down Riv. And Nave, in that molly, gets burnt down to half HP. He's going to be just running away. It looks like they're going to be running back to T-spawn, potentially going towards A. So we've got Angus.
One thing I will admit with these buys, fair enough, you do have all of the deagles. Once you don't get an entry, from there, you're kind of a sitting duck.
Yeah. So Angus, entry and out of the ramp area, isn't able to find anything, and Frosty deals with both players there. Still got Chris in apartments. Met the M4 of Ting, and Nave. His head ripped off by Hanno's MP9, and Chris is just dealt with there. So 3-0 now to Team 4, starting off the same as the last map did. We're going to see it take the same trajectory, and Rush B bring a round back into this with the full buy versus full buy. Hanno still on the MP9, just trying to build up as much money with that.
Just seem they are kind of going for more of a standard default.
We've
And
got
just in the
3
CT side,
players
they're
from the
very
CT side
aggressive.
going up mid. So, oh, Angus does take back 1 and 2. Can he find the third? No, he can't, but he does do great damage. He takes out 2 and brings Ting down to 40 HP, who is going to be cleaned up by Nave. It's just Quackle and Windy, 1 on each site. Now, Parney is close here in Palace, and he's just going to be sitting there waiting. Quackle is taking the aggressive ramp control. Are they going to be aware of this?
This could be a big play from him.
Peek into this and find the quick headshot onto Nave. Smoke it off. And isn't able to follow up onto Chris, but does bring him down to 30 HP. This is a winnable situation for Andy. Coming in from behind.
Look where it's planted for, though. Completely out in the open. They could be
Chris
literally
heading
anywhere.
Back turned. They are not expecting this position whatsoever. Finds the first. It's now onto the full HP player of Parney from the jungle position. Smoke the cross, come out, and Parney gets the kill. Molly doesn't kill him quick enough. So there we have a round brought back, same as we saw on Inferno. Now 3-1 for Rush B. Team 4 still have a good enough economy. They do... yeah, they brought the double AWP into this.
Andy does seem to only have the MP9, unfortunately, so he did get the short end of the stick.
So we got Chris going in, super aggressive, super fast, up apartments, trying to catch Andy off guard. That is not going to happen. Some more of the CTs rotate in towards B. You see the T's try and take some mid control. 1 coming out from underpass, 2 working their way up catwalk. Ting finds Chris in the apartments. In up connector, it is just Quackle on his own in dark. This spot is generally one and done, unless they just fully don't check him and run straight past him. Some more players rotating in. Quackle finds Parney. It's traded back by Angus. Frosty coming in from CT spawn as the bomb goes down. It's going to be planted for ramp and connector area. Got 2 players now sitting in the jungle. Angus is trying to reposition for a better post plant. He's going to get some damage onto Frosty through the wall there. Bring him down to 1 HP, and Frosty deals with him. Nave. Let's take 2 of them down. Frosty chimes back onto Riv. Smoke down. They're going to start defusing this. Try and hold it. Nave gets the kill through the smoke, and it is onto Frosty for the defuse.
Does he have time?
And he has plenty of time for this defuse. 4th round to Team 4.
Does seem that having that double AWP was a bit of a struggle with getting the retake started. They still seem to be able to get it done. Obviously, only being able to save 1 AWP this time. Bring it into the next round.
See, a little ramp peek there. Is he going to find anything? He's still posted on it. No. Rush B are aware that he might be going for that. So they go for the quick A, execute all the smokes out. Flashes, Molotovs. Quackle at the top is going to find the first one onto Chris, but Angus is going to quickly chime back with a Tech 9 onto that. Nave jumping through the smoke on stairs. Hanno back to 2 of the T-side players. 3 versus 2 retake here, and it is very favourable for them. Both T-side players on half HP, one of them with only a deagle. They know exactly where both players are, and Ting gets both of them.
Ting deciding to pick up the ult for the retake, which not something you would regularly do, but I guess if it works, it works.
Yeah, so we got five rounds to 1 for Team 4 here now. Rush B should be able to get a decent enough buy coming into this one. Chris is going to be a bit short on utility. Yep, just the AK and armor.
100% would be a good idea to call a pause for the T side at the moment. Make sure everyone's on the same page, making sure you know the strat, but seems like they don't actually need it.
CT's not taking anything too aggressive on mid, just Quackle checking. Now that the short player's here, they're going to be taking full control of that. Smoke in window, and on connector, they're going to be aiming to go up short to be here. One comes out of underpass, but all the players have fallen back. Quackle in connector. Flashed out, but he's not checked. Nave is going to be kicking himself over that one. There's always someone there. Riv does manage to find him back, but it is too late. It's just Riv and Parney in a 2 versus 4. They're going to be heading towards the A site, which is the open site. But Frosty is just going to let him have it and wait for his teammates to come in so they can get a nice, easy retake onto this one. Jeez, they're just pushing further and further. Like, where are these CTs? They just keep going until they run into Frosty and Hanno, who will deal with them both quickly.
Bit questionable from the T side to entry frag into connector with the bomb, but kind of giving away their plans straight away, but unfortunately it doesn't seem that anything is working for them.
No.
Still only 1 round to 6.
Just going for a default with their little half buy. We've got a Mac 10 and some upgraded pistols. Ting, 2 opening kills, pushing out mid. And they are going to smash them quickly. Hanno, top mid with the deagle. Teammate's going to come along and deal with the last one. 7 rounds to 1. Team 4 seem to be running away with this so far. If they can just keep this momentum going, we are looking at a quick 2-0. Hopefully, Rush B. Chris now on the AWP. They've got good util.
Lads. Doesn't seem that the Rush B side like going for a pause. Does seem they know what to do in the round. Unfortunately, it's just not working for them.
Yeah. Chris holding for the peek from Ting, who is gonna jump to cross. Flash in, does miss it, but the shot is missed as well. Chris was in the right spot for that flash not to hit him, but just nuts him, and he misses the second shot again, and the third. Ting running back to the site, scared. Chris now on 16 HP, one well-placed grenade in apartments. Good deal with him. HB just sitting in apartments here, waiting, hoping Chris can get a pick here. They've got plenty of time. They've got a minute now.
Angus is on the A side, maybe thinking if he can sell a little bit of fake.
And Ting has spotted Chris and rips his head off. Angus does find Frosty over towards the A-bomb site. So we're going to see Rush B slink their way back through apartments, 3 T-spawn to A site. Team 4 have also abandoned the B site. Quackle on stairs is taken down by Angus's Molotov that's spread just a little bit too far. And Andy coming up connector to deal with Angus before their teammates can get on the site. Parney and Ting chiming in as well. Keeping this round very even players-wise. It's just now Parney on his own. This is the AWP of Ting, and Hanno in CT spawn isn't able to find anything. And we've got round number 8 for the team.
Rush B are definitely going to be kicking themselves. Completely sold the fake towards the A site. Then they decided to go on that fake. Finally calling the pause.
So we finally got a tactical pause coming out from Rush B here. You know, they've realised maybe 8 rounds is a bit too many when we've only got one. Maybe we should stop and talk about this for a bit. Do you think what do you think they might do differently coming into this round?
See, the thing is that they've been kind of going for more of a kind of a passive default, I guess you could kind of say that from them. Obviously, sending one person towards A, predominantly 1 or 2 people towards B, and then maybe 2 or 3 towards middle. One thing that I will commend Team 4 for, though, is that they have been taking the aggressive middle, or they have been putting a lot of bodies towards the middle, which is the right thing to do in this situation.
Yeah.
But with Rush B, I do feel like they just need to tackle middle. They do need to tackle middle, make sure that they are all on the same page, maybe send 2 people towards ramp, getting the CT smoke in, and maybe making sure they can crunch onto that A site. And maybe realize that, unfortunately, this isn't a pug. And get some kills onto the board for them.
Yeah, Team 4 just seem to be reading their movements so well. Like they might be attacking and throwing nades on B, but then within 20 seconds, Team 4 are like, no, they're going A. They're rotating off that. So Team 4 they've just got them at every corner, and a missed smoke there.
Missed smoke.
That is not going to be useful.
They still have 3 smokes. Look at the bright side.
They're going to have to bring Pani back round with one of these smokes to rethrow that missed smoke. Molly coming in. Dave just pushing straight onto the site. It's going to be done by Frosty. Pick up a second one onto Ribbon Sandwich, and a third. Can he get any more? No. Chris will chime back with 2, but they have no idea that Hanno is up here. He went for one planner, find the first one, and the no-scope blind. What is that? Hanno just going for the style points there. He knew he'd won it.
What a beast.
9 rounds now for Team 4. They are running away with this one. See that again. Played this perfectly. The nice trigger discipline. You know, wow.
When the CT side is hitting shots like that, what can you do?
Yeah, no. There's a bit of an odd choice going for the planter first, because generally, if you've got two people in front of you, one of them's planting the bomb, you want to kill the one with his gun out, because the one planting the bomb isn't going to be able to kill you as quick.
Hanno decides who to kill first. He'll kill the second guy eventually.
Yeah. Hanno's just like, nah, don't worry, guys, I got this. Mouse 2? What's that? Another default here from Rush B. Chris has already been taken down. They're just taking that mid control like they always do. Hasn't quite worked out for him yet at all, but hopefully this time.
Is that the CT side are giving them the middle control here. Ideally, they only have 1 person towards B apartments, so maybe they could pull a smoke, go for a short crunch onto B, but unfortunately, I've seen the CT side have read them, and as you can see, Quackle is behind them already. Literally read like a book.
Pani is ready for it. Now, 4 versus 4. It's Knave, works his way up connector. Frosty is back through CT. Hanno spots Riv, takes him down. Now they know that they are towards the A site, so he's going to be coming in CT, helping out his buddy Frosty. Doesn't quite hit the shot, but Ting does pull one back onto Knave. It is now just Pani and Angus on their own versus 2 AWPs and 2 M4s. Oh, Angus with a nice little one tap onto short, but Hanno and Ting just doing their Ting with the AWPs. Just absolutely destroying them. Every player on Team 4 putting up numbers. It's just Andy on the 6 kills, but Frosty and Quackle have really impressed me this game so far. They're holding their own. They're not letting anyone through. They're not giving up a position without getting at least 1 or 2 kills first.
At the end of the day, we can always say Andy is deemed as the IGL, so of course that is why.
It's expected. You know, not everyone's going to be doing numbers, but here we go. Rush B rushing out A. Frosty finds one, but Chris and Pani do take down Quackle and Frosty. Hanno with the AWP, the last line of defense. He is going to be going aggressive. He only finds 1, but that's okay. It brings him into a 3 versus 3 for this retake. Just one player close to the smoke. Chris, who's on 35 HP. Hanno unable to throw that Molotov. 3rd time's the charm. It's 2 versus 2 now. Riv in the sandwich position. waiting. I know.
2 orbs for the retake.
1 half ticks now. Riv finds the first, and Angus chimes in for the second. In their second round. But is this going to do much? Because Team 4 can just buy straight back into this. They've won so many rounds in a row that they've almost got infinite money. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them was on 16k at the start of this round. Actually, looking at it, they've got hardly any money. So if Rush B are able to get this round, they might be on to getting a 4th and maybe even a 5th round.
Maybe you could see Zonic
Missed flash from Angus means nobody gets blinded, runs out into a molly and is headshot by Frosty. Another missed flash. Rush B looking like they're getting a little bit nervous now. They're making lots of mistakes, missing nades. You know, they missed that smoke earlier. They missed 2 flashes this round. They do get into the B site. There's now 4 versus 3 retake for Team 4. They've got a good amount of util coming into this retake. They got 3 smokes that they can just play around. Just the 1 flash though. King coming up short. Ooh, nearly finds Riv. Brings him down to 20 HP. Who is going to be dealt with by Hano. Where these last 2 players are, but this bomb is very long tick. They don't have much longer to get into their. Quackle isn't able to do it. 3rd round for Rush B here.
That is huge from the T side. And surviving as well with the M4 and the AWP, making sure they're going into the 14th round with a little bit of extra money and AWP, and yeah, potential of it being a 10-5 half after it looking almost like a queen.
So
like
Team 4 straight back down onto the Eagles. He nearly gets some shots and is somehow not damaged whatsoever there. He's going to go back for more. Some tags onto the players on short who are going to turn around, but 3 quick frags all across the map. It's just Frosty and Quacky. Quacky left. And they aren't going to find anything. A nice clean round for Rush B here. 4th round. Are they able to get the 5th round? Or is it going to be Zonic's curse?
I could see Rush B doing this. Get onto a 10-5, get the pistol, bring to a 3rd map and bring this to overpass.
Nope, straight out mid.
The underpass push.
No, misses his shot and he's very quick up short. They're going for a fast B split here. But the short play is shut down by Ting. And looking for the player in apartments that's close there. Gets some damage onto him. Chris now down to 25 HP. Coming in. Ting gets 3 kills before being taken down by Angus. Quackle be coming in. Angus ready for Andy in the apartments. Jumping back up. This one's slow. He's got all the time in the world to do whatever he likes, but that bomb is not where he wants it to be. Let's see. They are gonna close out the half 11-4. So, are we gonna see the comeback, or it's? I think Team 4 are gonna keep their cool in this one. Because generally the reason why people come back from 11-4s is the people on our 11 rounds are way too confident and over cocky. But Team 4, they haven't been. They haven't been taking the stupid picks. They've been playing consistently.
You're not wrong. Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah. All 5 players
going towards the T side.
It's like we might just have a basic. What's it called? I've forgotten when you sneak up until you see someone. What's that called?
Contact.
Anyway, yeah, contact. That's the one. They've gone for a contact play, and they're instantly out. But Rush B are getting the kills here. It is now just Quackle on his own, but he does find 2 quick kills. Player on short up close. He spots the first. Should be expecting the second one to be coming in from Market as he jumps out the window. He knows he's there. Gets the dink. This is very doable for Quackle now. But no, Angus does manage to seal the deal as they get their 5th round. And no bomb plant for Team 4, so their money isn't too great into the 2nd round, so they might just go for the eco.
All around good pistol round from the CT side, though. Obviously putting 3 players towards the B site, 2 being towards the short position, but
So we got
maybe
three
reading their plays.
Yeah, we got three Deagles on the side of Team 4 versus 4 Famases, and to be honest, I'm taking the Deagles here because look
Deagles
at that.
are
Look
winning
how
this, yeah.
useless the Famas is. Riv and Parney both chiming in for 1, and the nade coming in. This is a lot quicker than I expected. Frosty just stuck at top mid. No way he's getting out. He's just going to be doing as much damage as he can. He gets 2 nice kills down mid onto Riv and Nave. But Parney coming in from behind will deal with him. 6 rounds now for Rush B.
Doing the CT side a favor and making sure the FAMASs did not stay in their hands. Only 2 FAMASs now for them. The rest, I presume, will be M4s.
Yeah, Team 4
A
decided to
full
go
buy
for
for the
the.
T side.
Yeah, they decided to go for the eco last round so they could get the early buy into this one. They don't want Rush B to run away with too many rounds, so they're looking to just shut this bit of momentum Rush B have got right
Seems to
down.
be
We do
attack
have a pause.
from them, yeah.
They're just figuring out where they want to go. They are pretty light on utility. Only 4 smokes, 3 flashes, and a molly. So there's only a few things that they can do. They can't be throwing that utility willy-nilly. So we're going to be seeing Andy. Yeah, Andy's definitely talking to him, saying, "I want this smoke here. Don't you throw it anywhere else." And I think we might see just a default mid control. Looks like we might get. So that's
Nice
we got a
fake
smoke on top mid. Did have someone lining up for the top con smoke, but that's not going to be thrown. Team 4 just waiting. Rush B, they're getting a little bit antsy already early on in the round.
Don't quite know what the T side are actually doing at the moment. They have the 3 smokes for there, obviously for the CT stairs and jungle smoke, but seems now they will be devoting towards that.
As you can see there, Parney doing what every B player does, just going back and forth, jump spotting. That's the B player's life for the entire CT side.
You have
Very
to,
fun.
honestly.
As the execute
No
onto A comes out now. Smoke's coming in. Riv finds the first, the FAMAS. As they work their way out. Molotovs being exchanged, and now Team 4 are out of utility. They're going to have to rely on their aim now. Angus is managing to play around this triple box, but is Frosty. But Ting coming from behind. Chris wasn't expecting it, but turned around for the reload and absolutely destroyed him. Ting is going to wish he pulled the trigger much sooner on that one. Parney coming in from CT spawn isn't going to stop the bomb plant. Is going to leave Frosty on his own. First. Isn't able to find the second. Parney coming in. And that is another round for Rush B. 7 rounds now. They're starting to get a little bit close. I'd be getting a little bit worried if I was Team 4 here.
Nice bit of high five from the Manchester side. Obviously getting a little bit hype now. The comeback is becoming a little bit more realistic from them.
Yeah, just 4 rounds behind, and if they're able to win this round, then they should be able to take the next one as well. Because the money for Team 4 is pretty low. They will have a decent loss bonus, but they won't have enough to fully buy in unless they get this bomb down. They're just going for the quick A play. Molotov in there, Hanno with the entry. Saving Andy's life. It's put down to 2 HP. Aggressive stairs, and Chris is not going to be expecting him. He's going to get the one, and he's going to run away. Angus from CT spawn gets 1. It's just now Parney and Nave, 102 versus 4. Nave finds 1 in jungle. Pull back. Run round to connector as his teammate gets taken down. 1 versus 3 now. Bomb is only just going down. I didn't even realize that. So, Nave has a good amount of time to work with this one. And there's 2 players that are low HP. Andy and Frosty should only take 1 bullet apiece.
Low HP on the rifles, and it does seem Ting with the high HP only has a deagle.
They know where he is. They've spotted him.
He chooses 1v1s.
Frosty swings out, doesn't manage to find him. But does bring him down to 15 HP. Now, Andy in ramp is going to deal with that. 12 rounds now for Team 4, and the money on the side of Rush B is looking awful. They're only going to be able to buy in a couple of pistols here. Yep, they're going to be forcing into this one, because otherwise they're on a double eco. They want to try and get as many rounds as they can, as many chances as possible to get back into this game.
Does seem they are going for the all-in with the upgraded pistols and the MP9 onto Nav.
Aggressive in ramp. I know it's like he's aware of this and it's just going to be holding. We have pushed Parney really far up in Palace there.
Giving a lot of responsibility to Chris to just be the lone defender on B. I guess let's come back and support him.
Connector finds the first. Is dealt with by Riv, but Frosty is right behind him. Unable to get the trade, but they know where he is. Nano finds Riv. They work their way onto A site. There is still Parney in the ramp position. Are they going to be aware of this? Or is he going to be able to get something done here? Quackle takes down Angus. Parney isn't going to be able to get anything done. 13 rounds for Team 4 now. And we're going to be seeing an eco coming out of Rush B, so that is going to be the 14. We should see 14 rounds for Team 4. Should. But I won't say anything.
Gotta realize, obviously Team B were obviously Rush B, sorry, were obviously known to be the more puggier side. So as every face of pug goes, it's not over until one team gets 16. Obviously this round, obviously 2 Deagles, P250, nothing can happen.
Have you ever played Face It Free? You seem to think the game's over as soon as you lose the first 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, obviously, kick me please.
Think. It's one. They've just with the Deagle. Spots 2 out top mid. Just getting a lot of info, but Chris has snuck round and misses all of his shots. Now Ting is going to know exactly where he is, and he's not exactly scared of just a USP. He has a 57. Andy is coming in from behind to help him out anyway, and Ting and Andy get the kills onto B, leaving a completely open site. Ting going in, checking all the corners. Nave coming in from market.
I think they're all going to be sprinting in at least. Not being able to get much done, unfortunately. Riv being the last one alive.
And it's 14 rounds for Team 4. Rush B are going to have a big comeback ahead of them if they want to get into this match. This is not the game that they want to lose. They need to win this one to be able to take it to overpass and get a chance in. Team 4 already 1-0 up, so... Do you have a buy coming back into
seen
this?
A lot of is the AWP for the C2 side.
No, they haven't had the money to buy it. They've been... Whenever their economy builds up a little bit, they lose, and it instantly gets dragged back down. Rush B just can't seem to get much going in this game. They string a couple of rounds together here and there, but now they have managed to get 2 kills, making it a bit favourable, but Andy does trade it back onto Chris.
Does seem they did bring the mid pressure to the T side as well. A little bit, but you see the positioning of Andy.
Finds another one. Into a very favourable position now for Team 4. Riv and Parney. Low HP. Parney now dead. It's just Angus on his own, who will get dealt with very quickly, and it is 15 rounds for Team 4. Match point. As you'll hear that whoosh.
Huge round from Andy there.
The side of Rush B, their buy is not looking good. A Deagle, 3 MP9s, and a FAMAS. Let's see what game plan they have here. A bit surprised that they haven't gone for a pause here to decide what they want to do. They're just like, nope, we're gonna figure this out on the fly.
It's Marashi. Figure out most things on the fly with this kind of map.
True.
Fortunately, this might be too far gone.
Tink does take out Nave for the MP9s as they spot Riv, nade him down to half HP, and he finds 2. And Parney chimes in with another one with the FAMAS. It's just Frosty and Ting on their own, and Ting is 15 HP. Rush B might be able to save this one. They'll go on to live for another round. But Frosty is 25 and 14 at the moment. He's been doing numbers for Team 4. 26 now. Ting, 15 HP. Parney should be able to get him here. Low HP on both.
Bit of a questionable decision for Riv to stay towards a connector position.
Swap the guns over. Frosty has much more favourable battle, but Arnie still wins that. Ting with the AWP finds the first. 1 versus 2 now, 15 HP. Do you have Angus coming in from behind? There's nobody coming in from market. He needs to start making a decision now. He has 25 seconds left on the clock. Is he going to be aware of Angus coming from behind him? He's able to sneak out here.
Get the bomb down.
Get that bomb down onto B.
Going to be able to pull anything from his pocket.
Well, he's off Angus.
Out the bag.
Smokes himself off. Molotov coming in. It's going to be put out and some spray down through Riv. It's going to take down Ting. 8 rounds now for Rush B. You need another 7 to bring this back to overtime.
No, the good thing is for the Rush B side, they can finally have an AWP. Finally see how the AWP plays onto the CT side, where they put it, how they use it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all too late though.
Yeah. Problem is Team 4 have enough money in the coffers to just buy straight back into this with an even stronger buy than Rush B have. More utility. Missed shot from Frosty. Wasn't able to get him on the cross. And they're going to be leaving A completely. Rush B... No. Have 2 players towards A. 2 players B. Molotov in connector is going to push Riv out of position and bring him down to 70 HP. Chris is going to take down the jumping Andy around the corner. 2 kills per side, and B site is now open. Rush B going in for another retake. Wackle, catwalk. They are not going to be ready for him. It is just Nave in a 1 versus 3 to just keep Rush B in contention for this. Needs to go
that
for
AWP
this.
could be influential.
10 seconds already ticked on the clock. He does find the first onto Ting. He's unaware of where the others are. Frosty at bench with the AWP. Quackle in apartments. Just sneaking up. Making lots of noise. Frosty misses his shot. Now they know where he is, and he gets the last shot. 16 to 8, 2-0 for Team 4. Your champions of the NSE Spring 2022 season goes to Team 4 from, where are they from again?
Southampton.
Southampton.
Just not every day that a Southampton side beats a Manchester side, I guess, if you have in different terms of everything. But well played from the Team 4 side, obviously having that really good comeback onto Inferno. And then Mirage just taking it away. Unfortunately, there was nothing.
Yeah,
there was nothing that Rush B
Inferno
could
could have gone either way. Rush B are just kicking themselves. The little mistakes they made on Inferno. If they closed out that game, we'd be seeing overpass right now. But Team 4 just managed to pull it back, and this Mirage game was just completely one-sided. Yeah, some of these shots, some of the AWPers on Team 4, they do hit some nasty shots. This no scope here from Hanno was just, surely that's against the rules, no?
I think that was when we seen that obviously 2 shots from Hanno, we should have just assumed the worst. if Hanno's going to be playing good, and if Quackle's just going to be getting essentially a load of kills without us even knowing, you know it's going to fail.
So we got the so Frosty this game. I can't quite remember on Inferno if what his performance was quite like, but on Mirage he absolutely bodied all of Rush B. Ting as well on the AWP. They were just everyone on Team 4 were just putting up numbers. You know, Andy, he wasn't putting up quite as many numbers, but he's the IGL. And and he was getting the kills he needed. He wasn't too far behind everyone, but yeah, Team 4, just a better team.
At the end of the day, with this, Andy put in the kills that he needed. The rest of the team obviously delivered completely, and Andy obviously having his impact factor
picked up the rest.
with the exactly.
Yeah. So now we're going to be throwing you to our friend Gennaro for an interview with the winning team.
Thank you so much for that, Caster. And once again, congratulations to you guys, Team 4, absolutely winning it, coming in as the underdogs, and you guys took it away. You said it yourself, third time the charm, and I feel like you guys really do deserve this prize specifically. You did incredibly well. So my first question here is going to be about the LAN performance. You've said it yourself, you've been, competing in the NSC for quite a while. How does it feel to be playing here on LAN in front of everyone?
I mean, it just feels amazing to, meet all the people that we've met here, but to finally be able to play Counter-Strike on LAN at a university, meet these people that we've been playing with the last couple of years, it's been really fun. It's been a really fun experience this entire weekend. It's been a really good job.
Well, that's, quite a good point. Everyone here has been absolutely incredible. But I kind of also want to talk about the map picks and the vetoes coming through specifically. Was there a reason behind picking the maps that you guys did, banning the maps out that you did as well? Or was it more like, okay, these are their strongest one, we just don't want to play them?
Well, we knew we were going to pick Inferno. We knew they liked Inferno. We like Inferno. Our map, like last season, it was our best map. We never lost it at all. We beat them in the final last season on it, so that was a no-brainer. We were worried that we were going to pick into Ancient. It's our worst map by far. We don't know it at all. And we know they like it, and they pick it as a third. So we did float it. It was a little bit scary, but they went for a Mirage, and that was pretty good for us. So we were happy about that. And the last map overpass, I mean, it was either that or Vertigo, and yeah, we're scared of heights. So.
You guys did absolutely really good on that second map. I want to walk back to the first map specifically. I feel like that one was much more of a tug of war. It was like give around, take around. What was going through your guys' heads when that was happening, and how were you able to reel it in and really just blow it out of the water in the second game?
I think we just had to go back to playing simple Counter-Strike. I mean, we know Uni-CS is heavily CT-sided, so when we were down, I don't know, I think it's 14-11 down, I mean more than that, it was something crazy. We weren't out of it. We knew that we could just play simple Counter-Strike, we're going to win. How to start hitting his shots. The B-site hold was amazing. We had a good couple clutches, and it just worked out well. We played simple Counter-Strike. We didn't have to push ourselves and do anything extremely too fancy. We just had to make sure we won the swing rounds, which we did.
You guys did absolutely incredible, but what are the emotions that are going through you guys right now? Because it's on LAN, it's not like you're home by yourself in your computer. Is there going to be a celebration coming through afterwards?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a long weekend for the boys. I mean, I think a couple of us want to go and have a couple of drinks now and have a good time. But yeah, I mean, it's been an amazing weekend, and it's a really good way to top it off as well. I mean, we played at Insomnia, the BYOC LAN. We had a really fun time. We did better than we thought we did. We didn't get grouped, and it's just really good now. Then we've had something to take away, and it's a really good experience.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for taking time to do the interview. But before we close it out, I want to ask if you have... Oh, okay. No, okay. Thank you so much for the interview. I really do appreciate it. Guys, that's a wrap from the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022 live from Insomnia for the first time. It was an absolute banger, to say the least. And before we close this out, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to every single person who has made this possible, to everyone here at the BYOC, to every single player who has made the trip down to be coming through and play on LAN, to every single person who sat on the benches here and on those Monster Energy beanbags to actually watch the games. The energy coming from the crowd was incredible. Thank you, production, for making this possible. But most of all, thank you so much to the sponsors as well for giving us the opportunity to be here and have such an incredible event. Thank you, Barclays. Thank you, Special Effects. Thank you, Intel. Thank you, Monster Energy. And thank you, PC Specialist. You guys really made people's dreams come true. A lot of these players haven't played on LAN before. They now have that experience. They now have had that possibility to come through and feel what it's like. And if you've missed some of these games, the VODs are going to be available. And that's the wrap from us. Have an incredible evening. Enjoy your bank holiday Monday. And hopefully we'll see you guys soon.
us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
You go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super, super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSE has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.